Behold, our main character. He possessed the looks of a top-tier idol, yet he carried a fatal curse that ruined everything. He was dirt poor. On the 1-month anniversary with his girlfriend, tragedy struck. Instead of a celebration, she ruthlessly kicked him to the curb and hopped into a Porsche with another man. That scumbag didn't just steal his girl, he spat on his pride. Hey loser, romance requires capital. Look at yourself do. You really think you deserve happiness? He stood frozen like a statue, watching his ex-girlfriend fade into the distance. Rage consumed him until his legs gave out, collapsing to the ground as his mind spiraled into chaos. Why did the world work this way? Did lacking money mean he deserved to be trampled on like trash? Was poverty a sin? Sorrow mutated into a blazing inferno of hatred. In the moment, he swore a blood oath. Never again would he offer his sincere heart so blindly, but that intense fury triggered a miracle. He accidentally awakened the legendary Tycoon Counterattack System. It bound to his soul instantly, gifting him a war chest of 1,000 billion yuan. Considering his actual net worth was a pitiful 138 yuan. This astronomical difference nearly dislocated his jaw from shock. A sleek black card materialized in his hand, loaded with the funds. The rules of this divine game were deceptively simple. He could spend that 1,000 billion however he pleased. For every purchase, 1% of the cost would convert directly into his personal bank account. If he managed to burn through the entire fund, he would walk away with 10 billion in pure cash. There was just one catch. The money was for cash, meaning it could only be spent on women. Any selfish spending would drain his own meager savings. The main character was so stunned by this golden opportunity, he lost the ability to speak. After regaining his composure, he stood tall, gripping the black card like a weapon. The grand counterattack had officially begun, and he intended to make it a legendary spectacle. His first move, he headed straight for the luxury mall, hunting for a target to test his infinite wealth upon. Fate intervened as he spotted a stunning beauty with long legs and killer curves. It was none other than Luo Yaxi, his ex-girlfriend's roommate. Ding! The system detected a high-tier beauty and triggered a mission. A holographic status window instantly materialized before his eyes. Target Luo Yaxi. If her favorability rating surpassed 90%, the cashback reward would skyrocket to 10% of the total spent. And if he achieved absolute max favorability, the very nature of their relationship would fundamentally transform. Currently, her favorability sat at a freezing -20%. It didn't take a genius to guess his ex had been bad-mouthing him. Ignoring the odds, he approached her. "Excuse me." She looked up, her expression souring instantly. "You? What do you want now? If you're here to beg me to help you win her back, save your breath. She's already with a second-generation rich heir." He laughed it off casually. "Actually, I just wanted to treat you to some milk tea." Confusion flashed across her beautiful face. She immediately refused, citing their distance. Besides, this wasn't your average roadside beverage shop. It was a high-end collaboration event, limited to 200 cups daily, with a price tag of 199 yuan each. One cup costs 10 days of your food budget. Can you even afford it? She scoffed. Meanwhile, the impatient line behind them began to grumble. "Hey, hurry it up! We've been waiting forever!" Someone shouted. "Yeah, stop wasting time! I need to post this on social media!" He despised being rushed. Ignoring the insults, he calmly turned to the staff. "How many cups are left in stock?" The confused clerk replied, 180. Without blinking, he whipped out his card. "I'll take every single one. Everyone in line gets one on me," he announced. "Compliments of Miss Luo Yaxi." The girl was so shocked she nearly jumped out of her skin. "That's tens of thousands of yuan. Are you insane?" But before she could finish her warning, the transaction was already approved. 39,800 yuan vanished, a mere drop in the bucket compared to his 1,000 billion war chest. As the staff scrambled to fulfill the order, the crowd watched in awe. Luo Yaxi was baffled, but her favorability meter ticked upward ever so slightly. "Miss Luo, I have another favor to ask," he said. "What is it now?" Her sarcasm had vanished. His next request, however, floored her. "Nothing difficult. I just need you to help me spend some money." Meanwhile, his ex-girlfriend and her new toy boy were in the same mall. But when she reached for her dream handbag, the rich boyfriend started making excuses. "Babe, I totally want to get it for you," he lied smoothly. "But my mom says I've been spending too lavishly lately." let's just grab dinner. If you want to marry into my family, you need to show some restraint to impress my mother first. Okay? She felt a pang of disappointment. The cheap trinkets he bought earlier were garbage compared to this luxury bag. The foolish woman actually bought his lies. Convincing herself that suffering now was necessary to marry into a wealthy family later, suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the moment. So, what do you think of this one? It's the limited edition centerpiece. I'll take it. She spun around, only to see her own roommate standing next to her. Her jaw hit the floor. Shuck quickly turned to sneering contempt. She assumed he had hired Luo Yaxi to stage a pathetic scene just to make her jealous. You are absolutely pathetic, she hissed. Didn't I make myself clear already? We are over. Stop stalking me. He looked at her coldly. Who's stalking you? I'm just here to buy a handbag. Her disdain reached new heights. In her narrow mind, there was zero chance a pauper like him could afford a single thread in a Hermes boutique. Just then, the system locked onto a new target, triggering a counterattack mission mirroring the previous one. But this time, the target was Liu. Dealing with a gold digger of her caliber was child's play, yet he didn't rush. Instead, he adopted a look of cool indifference. Liu Yizheng. We are history. My life has nothing to do with you anymore. Where I go is none of your concern, so stop causing a scene. Do you honestly think I'm the same pushover you used to know? Don't make me laugh. It's only been a few hours. Did you magically transform from a dirt-poor loser into a wealthy heir? Her affection score for Lin Xin sat at a freezing -25%, while her new beau sneered from the sidelines. If you're so high and mighty, why don't you buy that bag for Luo Yaxi? Lin Xin pretended to ponder for a moment, then dropped the bomb. One bag wasn't enough. He ordered the staff to wrap up every single remaining item in the store. He was taking it all. Silence fell over the room. The sales clerks, Luo Yaxi and Ivan Liu Yizheng, stood frozen, their jaws practically hitting the floor in sheer disbelief. Recovering quickly, the staff scrambled to obey, presenting the card reader with grins so wide they threatened to split their faces. The total came to a staggering 11,320,000 yuan. The commission alone would equal months of their usual salary. Hearing the astronomical figure, Liu Yizheng's boyfriend burst into mocking laughter. If you can actually pay that, he jeered, I'll do a handstand and eat soy sauce. Unfazed, Lin Xin swiped his card. Beep. Transaction successful. Instantly, the boyfriend's face turned the color of ash. I didn't know young Master Wong had such acrobatic talents. Lin Xin smirked. I'd love to see this performance. Consider it an eye-opener for me. Luo Yaxi was thunderstruck. In a blink, her affection rating skyrocketed by 60%, settling at a solid 42%. She threw her arms around his neck, cooing sweetly. Darling, you're amazing. Unlike some people who talk big but are too stingy to spend a dime. The jab hit its mark. Surprisingly, watching this display of wealth caused Liu Yizheng's affection for Lin Xin to involuntarily jump by 30%. It climbed from -25 to a +5%. Desperate to save face, she whispered to her boyfriend, but he refused to open his wallet. Zhang ignored them. Only Vanuva rich show off like this. A true aristocrat like me believes in modesty, he lied through his teeth. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered his excuse. Wang Zheng, a middle-aged woman's voice thundered through the store. That was, indeed, the name of Liu Yizheng's so-called wealthy boyfriend. He flinched as if struck by lightning, turning to see a heavy-set, wealthy woman. His face went pale as a sheet. What are you doing here? Her stomach. Smack. She delivered a vicious slap. You leech. I buy your clothes, your watch. I even let you drive my car. And you dare chase skirts behind my back. You ungrateful animal. The force of the blow sent Wang Cheng sprawling to the floor, his dignity completely shattered. Without a shred of shame, he crawled to her, hugging her leg. It's not my fault. I'm innocent. That woman, Liu Yizheng, she seduced me. The tables turned instantly. Liu Yizheng stood frozen, unable to speak. Her rich heir was nothing but a gigolo, living off a sugar mommy. Humph! I knew you didn't have the guts, the woman sneered. I'll give you one chance. Slap that girl twice, and I might forgive you. Otherwise, we're done. Before Liu Yizheng could react, Wang Cheng moved like a viper. He lunged forward, slapping her so hard she collapsed onto the cold tiles. She clutched her stinging cheek, staring up in shock, completely rendered mute by the betrayal. Wang Cheng didn't stop there. He rained down curses, calling her a gold-digging witch, and violently ripped the gold necklace he'd given her right off her neck. Acting on instinct, she stumbled up and threw herself at Lin Xin, seeking comfort, but he pushed her away with icy indifference. He expected hatred, but as she ran away crying, the system chimed again. Her affection for him had actually increased by another 1%. Luo Yaxi bit her lip, worry creeping in. After all, Lin Xin had spent years devoted to that woman. That Wang guy is trash, she probed carefully. Poor Zen dash Zen ... Don't you think she's just a gold digger? Lin Xin replied, cold and fast. She deserves no pity. Let's forget about her, he continued. Is there anything else you want to buy? Delighted by his answer, she put on a koyak. You're so good to me. How can I ever repay you? Well, Lin Xin teased, you could always repay me with your body. You pervert. She playfully smacked his chest, blushing. Clearly, she didn't mind, as her affection score surged by 20%, hitting. Conquering this woman was proving to be surprisingly easy. However, Luo Yaxi was far shrewder than his ex. To secure her investment, she dragged him shopping, determined to upgrade his look on her own dime. Lin Xin, usually dressed like a slob with messy hair, wasting his natural good looks and looking every bit the pauper people thought he was. But today, she gave him a total makeover. When he finally stepped out of the fitting room, every woman in the store turned to stare. Luo Yaxi's affection ticked up another 10%. Incredible, she thought. Asterisk, who knew he cleaned up this well? Asterisk, this guy is a hidden gem. Liu Yizheng was blind to let him go, but her loss is definitely my gain. Even Lin Xin was stunned by his reflection. Before, he had to spend millions to get attention. Now, Luo Yaxi had dropped nearly 10,000 yuan just to dress him up. It felt good to be the one spoiled for a change. Late that night, a very satisfied Luo Yaxi returned to her dormitory. Liu Yizheng was there, drying her hair, her cheeks still swollen and red. Luo Yaxi feigned concern. Zhang, oh my god, is your face okay? I'm fine, she muttered. Actually, I should thank Lin Xin. If he hadn't exposed Wang Cheng, I would have been played for a fool. Liu Yizheng flashed a smile that screamed, I'm totally over it, looking like she had attained some sort of spiritual enlightenment. Meanwhile, Luo Yaxi held up the designer bag Lin Xin bought her, feigning embarrassment. But let's be real, she was flexing hard. Exactly. Thank God for Lin Xin. You really need to keep your guard up from now on, sis. Don't go falling for another loser like that, Wang guy. Besides, Lin Xin bought this bag for you originally, so you should just take it. I won't stand on ceremony then. Honestly, I was worried you might hold a grudge. Luo Yaxi beamed, practically tackling Liu Yizheng with a hug. How could I ever be mad? We're besties. But, as they say, a woman's spoken words and her inner thoughts are often two very different universes. On the surface, it was a heartwarming sisterhood moment. But, deep down, both of them were secretly plotting, nursing their own little grudges and schemes against each other. Liu Yizheng remained arrogantly confident. She convinced herself Lin Xin was just throwing a tantrum after all. The guy had spent 3 whole years chasing her tail. How could a total newcomer like Luo Yaxi possibly compete? Liu Yizheng was certain she'd have him wrapped around her finger again in no time. Meanwhile, Luo Yaxi was mentally mocking her friend for being blind to a diamond in the rough, swearing she'd lock Lin Xin down for herself. Back at the boys' dorm, Lin Xin collapsed onto his bed. Spending the entire day walking with a girl was exhausting. It felt more like a double shift at work than a date. He had 0 plans for tomorrow, but repeating today's simp strategy was out. It was boring. And, honestly, spending that much cash for such low affection points was a terrible investment. Just then, he ran into a group of upperclassmen on the stairs, including the infamous Wang Jin. Seeing Lin Xin's transformation, their jaws practically hit the floor. Whoa! Look at Junior Lin Xin! You're looking sharp today. That outfit cost a fortune, didn't it? But internally, they scoffed, assuming he was a poor loser wearing knockoffs to play pretend rich kid. Wang Jin put on a mask of brotherly affection, slinging an arm around Lin Xin's shoulder to whisper some poisonous advice. Listen, Junior, I heard about what happened today. Take some advice from a big brother. It's time to wake up. You spent all that time and money on Liu Yizheng just to get ghosted. You'd be better off dumping that cash in a live stream room. At least those e-girls know how to say thank you properly. The other two goons nodded in agreement, throwing shade and implying Lin Xin was too broke to afford a real goddess anyway. But their mockery accidentally unlocked a new door. Lin Xin had been struggling to find ways to burn cash, and suddenly, the answer was right there. Live streams? Thanks for the tip, senior. Lin Xin laughed heartily, patted Wang Jin on the shoulder, and walked off, leaving the Three Stooges completely baffled. They just insulted him to his face, and he thanked them. Had chasing girls finally fried his brain circuits? Shrugging it off, they rushed back to their rooms to watch the goddess Tache's stream. Meanwhile, Lin Xin was already comfortably settled in his bunk. He downloaded the Tiger Leopard Live app and set his username to the incredibly subtle "So Poor I." Only have money. The old Lin Xin was too busy surviving to use these frivolous apps. Since it was his debut in the streaming world, he decided to start at the top and searched for the most popular host. Remembering Wang Jin's words, he typed in "Cha-cha." There she was, live on air. She merely wiggled her hips, and the chat section looked like it was having a nuclear meltdown. Lin Xin wasn't immune to the hype, but he had a bigger question. Could he unlock a counterattack mission through a smartphone screen? As if on cue, the system chimed in to crush his dreams with a technicality. To unlock a mission, the target's beauty score must exceed 80. However, beauty filters can turn a goblin into a goddess. The system cannot verify true appearance through digital deception. Physical interaction is required to trigger the capture mission. Lin Xin had to admit the system was sharp. Cha-cha looked like a solid 90 on screen. He just hoped the reality wasn't a complete horror show. But honestly, he didn't care. His pockets were overflowing with counterattack funds. Whether she was a beauty or a beast, throwing cash at her wasn't exactly a hardship. Suddenly, a golden banner flashed across the screen. User Young Master Su has gifted Cha-cha 5 Golden Leopard. The chat went wild, worshipping this young Master Su. The guy threw around tens of thousands like it was Monopoly money. It was the prelude to war. A PK battle was starting between Cha-cha and a rival streamer named Shuang Shuang. The rule was simple. Whoever gifted the most cash won. As the top donor, young Master Su rallied the troops to empty their wallets. Lin Xin noticed the user named King Jin, passionately kissing Zu's boots in the chat. Definitely, that's Snake Wang Jin. So he's just a professional lapdog for rich kids, Lin Xin thought, shaking his head. Pathetic. He wanted to drop some cash to grab the goddess's attention, but being a newbie, he couldn't figure out the interface. So, he typed a humble question into the chat. Hey, how much to become the top donor? Do I buy the gift first or the title? Unfortunately, his question interrupted young Master Zu's grand battle strategy. Wang Jin, or King Jin, instantly snapped back. You broke loser? Who do you think you are? Young Master Su is addressing the troops. How dare you interrupt? On the other end, the young master's face darkened with rage. Being a petty tyrant, Su couldn't handle a nobody stealing his thunder. He immediately ordered Cha-cha to boot Lin Xin from the room. Cha-cha knew who buttered her bread. To beat Shuang Shuang, she needed Zu's wallet, not some random Despite his big talk, Lin Xin was level 0 with 0 donations history. Asterisk kick, he found himself back in the lobby. Unfazed, he simply shrugged and hopped over to Shuang Shuang's stream instead. Shuang Shuang was gearing up for the battle, but she was already taking hits. Cha-cha was taunting her mercilessly before the timer even started. Oh, little sister, you don't even have a top donor to protect you. Just surrender now, and maybe I'll go easy on the punishment. Ha! You think having one rich sugar daddy makes you invincible? My army is strong. Stop yapping, and let's fight! Tupeka began. Both girls immediately started posing and pouting, using every trick in the book to drain their fans' bank accounts. In this world, money doesn't just stock it commands. But in the opening round of this PK battle, Sang Sang was already eating TT's dust. A few degenerate scumbags were making ridiculous demands, asking for provocative dances or strange noises just to drop a few measly coins. She swallowed her pride and complied, desperate for the win. But suddenly, a golden flash lit up the screen. A golden dragon appeared. It was a gift from Lin Xin, under the username Poor Guy. Young Master Su was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his chair. That dragon was worth 15,000 yuan, far eclipsing Zu's measly 10,000 yuan leopards. Sang Sang was so thrilled, she almost leaped through the ceiling. TT's face went pale as a sheet. She realized the big spender was the very guy she had kicked out. Lin Xin started strong with the ultimate gift. Finally, he figured out the donation interface. That system black card was truly magical, allowing remote top-ups instantly from anywhere. With infinite funds available, it was time to flex. Lin Xin began spamming that golden dragon button like a madman. First 1, then 5, then 10, then 20. The chatroom froze in terror. Holy cow! Who is this tycoon? We haven't seen dragons like this in ages. Thanks to his heavy-handed support, the massive gap between Sang Sang and TT vanished in seconds. Sang Sang finally snapped out of it and panicked. Wait, brother, poor guy. I was too shocked to mention this earlier. Donating now is a waste. Wait for the siege time multiplier to get double points. Watching this, young Master Su smirked arrogantly. He finally realized Lin Xin was just a nobody TT, kicked out earlier. He relaxed, thinking the threat was minor. A rookie is just a rookie. Without knowing PK rules, he's burning cash for nothing. But they severely underestimated Lin Xin's simp budget. He ignored the game mechanics completely and kept smashing the gift button. The 15,000 yuan dragons kept flying. As those expensive beasts flooded the screen, young Master Su began to tremble with fear. Finally, only when his fingers cramped did Lin Xin stop. The room went cold. Su spent 3 million in a year. But Lin Xin dropped 1,600 dragons in minutes. That's 24 million UA. Sang Sang was dancing with joy, waving her arms and screaming, "I love you," to the mysterious tycoon. With a minute left, the outcome was already sealed. The wealth gap Lin Xin created was an insurmountable mountain. The comments section exploded in worship. Brother Money, CEO Money. Everyone realized. Isn't this the guy TT kicked out earlier? She must be regretting her life choices right now. Who needs strategy or siege time when you have infinite cash? Tactics are for the weak. Our CEO Money has one move. Make it rain. All hail the money god. Victorious, Sang Sang smugly demanded the penalties. The big pendulum, spinning squats, and splits. A full workout routine on camera. TT shook with rage, but had no choice. She performed the punishments while breathlessly apologizing to Lin Xin Liv. Brother Moni, I was blind. I shouldn't have kicked you. Please forgive me. Seeing her exhausted face, Sang Sang and her fans reveled in the satisfaction. Lin Xin wasn't done yet. He dropped a comment with a cold ultimatum, offering her 3 paths. 1. You kick young Master Su. 2. He leaves on his own. 3. If he leaves, I might just help you turn the tables in the last 20 seconds. Moments ago, Lin Xin was a nobody. Now, he had skyrocketed to a King level 27 user. The entire app only had 3 King rank users. In one battle, Rukiakan had ascended to sit amongst the gods. It was terrifying power. Moments after the comment, the system notification popped up. Young Master Su has left the room. The onlookers went wild. The arrogant young Master Su, who always flaunted his wealth, had been smacked down by Lin Xin's wallet and fled like a beaten dog. The PK battle officially ended. No surprises. Sang Sang took the crown. Lin Xin had barely logged off when his inbox flooded. The first message was from Wang Jin. CEO Money, I am sincerely sorry. I was blind to mock you. Can we be friends? Actually, ... Do you need a lackey? Lin Xin scoffed and opened the next message from Sang Sang. Brother Mani, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. Can we add each other on? She attached her number. Below that was a desperate text from TT Brother Mani. I was just about to kick Su out, but he ran away too fast. Please forgive me. I beg you. By the way, your profile says you're in Yanjiang City. What a coincidence. I'm doing a photo shoot there soon. Let me treat you to dinner to apologize. Truly, for money, this woman would do anything. TT was panting, covered in sweat from the punishments. yet she prioritized texting him. Losing the battle didn't matter to her anymore. She believed her face and body were far superior to Sang Sang's. If she could hook this whale personally, his wallet would belong to her. Lin Xin didn't even care about the earlier kick anymore. He was actually annoyed. He hadn't spent enough to trigger a massive cashback reward. So, he agreed to the date. TT practically kissed her screen in delight. Hee. See you in a few days, brother money. Conduit. The next morning, Lin Xin woke up at 7. He felt amazing. It had been ages since he slept so well. Money really was the cure for all of life's problems. His phone buzzed immediately, a message from Luo Yaxi. His roommates were just waking up. Breakfast, Lin Xin. They asked, "Nah, you guys go? A girl is bringing mine." Lin Xin casually shook the phone in his hand. While answering, his 3 roommates stared at him in utter disbelief before huddling in the corner to whisper, furiously, "Is he losing his mind this early in the morning? I heard old Lin got dumped by Liu Yizheng yesterday, but seeing how chilly looked last night, I thought he was actually fine." How could he possibly be fine? The man spent 3 whole years chasing that girl like a loyal dog. Let's drag him out for drinks tonight. Once he's drunk enough, he'll cry it all out. Lin Xin heard every word, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. They meant well. After all, he threw on his jacket and headed downstairs. His roommates, burning with curiosity, decided to tail him like a stealth squad. Downstairs, an army of simp lords had already formed a line. Breakfast offerings in hand, half were there to worship the goddess, Liu Yi, while the rest were devotees of the stunning Luo Yaxi. As fate would have it, these 2 legendary campus beauties lived in the exact same dorm room. It all started because Liu Yizheng posted a status on Wo last night, announcing she was single again. Everyone knew she'd been dumped by Wang Cheng, so the wolves smelled blood, hoping to win the goddess over while she was vulnerable. Meanwhile, Luo Yaxi had also posted something cryptic, claiming she finally realized the person she was looking for had been behind her all along. Since she didn't name names, every single delusional admirer convinced themselves that they were the chosen one she was talking about. Even Wang Jin was part of this circus. The moment he arrived, he sneered at the crowd of commoners with disdain. Ha! Do you know the difference between a human and a simp king? Just look at Lin Xin. Being a supreme simp only leads to a tragic dead end. Everyone knew the legend of Lin Xin. 3 years of devotion, 1 month of dating, only to be tossed aside like trash so she could chase a rich second-generation heir. But someone in the crowd shot back. "Sina, why are you preaching to us? Aren't you standing here with breakfast for Luo Yaxi too?" Taking the bait, Wang Jin flashed a smug grin and flexed the item in his hand. It was a premium breakfast from the famous French restaurant. A delicate set of sweet macadams worth 600 yuan. It is in a different league than your peasant lunch. The crowd gasped. 604 breakfast. That was insanity. Someone whispered, "You guys don't get it. Dating is a pay-to-win game. Spend a few bucks a day, and it takes a year for her to realize you're a nice guy. But spend a few $100s a day," Wang Jin declared with absolute arrogance, "and she will be mine within a week." Just then, the 2 goddesses, Liu Yizheng and Luo Yaxi, descended the stairs. Surprisingly, they were holding hands and smiling, as if no drama existed between them. The horde of admirers immediately swarmed forward, thrusting their breakfast offerings at the girls like offerings to a deity. Liu Yizheng rejected everyone, claiming she had ordered takeout. But Luo Yaxi actually accepted Wang Jin's expensive French pastry. Wang Jin gloated, convinced his money strategy was working perfectly. Suddenly, Luo Yaxi locked eyes with Lin Xin and his roommates. But before she could say a word, Wang Jin jumped in to flex his dominance. "Oh, look who it is, Junior Lin Xin. Are you here to deliver breakfast to Liu Yizheng too? Still haven't learned your lesson after getting dumped yesterday? I guess after 3 years of begging, a little humiliation doesn't hurt, right?" Lin Xin remained stone-faced, but his roommates were grinding their teeth in rage. This Wang Jin was asking for a fist to the face, even though they had no prior beef. He constantly went out of his way to kick Lin Xin while he was down. But while the crowd was busy mocking him to satisfy their own egos, Luo Yaxi took that expensive French pastry Wang Jin just bought and ran straight toward Lin Xin. "Lin Xin, you haven't had breakfast yet. right? She asked anxiously. Not yet, he replied calmly. Didn't you text me earlier, inviting me to eat? Massive question marks practically appeared over his roommates' heads. What kind of magical plot twist was this? They never expected a girl to bring breakfast for their old Linlet alone, the campus goddess Luo Yaxi. Meanwhile, Wang Jin and his squad of simps looked like they'd been struck by lightning. Total petrification. Off to the side, Liu Yizheng was secretly grinding her teeth in jealousy. Luo Yaxi was publicly making a move on Lin Xinhao. Could she not be furious? Just then, a delivery driver arrived with Liu Yizheng. Lin Xin, try this. It's a sweet macaron, set from the famous French restaurant. Luo Yaxi offered the box, parroting the exact flex Wang Jin had used seconds ago. Strangely, simply by offering him breakfast, a notification popped up. Favorability plus 7%. Lin Xin was speechless. Girl, please don't hand out favorability points like candy. He thought it was making his conquest mission feel like it was on easy mode. But before Lin Xin could even reach for the box, Liu Yizheng charged in. She nudged Luo Yaxi aside and held up her own expensive delivery. Lin Xin, look, this is the premium 368 yuan breakfast set. I bought it just for you. I made a mistake. Yesterday, let me make it up to you. Okay? She leaned in close, practically draping herself over him. I realized how much you sacrificed for me over the last 3 years. Every breakfast you brought, I was truly moved. I was just too innocent before and got tricked by bad people. You will forgive me, won't you? Lin Xin couldn't help but grimace at her performance. It was the same old manipulation tactic. For 3 years, whenever he tried to move on, she would breadcrumb him with this fake sweetness. And the moment he fell for it and started serving her again, she would immediately push him away to keep her options open with other guys. It took him 3 painful years to wake up from that nightmare. Yet here she was, thinking her gaslighting skills still worked on him. Why are you standing so close? Lin Xin asked coldly. Be careful. Your little army of admirers might get the wrong idea. He physically pushed her away with a look of disgust. You reject her. Yet somehow, Liu Yizheng's favorability rose by 50%. The logic. She actually thought, he is pushing me away to protect my reputation. He still loves me. The woman was delusional beyond saving. Simultaneously, Luo Yaxi's favorability increased by 10%. She saw him reject her rival and thought he pushed her away because of me. Lin Xin watched the affection meters skyrocketing, but the inner thoughts of these unpredictable women remained a total mystery. As their affection scores spiked simultaneously, a massive question mark floated over his head. What on earth is going on here? His roommate and the other campus simps were even more baffled. Luo Yaxi chasing him was strange enough. But now, Liu Yizheng was fighting for him too. Weren't these two supposed to be best friends? Why would they tear each other apart over a penniless student like him? Little did they know, in front of a newly discovered goldmine like Lin Xin, the word sisterhood had officially left the chat. Without holding back, both girls shoved their breakfast offerings at him. Lin Xin casually took a seat nearby, and instantly, both beauties swarmed him. One swayed seductively beside him, trying to feed him, while the other squatted right in front, offering her own spoon, a double feeding frenzy. And wait, Luo Yaxi is squatting in that miniskirt. From Lin Xin's angle, that's a full heavenly view, isn't it? Damn it! His eyes feast on buns, while his mouth tastes. I'm dying of jealousy. The crowd groaned while whipping out phones to record. Meanwhile, Wang Jin was so furious, he nearly bit through his lip. For the first time in his life, Lin Xin was enjoying a true emperor's breakfast, surrounded by warring beauties fighting to serve him. Lin Xin could tease them freely without worrying about offending anyone. What a life! Seeing his goddess Luo Yaxi feeding Lin Xin macarons while rubbing against him was the final straw. Wang Jin literally coughed up blood from rage and was carted off by the medics. Naturally, this legendary scene hit the school forum's front page instantly. The campus forum exploded. Everyone was confused it wasn't Lin Xin, famous for being a broke simp, not a hidden second-generation billionaire. How could he have 2 campus goddesses serving him like a king? Is this Photoshop? How does this make any logical sense? One user commented, it's real. I heard him say his hand cramped from tapping his phone 1,600 times last night, so he needed help eating. Someone replied immediately, Ha! What kind of lame excuse is that? Who would actually believe such nonsense? At the same time, another hot topic was trending. The streamer, Shuang Shuang, received 1,600 golden dragons from a mysterious new... Well, last night, the number 1,600 connected the dots for some... But most couldn't believe a guy like Lin Xin actually possessed that kind of wealth. Meanwhile, our protagonist was calmly enjoying his breakfast until his roommate warned him. Bro, you're viral. The journalism department is coming to interview you. Lin Xin was so shocked, he spat out his cake. An interview? That was way too much drama. He hated trouble more than anything. So, he instantly abandoned the beauties and made a run for it. With Lin Xin gone, the girls turned on each other. Lin Xin is a low-key billionaire. It's your fault for causing a scene and upsetting him. Luo Yaxi snapped back. Oh, please. Wasn't it you who made Wang Jin cough blood, blowing this whole thing out of proportion? Liu Yizheng refused to back down. Luckily, Lin Xin had already vanished into the wind, leaving the journalism squad in the dust. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from that streamer, Tit. She said that tonight, at 7:30, she'd land at Yanjiang Airport and wanted a pickup. She probably wasn't as pretty as Luo Yaxi, but since he needed help spending money, Lin Xin was actually looking forward to it. That evening, Lin Xin arrived at Yanjiang City Airport. It was just past 7:30. Titi texted that she had landed, but he couldn't spot her anywhere in the crowd. He worried she might be a filter monster unrecognizable from her stream. Suddenly, he heard a commotion. Titi, let me drive you. I've got a Jeep. No thanks. Really? Come on. Don't be shy. Lin Xin turned to CTT, being aggressively pulled by a man in glasses. A stalker fan. Well, at least she wasn't a catfishy. Was actually quite beautiful in person, with a body that was absolute fire. Lin Xin was satisfied. Seeing a damsel in distress, he stepped in to play the hero, blocking the creepy guy's path. Titi looked confused. Lin Xin scoffed. Buddy, you need to get your eyes checked. The man snapped. Who are you? I've donated tons of gifts to Titi. As the man threw a tantrum, Titi recognized Lin Xin's outfit from their chat. That's Himbra, money. Lin Xin didn't bother denying it. When the stalker realized this was the legendary President Money, who dropped 1,600 dragons on a rival streamer yesterday, he panicked and retreated instantly. Peep, Resident Money. I'm so sorry for disturbing you. Titi grabbed Lin Xin and pulled him away, turning on the charm so he wouldn't misunderstand. Thank goodness you came in time, Brother Money. That guy claimed to be a fan and grabbed me the moment I landed. I don't know him at all. Then she started buttering him up. I thought you'd be a 40-year-old CEO. ... I never expected you to be so young and handsome. Just call me Lin Xin, he replied humbly. I didn't expect you to look even better than your live stream either. Brother Money, you're such a smooth talker. She giggled, clinging tightly to his arm as if afraid this walking gold mine would slip away. As soon as he scanned her appearance, the system triggered a new conquest mission for Lin Xin. Target Lusuya, age ke-21, height 170 cm, visuals, top tier, affection 30%. As they reached the exit, they ran into a polite-looking man. The man waved, and Luzuja happily dragged Lin Xin over. President Zhao, what are you doing here? She immediately turned to introduce him. Brother Money, this is President Zhao. He's a top donator too. Zhao smiled. Of course, I came to pick you up. How could I let you take a taxi? President Zhao replied. Then his gaze shifted to Lamtan. And who might this be? Lutuetna hooked her arm through Lamtan's, beaming like a prize winner. This is the legend ID. So poor I only have money, who dropped 1,600 gold dragons yesterday. Hearing this, President Zhao's tone instantly shifted from dismissive to reverent. So, this is the famous President Money. I didn't expect someone so young. If I'd known, I would have rolled out the red carpet for you. I didn't want to embarrass myself with my cheap 5 million car. Zhao humbled himself, fishing for a compliment. What beast did President Money drive here? Just my little electric donkey. Lamtan replied with a straight face. The donkey he mentioned was literally a beat-up. But after dropping that much cash yesterday, people assumed it was just a quirky billionaire hobby, not actual poverty. President Zhao's smile twitched awkwardly. Recovering quickly, he offered a solution to save face. Allow me the honor of driving you and Miss Lu back. Lam Tan didn't object. The man was so enthusiastic. He even strapped Lam Tan's scooter to the roof of his luxury sedan. On the road, the bizarre sight turned heads everywhere. President Zhao drove, eyeing Lam Tan in the rearview mirror. Suspicion began to bubble beneath his calm facade. The kid looked barely 20. His clothes were bargain bin specials, worth maybe a few bucks. Hardly the look of a whale who drops 24 million on a But Zhao was a cautious fox. He kept his poker face, waiting for concrete proof. He even smoothed things over for Lu Tuetna. President Mooney is so... grounded. It's surprising. Is this the way to the restaurant? I'm sure the scooter is fine, but with Chacha's luggage, my car is just more practical. Don't you agree? President Money makes perfect sense. Lam Tan agreed, looking bored. Beside him, Lu Tuetna shot him a calculating glance. Doubts were creeping into her mind. Was he actually poor? Moments later, the car pulled up to a high-end restaurant. Lu Tuetna breezed into the VIP room first. She greeted everyone inside with her signature idol sparkle. Several bosses were already waiting. She introduced Lam Tan as President Mooney. Shock rippled through the room at his tender age. Lam Tan frowned internally. This wasn't an apology dinner like she claimed. It was a convenient meet and greet for her top donors. A feast for her sugar daddies. Not a sincere apology to him at all. As expected of a top streamer, she was cunning. She wouldn't let any big fish escape her net. For her sake, Lam Tan sat down anyway. The appetizers hadn't even arrived when Zhao spilled the beans. He told everyone about the electric scooter. The table erupted in laughter, assuming it was a rich kid's prank. After all, who spends 24 million on gifts but can't buy a car? It had to be a joke. But malice lurked at the table. A man with a goatee couldn't resist firing the first shot at Lam Tan. If 24 million is pocket change, your net worth must be over $1 billion. I know everyone in Yanjiang City. You said your name is Lam, right? There is no billionaire Lam family in this city. The moment he said it, the other bosses joined the attack like sharks smelling blood. Even President Zhao slammed the table, his polite mask shattering. He's a fake. And I let him scratch my roof with that scrap metal. System alert. Lu Tuetna's affection dropped by 10%. This woman really had the loyalty of a stray cat. Yet, she had checked his account earlier. She knew the ID "so poor I only have money" was definitely him. He didn't look like a second-generation heir. That was the only reason she stayed neutral for now. Maybe he was just acting broke because he was still mad about being kicked yesterday. Rich people had weird kinks like that. She didn't care about his personality, handsome or ugly. It didn't matter. As long as he dispensed cash, he was her favorite ATM. Deciding to test him, she put down her chopsticks. She leaned in close to Lam Tan. Thanks for worrying, President Shaw. But isn't there a Lam family in the capital? Brother Lam? Are you from the capital's Lam clan? Lam Tan smirked. He saw right through her defense. It looked like she was helping him. In reality, she was digging for his background. Lam Tan shrugged, playing the arrogant rogue. The capital's Lam family. I don't know them. I'm richer than them anyway. That was the breaking point. The bosses looked at him with pure disdain. He was blowing hot air. They figured it out. He won the lottery, spent it all on the stream, and came here to scam a free night with the streamer before going broke. President Shaw sneered. Richer than the capital's Lam clan? Then tell me what supercars are in your garage right now. Cars. I don't have any. Lam Tan pulled Lu Tuetna into his arms. But Chacha, what car do you like? I'll buy it for you right now. No one believed a word. You can't just buy a supercar like a cabbage at the market. Lu Tuetna winked playfully. I love the Ferrari FA60. If he could buy that, she'd give him a special reward tonight. However, affection dropped another 15%. Lam Tan scoffed internally. She smiled like an angel, but her meter dropped like a stone. Wasted talent. She shouldn't be a streamer. She belonged in Hollywood. The deal was set. Lam Tan left the table to buy the car. Half an hour passed. He didn't return. The bosses cackled. That clown ran for the hills. He's definitely broke. Lu Tuetna's face fell in disappointment. They stood up to leave for karaoke, laughing. Suddenly blinding high beams tore through the night, freezing them in their tracks. Lin Xin stepped out from the blinding brilliance of the brand new leaving the crowd thunderstruck. "Oh, are all the CEOs out here? How embarrassing for you! I seem to be blocking your way. Boss Niayu is too enthusiastic. I just mentioned wanting a sports car, and he insisted on driving the entire inventory here for me to choose." Lin Xin spoke with casual arrogance. "It is only right. It is only right. Our dealership is famous for its impeccable service. After all, furthermore, young Master Lin's assets are verified by the legendary Longxing Black Diamond card. How could I dare not serve him with my life?" Boss Niu bowed low, his voice trembling with reverence. The Longxing Black Diamond card strikes fear into commoners. Only those with assets exceeding 1 billion can even hold it. Among the stunned executives, some stubborn fools whispered that Lin Xin rented these cars to show off. But those who knew Boss Niu immediately shut them down. Because there is only one type of person who can make the proud Boss Niu bow this low, a god of infinite wealth. Lin Xin finally walked up to Luo Yaxi. "That Ferrari F60? You chose. It is only 15 million. That is practically pocket change. I cannot give something so cheap as a greeting gift." Boss Niu chimed in, suggesting the Ferrari. Without blinking, Lin Xin swiped his card for the 32 million yuan beast, gifting it to Luo Yaxi while the crowd watched in silence. Zuya could not believe her eyes. "Did you really buy it? This Ferrari LF is over 30 million, and you just bought it." The crowd gasped. 30 million, paid in full. He has spent over 50 million in less than 2 days. His financial power is terrifying. The sales staff beamed at Lin Xin's generosity. "Young Master Lin, this is for your girlfriend, but do you not want one for yourself?" However, Lin Xin shook his head. "No need. I wanted the max version, but this is the most expensive one you have." Zuya blushed, overwhelmed by the exorbitant gift. "Thank you. I have always dreamed of driving this Ferrari Elif, but I never thought—" "It is fine," Lin Xin interrupted coolly. "I just have too much money, so I like to spend it." System alert, Shu Yes affection has increased by 50%. He does not expect anything in return. He even gave me a way out. The people who mocked him earlier rushed over to apologize. "President Chen, it was just a misunderstanding. We were blind." Lin Xin ignored the ants. Zuya tugged his sleeve shyly. "Shall we test drive it?" "Brother Lin Xin, come drive with me." But he refused. "You can test drive it yourself. I have other matters." Zuya whispered into Lin Xin's ear, her voice dripping with honey. "I have thought about it. A big gift deserves a big return. But it is too big. ... Can I pay you back in installments?" "The first payment must be in a place with just the two of us." Lin Xin felt a heat rise within him. As expected of a top streamer, she knows exactly how to hook a man's curiosity. The engine roared to life. Zuya took the driver's seat. "Brother Lin Xin, could you sign an autograph for me?" "Right here. ... On my thigh." Her words made him jump as she hiked up her skirt. But what lay beneath the fabric surprised Lin Xin even more. There was already writing on her skin. "Brother Kian, sorry." She shot him a seductive glance. "Are you satisfied?" Lin Xin replied with a bored expression. "It is barely passable." The supercar sped toward the CIO hotel. Zuya stood by the car, streaming to her fans. "Hello everyone, I am in Yanjiang City. President Kian gave me a car without a second thought. I am so touched." The system chat exploded with comments. "Looks like President Mani is keeping a sugar baby. The tea goddess has fallen. I do not believe it. Our goddess cannot be bought for just a few Meanwhile, Sahan crept up to Lin Xin. "President Kian, it is like this. There is a group of elites in Yanjiang City hoping to meet you." Lin Xin did not wait. "Fine, pull me into the group." Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello, old Li." The voice on the other end chattered excitedly. Lin Xin got the message. "Our high school graduating class is holding a reunion tomorrow. Come join us." Lin Xin agreed. "Sure, I have nothing to do anyway." Old Li added a sweetener. "The literary beauty of Yanjiang will be there too." At the mention of a beauty, Lin Xin's eyes lit up. Yuan. They never spoke in high school, but everyone knew her family was filthy rich. The next day, Lin Xin arrived on his trusty electric scooter. The destination, the 5-star Maiden Hotel. truly luxurious. Classmates waved. Lin Shin is here, but seeing his ride, the atmosphere grew awkward. Oh, Lee, where did you park? I came by taxi, so I do not know the lot. Lin Shin turned to park, but clunk. Damn, it broke down. Watching from the shadows, Esahan saw his chance to carry President Qian's scooter. What an honor! What luck! Lin Shin did not waste words. Ah, thanks. He waved the assistant away. But internally, he was fuming. That idiot Zhao must have broken it when unloading it yesterday. He is paying for this. Suddenly, Bai Lian arrived in a convertible. Yo! Long time no see! Bai Lian radiated the aura of a successful winner. Brother Leon, long time no see. But Bai Lian's eyes fell on Lin Shin. Lin Shin, scooter broken. Lin Shin nodded. Yeah, I guess I pushed it too hard. Bai Lian smirked, feigning sympathy. My bad. I forgot that Maladen Hotel does not have parking for electric scooters. I did not expect any classmates to ride two-wheelers here. The sycophants immediately swarmed him. Amazing. Brother Lian, is this Porsche worth millions? Actually, this Maladen Hotel belongs to my family. What? I knew Brother Lian was rich, but not this rich. Lin Shin ignored the bootlicking. You guys go ahead. I need to park. As he pushed his scooter alone, his phone rang. Lin Shin, where are you? It is Saturday. Want to have dinner? It was Luo Yaxi. Can today? Lin Shin replied. Class reunion. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow works. It has not been convenient for me the last 2 days. Hearing this, his straight man instincts kicked in. Not convenient. Is it your period? Then take care of your health. Drink plenty of hot water. System alert: Luo Yaxi's affection increased by 2%. Progress 91%. Phase 1 complete. Spend 11 million gold coins on Luo Yaxi. 10% rebate. 1 million coins transferred. Money hit his account. Just listening to her earned me money? Lin Shin grinned. Who said drink hot water is a useless phrase? Ha! But I have still only spent 113 million. I need to spend more to win. He opened his status panel. Reward. All attributes leveled up +1. Lam Tan basked in the sensation of the reward. It was like a wave of warm water washing over his entire body. Absolutely divine and comforting. He summoned the system interface instantly. Time for the lucky draw. Let's see. A miracle. But fate played a cruel joke. The rewards were total trash. Art appreciation, rapping, and dancing. Seriously. Lam Tan wanted to scream at the sky. What kind of useless skills were these? They were completely impractical for daily life. Defeated, he trudged back toward the hotel with heavy steps. Whatever, he sighed. Class reunion first. He desperately wanted a luxury car, but the Counter-Strike funds had strict rules. Pushing the door open, he found the room already buzzing with gossip. He pulled a chair next to old Lee. Has Ha Hungu Haiyan arrived yet? But the chatter around him answered the question. Was the school beauty's family really that wealthy? Old Lee leaned in with a whisper. You don't know. Her family is scholarly, elite, strict upbringing. That's why she's so humble. Meanwhile, everyone else was busy bootlicking Tat Lian. I heard the city museum belongs to her family. That means they are filthy rich. Clearly, Lam Tan and Ha Engu Haiyan were from two completely different worlds. Let's be real, a classmate sneered. In all of Yimjiang City, only Brother Lian has the status to court her. Lam Tan sipped his wine, deaf to their noise. He didn't care about their shallow judgment. Suddenly, the door opened. Ha Engu Haiyan entered, radiating the grace of a modern-day Cinderella. Sorry, traffic was a nightmare. Every eye was glued to her presence. True to her title as the school beauty, she was flawless. Even the system rated her beauty a staggering 94 points. Tatlin's eyes practically glowed. Ingo, sit over here. He shooed the others away like flies. Make some space. But ironically, the only empty seat was right next to Lam Tan. She didn't hesitate and took the seat beside him. Lam Tan, it's been a while. He smiled warmly. I thought you'd forgotten a nobody like me. Ha ha. Her laugh was soft and melodic. I remember the name of every single classmate. Ding! The system triggered a new mission. If target favorability exceeds 90%, 10% of the Counter-Strike fund becomes the host's personal cash. And at 100 favorability, the relationship status changes permanently. Lamtan smirked internally. Step 1 was already a success, but the other classmates were seething with jealousy. How dare Lamtan sit next to the goddess? She chose him over the VIP seat. Tatlin looked ready to explode. Damn it, that guy has some nerve. He decided to strike immediately. Hey, Lamtan, where's that girlfriend who chased you for 3 years? Why didn't you bring her? We're all dying of curiosity. Lamtan remained cool as ice. We broke up the other day. The table went silent. Tatlin gasped, feigning shock. Broke up? After 3 years of chasing? Really? I think you just want a shot at Hahenguhayen, don't you? The classmates joined the mockery. That lie wouldn't even fool a child. You're acting a bit too desperate. Buddy, I thought you were honest. Lamtan, turns out you're just a scumbag player. Lamtan's face darkened. His reputation was tanking before the mission even started. Tatlin looked incredibly smug. He ignored Lamtan and turned his charm on Nguhayan. By the way, Nguhayan, aren't you interested in art and antiques? I recently acquired a Maria by David from a private collector. Would you care to take a look? Hook, line, and sinker. Her eyes lit up as she leaned in to see the masterpiece. It was Tatlin's time to shine. He sneered at Lamtan with pure arrogance. No, your place, you bottom feeder. Try to steal her attention. Again. ... And I'll make sure you never find work in this city. His face flipped like a switch back to gentleman mode. Nguhian, words can't express how much I adore this piece. There's an auction soon for the Angel's Blessing by the same artist. He hit her weak spot perfectly. She actually initiated the conversation. I didn't know you appreciated Renaissance art. May I take a closer look? Tatlin grinned like a predator. No need to be polite with me. Let me get it down for you. Internally, he scoffed. I researched this boring garbage just to get close to her. Asterisk art is so tedious. Suddenly, Lamtan crashed the party. Brother Feng, I'm also a fan of David's work. He smiled innocently. Mind if I join the viewing? Asterisk system activation. Art appreciation skill. It was time to steer this ship. Tatlin nodded, but his mind was screaming. Asterisk get lost. You idiot. You're just digging your own grave. Nguhian looked at Lamtan curiously. Since you like David too, ... Tell us your unique perspective on this piece. The rich air waited for him to fail, but the system's database flooded Lamtan's mind. Something is off. David's later works use the glazing technique, a layer of white mixed with pigment and heavy oil. It gives every stroke a distinct, misty effect. But the colors here are too heavy, too saturated. Also, David was known for softening the lines around the eyes and mouth. The lines in this painting, they're stiff and amateur. Nguhayan froze, hanging on his every word. Lamtan shot a cold, piercing glare at Tatlin. It's a shame, Brother Feng. You bought a high-end forgery. The room went dead silent. Tatlin stood there, statue. Ha! You sound convincing to the uneducated, but I know you just memorized some jargon to show off. The lackeys immediately barked in agreement. He's just bluffing. Right. Stop pretending to be an expert. Do you have his pedigree? Suddenly, a scent of flowers drifted by as Nguhian leaned in. She scrutinized the canvas. Wait a moment. I've studied David's brushwork extensively. Lamtan is right. This is definitely a high-quality replica. If the goddess said it, it had to be true. What? She turned her head, and suddenly, their faces were inches apart. A spark of electricity crackled between them, making her pull back shyly. How do you know so much about this? Lamtan stepped into the spotlight, looking solemn. It always pained me to see our cultural treasures stolen abroad. So I dedicated myself to studying art and antiques. My dream is to buy them all back and return them to our nation. It sounded noble, but Tatlin found his opening. Nice speech. You almost fooled us. But do you think mere pocket change can buy back history? Lamtan met his gaze evenly. With enough money, even the impossible becomes possible. The table erupted into mocking laughter. Hear that? Infinite money. Ha ha ha. What are you? A primary school student. Ding. Favorability increased by 5%. Nguyen smiled softly. I used to have that same impossible dream. Another dagger struck the hearts of those who mocked him. Lam Tan hadn't even answered yet. Dream? No. This is a target I will absolutely destroy. Tat Lin was ready to have a stroke from pure rage. Nguyen sat back down next to Lam Tan. Damn it! How dare he flex in front of me? I will crush your pride and show you the gap between a dragon and a worm. Suddenly, a visual feast arrived. From chocolate sculptures to Canadian beef, stewed in rare spices. The table was groaning under the luxury. The aura of wealth was suffocating. Gasps of awe erupted from the guests as the scent of money filled the air. It smells divine. I've never seen such high-class food. Tat Lin flipped his hair, acting superior. Why are our dishes different? Well, every word dripped with arrogance. This is the chef's special, omakase style, decided by a 3-star Michelin chef, so it has personality. Cooking with soul, you know. He glanced at Lam Tan's meager plate with fake sympathy. Aja, seems Lam Tan's luck isn't very good today. Is it? One of the lackeys looked confused. Wait, is that a steamed bun? What is going on here? Li Tao Nan jumped in to save the awkward mood with a sneer. Maybe it's molecular gastronomy. You know how those Michelin chefs are, making strawberry foam and ... air. Lam Tan began to eat calmly, his heart unmoved by their clown show. Indeed, it was just a plain bun and salted vegetables. No surprise there. He had predicted Feng Tat Lin would pull a stunt like this. The rich heir enjoyed his feast while firing shots. How is it tasty? If it doesn't suit your palate, I can order a remake. But that chef is an artist. He won't cook just anything instantly. Me and I immediately started waiting 2 hours for a Michelin chef is an honor. Tat Lin's ega expanded with every compliment. Exactly. Can't go to karaoke on an empty stomach. Right. Haha. Emotions ran high as she softened her voice. Karaoke later. That's wonderful. While the clowns performed, Lam Tan and Nguyen were in their own world, discussing ancient culture. The patterns on the golden mask, not just beautiful, they actually remove wrinkles. The wisdom of the ancients always amazes me. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. This man's intellect was boundless. I feel your knowledge surpasses even my professors. We must visit the museum together next time. System alert affects your level. Increase by 2%. Witnessing this scene, Tat Lian felt like he was the one being played. Rage boiled in his gut. You absolute bastard. Suddenly, his phone vibrated violently. He turned, startled. Invitation. Join the Yanjiang Crown Prince group. The message hit him like a truck. Come to think of it, Boss Jia invited him yesterday. Lam Tan opened the app and realized that he was already the main topic of conversation among the tycoons. It's Boss Tien. Jaya actually added Boss Tien. Is it really the legendary Boss Tien? Such a warm welcome made him pause. Should he send a greeting? An idea sparked, and his fingers flew across the screen. Lam Tan completely ignored the dinner, focusing all his energy on the counter. Time to show them how a real boss behaves. A moment later, a blinding notification lit up the screen. Too poor. Only have change left. Transferred to Ginbo. 18,880,000. Afraid of a misunderstanding, he added a quick note. WX won't let me send big red packets. Just sent some pocket money to a random person. By everyone, T. This move instantly shattered all doubts. Suspicion was replaced by worship and awe. A member popped up, screaming with excitement. The Crown Prince is flexing. Boss Tien is too generous. Where? Ayo! Boss! Want to come to Melon and play? Lam Tan replied calmly. I am currently at Melon. That plot twist set the chat on fire. Everyone wanted a piece of the mysterious god of wealth. Seeing his chance, Tat Lin typed with the speed of desperation, dumping his entire resume into the chat. Boss Tien, I am the young master of Milan. Feng Tat, Lin here. I will cover all your expenses today. Anything you want. It's yours. Lam Tan raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's an acquaintance. What a coincidence. He continued to play dumb in the chat. Oh, what does that mean? Tatlin thought he had hooked a big fish and puffed up his chest. Boss Tien, no need to be polite. I have nothing but hospitality. He hit send, then turned to smirk at his rival with glee. You're finished. Lam Tan, I just connected with a supreme tycoon. Once my friends arrive, I just need to whisper one complaint. Tatlin was directing his own mental movie. Come on, everyone! Drink up! In his imagination, the tycoon was already his best friend. Feng, my boy, are you upset? That imaginary question was the key to his revenge fantasy. Nothing much. Boss, just a low class. Nobody from high school giving me attitude. The script in his head was flawless. The big boss would step in. That guy, dead meat. I will erase his name from Yanjiang City. His minions would scream in terror. Who dares offend Brother Lien? My company will blacklist Lam Tan forever. Tatlin was drowning in his delusion of power, stepping on Lam Tan with borrowed authority. 3 birds with 1 stone. I am a genius. High on dopamine, he decided to spend big to boost his reputation. Everyone's done eating. Right, let's go to the karaoke room. I invited some top-tier billionaires to meet you all. The freeloader's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Brother Lane's connections are terrifying. You're so cool! Brother Lien. They moved to the Golden Hall. The atmosphere was thick with luxury and the scent of money. Tat Lian, acting the host, shook hands with the manager. First time meeting, right? Young Master Feng is so young. He maintained his friendly facade, asking the standard business questions. How is business going? The brief exchange made the crowd buzz with admiration. Brother Lin is actually introducing us to the ultra-rich. Later, I will join Brother Lian myself. After the initial pleasantries, Towat Lin eagerly introduced him to her. Ingu Hian meets CEO Thursday, the undisputed real estate king of Vimju. CEO Thursday. This is Hahangu Hayin, as a shrewd merchant from the Ha family. He knew the major players well and wasted no time making his move. Ha family, ... Ha Koimo. Miss Ha, I have the honor of knowing your father. She offered only a faint, polite smile, her eyes filled with boredom, barely deigning to look at him. Greetings. Yet, her noble aura was so overwhelming that even the real estate king had to offer a genuine compliment. Rumors of Miss Ha's beauty were certainly not exaggerated. But, as the group engaged in polite social niceties, a waiter approached, whispering a chaotic secret to Lin. Young Master Feng, excuse the interruption. He pointed toward Lam Tan, his voice trembling with hesitation. That classmate of yours ordered a bottle of Oloroso series wine. I am not sure if I should release it to him. What? His voice spiked an octave. Disdain and disgust dripped from his tone, drawing the entire crowd's attention to the commotion. Lam Tan, you dare order the Oloroso series. The old classmates descended like vultures, berating him instantly. Are you insane? Do you have any idea how astronomical the price is? Brother Lian said he is treating us, but you should not shamelessly exploit his generosity. Only Lai Dao dared to speak up in his defense, suggesting it must be a simple misunderstanding. Ignoring the firestorm around him, he calmly doubled down on his decision. There is the series wine, or whatever. It matters not. Someone else is treating me. Hearing this, Tatlin grinned from ear to ear. A perfect opportunity. He chimed in with mock enthusiasm. Is that so? Turns out Lam Tan knows a tycoon too. Well then, open it up. All eyes locked onto the uncorking of the bottle, whispers spreading like wildfire. Does a nobody like Lam Tan actually have connections with the elite? I do not know the price, the waiter mumbled. Seeing his silence, Tatlin seized the chance to humiliate him. This wine costs 250,000. If your imaginary tycoon friend cannot pay, we can arrange a coal mining job for you to work off the debt. He dropped the insult casually, intending to strike fear into the poor boy's heart. 250,000. I truly know nothing about wine, ... Inside, however, he felt a wave of regret. He thought a longer name meant a higher price tag. The antagonist continued his arrogant mockery. You look quite handsome when you are pretending to be rich. I hope you look just as good when you are miserably paying the bill. Satisfied with his bullion, Tatlin finally remembered the main event. Everyone is here, right? Didn't CEO Tian say he was at the Melon Club? Why has he not arrived? The real estate king looked at his phone, puzzled. Look, in the group chat, CEO Tian says he is in the Gold Hall. The coincidence is terrifying. He is right here. As the words left his mouth, a figure kicked open the doors, shattering the awkward atmosphere. Sahan stepped in, seeing the bustling crowd, and blinked in confusion. Oh, everyone is here. It seems I am the late arrival. His presence instantly electrified the room. CEO G, you made it. Now we are only missing CEO Tian. Tatlin extended his hand for a warm welcome. But before he could finish, the old man sprinted past him like the wind. Saihan rushed forward, shaking hands enthusiastically with Lamta. CEO Tian, give me a hug. You were here all along. I kept you waiting. I deserve to punish myself with 3 cups. This greeting froze the crowd like statues, their brains unable to process the scene. Tian. The group screamed in unified horror. Shock and disbelief washed over the two-faced minions. You are the legendary CEO Tian? Lam Tan is the boss. Deem Nguyen, who rarely followed gossip, was not panicked, just puzzled by their extreme reactions. Tatlien stood there like a broken robot, creaking around to face him, stuttering out unintelligible sounds. No, ... impossible. Lam Tan chuckled at the spectacular expression on his face, delivering the final blow. Yes, it is me. Instantly becoming the center of the universe, Lam Tan was swarmed by the real estate king's group, all desperate to curry favor. CEO Tian is so young, handsome and polite, too. Do you have a girlfriend? Let me introduce you to my sister. Meanwhile, his old high school classmates were trembling in terror. Is Lam Tan truly this filthy rich? A horde of tycoons was bootlicking him. The attitude shift was jarring, but Tatlin could not escape the shock. The tables had turned, yet he stubbornly clung to his delusion. You have all been tricked. Lam Tan's parents are just workers. He is a ragged pauper. He cannot be CEO. Sahan witnessed him insulting the boss and exploded with rage. You, Fung, shut your filthy dog mouth immediately! You are the absolute trash of the Princeling group. The old man mercilessly disciplined him, poking every sore spot he had. Lowest grades, 0 ability. Aside from burning your parents' millions, you are useless. Every investment you touch turns to ash. Every word struck like a hammer in the dead silence. Stocks plummeted. Not a single penny earned. You are a disgrace to our circle. Lam Tan sipped his wine calmly, watching Isahan vent his anger for him. You dare curse COT? Is he someone a bug like you can offend? The old man delivered the final death sentence. Kick him out of the Princeling group. Tatlin's face turned pale as death, begging for his now ruined future. Wait, before anyone could react, Lam Tan stood up, taking command of the room that reeked of money. Didn't young Master Feng say he would cover my expenses today? Bartender, bring the most expensive wine. Everyone, drink until your hearts are content, since someone else was footing the bill. The crowd instantly followed the wind without a second thought, cheering loudly. Thank you, CEO Tian. You are so generous. Everyone was joyous except Tatlin, who collapsed in despair, having lost both his dignity and his fortune. The reunion ended in thunderous applause. Thank you, Brother Tan. Thanks, Brother Lian. See you next time. Outside the building, a bodyguard waited by a supercar for the Ice Princess, Miss Ha. Seeing her ride, Nguyen took her leave. Goodbye, everyone. I will head back first. The spending power of true nobility made them feel the crushing weight of the gap between their worlds. A stretched Rolls-Royce ... I feel so inferior, so rich, yet so humble. If it were me, would be bragging to the entire world. Lin Shen stared intently at that petite silhouette, his mind racing. She was a true heiress to a massive fortune. His humble background meant nothing to her. No affection points gained. This was going to be tricky. Yet, this difficulty only fueled his conquering spirit. She was the perfect target for his system. A grin of pure delight spread across his face as he prepared to unleash the power of money. Whoa there! Suddenly, Shahan rushed over from behind with urgent news. President Yen, about those cars worth 30 or 40 million that you turned down. I found an 80 million limited edition. The only one in the country. Lin Xin glanced at the screen, his mind racing faster than his words could keep up. That is the one. Seeing the confirmation, the old man moved with electric speed. Truly, President Qian, quick decisions, quicker profits. I will process this immediately. Expect delivery in a few days. The sheer decisiveness of this multi-million-dollar deal set the bystanders whispering in awe. Unbelievable speed. He settled a massive contract in seconds. Meanwhile, our protagonist casually checked his bank balance. $1, no more, 38,370. He adopted the pose of a veteran investor. I must spend every penny of this counterattack fund right now. The night wind rustled the leaves, casting eerie shadows on the path. Under the flickering streetlight, Lin Xin spotted a familiar, trembling figure huddled on the ground. It was Liu Yizheng. The once proud beauty sat on the freezing grass, shivering in her revealing outfit, completely abandoning her dignity. Lin Xin, you are finally back. She threw herself at him, using her fragile appearance to launch a pitiful attack on his conscience. My dad's heart condition relapsed. We need 800,000 for surgery. Please, can you lend it to me? But he was sick of this script. He shot her down instantly. In 3 years, your family has been critically ill 5 times. You just want a new designer bag? Right. Not happening. Her mask crumbled, caught in her lie. Shock turned to fury. She immediately switched tactics to aggressive questioning. You gave Luo Yaxi over 10 million, but you won't give me 800,000. He scoffed. We broke up. How I spend my fortune is none of your business. Yet, she persisted with the emotional blackmail. How can you be so cruel? She sobbed, trying to extract one last drop of sympathy from their past. We split up less than a week ago. Lin Xin ignored a theatrical performance, cutting her off with brutal honesty. Thanks to you leaving, I have finally known peace. I have a date tomorrow, so get lost. Goodbye. Ye Zhang wailed, refusing to accept reality. You cannot do this to me. Affection decreased by 20%. Seeing the notification, his heart turned to ice. I thought she might have changed after the young Master Wong incident, but I was wrong. Let her affection drop. I will never waste a dime on her again. The next day arrived. The university campus bustled with students under the radiant morning sun. Unaware of the drama unfolding, Lin Xin strode forward, amused by a text message. Luo Yaxi sent a location. Is she treating me to dinner or inviting me to a trap? What a joke! She is blocking my spending spree. Suddenly, his phone buzzed violently. A notification popped up. Your followed friend is now live. Hello, Assistant Bo, here with an exclusive gift package. His annoyance vanished, replaced by the thrill of a calculated spending plan. A golden banner flashed across the screen, reeking of wealth. A heavyweight player was about to crash the server. King level 26. Poor because I have too much money. Has entered. Zuya, mid-stretch, paused to welcome the golden whale. Brother Money, shall I dance for you? You can choose the moves. The chat immediately flooded with excitement. Boss Money is here. A dance request. We want to see too. Hey, can you gift a supercar like last time? I admit. Defeat. Silence. Instead of words, gold coins drown the screen. Poor because I have too much money. Gifted God of Wealth. X1. This was the exclusive gift worth 88. The chat room exploded. This was history in the making. 88,000. Mother of God. The previous record was only 50,000. Zuya was visibly shaken by this special treatment. Thank you, Broth. Before she could finish, the system notifications went berserk. God of Wealth, Flipapulu X5, XD, X2. It was an amount of money that ordinary people could not earn in 10 lifetimes. Lin Xin tapped his screen as if throwing trash. Combo, X50, X100, X341. The bombardment stopped. Value, 300 million. Zuya sat frozen. The shock was too great. 300 million. She was drenched in sweat. Affection increased by 20%. His generosity pulled her into a sweet delirium. She blushed, voice trembling. Brother Mani. Choose any talent. I will perform a private show just for you. But before she could repay his kindness, a system message popped up. Supreme Emperor level 30. poor because I have too much money, has left the room. Zuya's fiery excitement was extinguished instantly. Lin Xin did not care about the chaos. He cheered for the cashback, spent 300 million, got 30 million back. Sweet. Meanwhile, Zuya was lost in a honeyed daze. He gave me a car to save face before, but why drop a fortune now and leave without watching me dance? Does he actually like me? Is that it? She slapped her cheeks hard to stop the dangerous train of thought. Slap. She took a deep breath, clearing the romantic clutter from her mind. Wake up, girl! Lu Zhu. Men are liars. Remember, he is just a walking wallet. I will never catch feelings. Or so she said. Secretly, she pulled up his photo, her face flushed red, eyes overflowing with longing. Just a wallet. ... Elsewhere, Lin Xin navigated to the meeting spot with Yash. Just as he arrived, a harsh voice shattered the peace. You think wearing a mask hides your ugly mug? The thug, known as Second Baldy, violently grabbed her hair, cutting off any hope of escape. Natran tried to run, but she was trapped in the circle of these ruthless looks. Desperation clawed at her throat. She looked around wildly and locked eyes with him, begging silently for salvation. But his response? A cold shoulder that froze her very soul. Her heart shattered into a million pieces. He wasn't going to save her. Stripped of dignity, Natran could only rely on herself, begging the creditor. I don't have the money yet. Give me 3 days. But Boss Nat wasn't buying it. 3 days again. Do I look stupid to you? She kept pleading, hoping for a shred of mercy. I'll go borrow it right now. But the thug just laughed, twisting the knife deeper with a sneer. Didn't you say yesterday that your boyfriend would pay up? Where is he now? The question hit a sore spot, forcing her into a painful silence as she tried to hide her grief. I hurt him. Hearing this, the thug grinned, reveling in her misery. Oh, really? Ha! Let me translate that. Nobody is lending you a dime. His insults rained down like hail, crushing her small, trembling frame. Is he a scumbag or just a coward? Call him. She could barely whisper, no. But the thug had run out of patience for this drama. Fine, he roared. She panicked as he grabbed her. What? Where are you taking me? Second Baldy gripped her other arm, zero mercy in his eyes. Shut your mouth! He squeezed harder, his voice dripping with disgusting malice. Where to? To sell you off for cash, obviously. She screamed in terror before a hand clamped over her mouth. No more. Empihaha. She scanned the crowd with pleading eyes, begging for a savior. But even the guy nearby scrambled away, terrified of getting involved with these gangsters. Pinned down by these savages, her hope faded. Nobody dares to cross us. Tears of regret finally spilled over, bitter and late. Lam Tan, I don't blame you. This is my karma for chasing vanity and greed. I regret hurting you so much. The engine roared to life, carrying her toward a dark fate. I'm sorry, Lam Tan. Just as the thug prepared to drive, a fist smashed through the glass. Glass shattered everywhere. The thugs jumped out of their skin. What the hell was that sound? Lam Tan ripped the back door open, his voice commanding like a king. Get out! To her, he looked like a descending angel, her face lighting up with overwhelming relief. Lam Tan, system alert! Affection with Lam Tan increased by 40%. But second, Baldy and Hong Tam weren't impressed, rushing in to teach him a lesson. You have a death wish, kid? But before they could land a hit, Lam Tan slapped him not with a hand, but with a massive brick of cash. His partner wasn't spared either, receiving a brutal education in economics. They stood there, jaw dropped, as a literal rain of banknotes flooded around them. His eyes were colder than ice, filled with disdain. Take the 800,000 and get lost. As the thugs scrambled to pick up the cash, the boss asked warily, Are you her boyfriend? Lam Tan's face twisted with annoyance, his patience wearing thin. I'm not. You talk too much. Just take the money and leave. Satisfied, the thug tossed Natran out of the car like a sack of potatoes. Ah! She cried out in pain. The thug, greedy to the end, sneered. Consider the extra cash payment for hitting us. Before speeding away, the dust settled, leaving Lam Tan standing in silence. It took a long moment for her to drag her heavy body up, stuttering through her tears. Lamtan, ... I'm sorry, but he walked past her as if she were air, his voice calm and distant. If you know you were wrong, then stop following me. She sobbed, watching his unyielding back fade into the distance without a single glance back. System alert. Affection increased by 10%. Emotions surged within her. Lamtan, I know I don't deserve you now, but I swear I will spend my life making up for the 3 years of pain I caused you. Later, inside a taxi weaving through traffic, Lamtan sat in the back. His phone blared with video sounds as he tapped away. Thank you for the gift. Brother Mani, watch me dance. The driver, Brother Hai, glanced in the mirror. Hey buddy, you into live streams too? Which platform? Lamtan replied indifferently, Doju, just donating a little. The driver took this as a cue to brag. I usually read the news. Have you heard of that mysterious tycoon, poor until I only have money? He just dropped 300 million on a streamer. The driver's gossip didn't slow Lamtan's fingers. Yeah, I saw. Suddenly, his phone dinged with a specific notification sound. Do you like this, Brother Money? Awkward silence filled the car, broken only by his phone. The wolf guessed you like this. Another notification popped up. The mysterious tycoon struck again on TikTok. 100 million donated. The driver's curiosity peaked as he read the alert on his own device. He switched from Doju to TikTok that fast. The sound from the back seat was loud, almost as if Lamtan wanted to be heard. The driver eyed him suspiciously, his mind racing with wild theories. He switched apps instantly. He must be grinding those free coin missions to pretend he's rich. Definitely a broke guy pretending to be a big shot. Brother Hai felt a surge of superiority. I'm not stupid enough to fall for that. I never spend a dime on streamers. He put on a fake concerned face to lecture his passenger. Listen, brother, don't let those streamers scam you. Just watch for fun. Lamtan just nodded absently. Oh, sure. His eyes were glued to the screen. Brother Money, you're here. Thank you. Another familiar notification banner flashed on TikTok. The wolf guessed you like this. System alert. The mysterious tycoon poor until only Hamani just donated another 100 million. The driver froze, a realization creeping in. The audio from the backseat changed instantly to match the notification. Lakmao recording The Good Life. The coincidence was too precise. Brother Hai turned around, risking the traffic. Just then, the phone dinged again, sealing the truth like a judge's gavel. The wolf guessed you like this. The mysterious tycoon struck again. After dropping 100 million coins on the streaming platform, his account was drained. The car swerved wildly. Passers-by yelled at him to drive safe, but Lin Chin stepped out, radiating the aura of a king. Brother Hai watched in awe, 1,000 questions burning in his mind but stuck in his throat. Was this his grand strategy? A master stroke of spending? His goal, to cast a wide net and burn through 300 million just for fun. After a moment of self-satisfaction, he realized the scenery looked oddly familiar. Wait, this is not just any random street. He scanned the high-rise buildings, Nanting Village, cheap rent for students near the university. So, Luo Yaxi lives here. Arriving at the spot, his eyes were locked on target, a silk dress hugging every curve. Then came her radiant smile. Lin Xin, over here. Her silhouette was deadly enticing, skin glowing in the light. He stood frozen, captivated, until she playfully dragged him inside. Inside, the room felt warm and cozy. He looked around, searching for the right words. Yaxi waited, eyes sparkling, expecting a compliment. Do you like it? His mind was hazy with desire, barely registering the room. I like it, he murmured, though his eyes were on her. She smiled, remembering her plan. I cooked this myself. Try it. One bite, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. The sweet and sour pork is Seeing his enjoyment, she beamed. I am glad. I have rented this place for a long time. I stay here on weekends when there are no classes. The subtle hint hung in the air, making him pause. You are the first guy to visit my room, and the first to taste my cooking. He feigned ignorance, keeping his cool, despite the implication. Is that so? My honor? To distract himself, he pointed to the balcony. Are those lilac? She blushed, caught off guard. Yes. I heard you liked the scent of lilacs, so I bought them for you. She did her homework. Alarm bells rang in his head. Wait, is she not supposed to be a gold digger? She should be swindling me for bags, not cooking and buying flowers. He quickly scanned her status panel. Is she sick? A fever maybe? But Yaxi brushed off his worry and opened her heart. I have always felt insecure. My parents divorced when I was young. She nuzzled his hand, her eyes tender and vulnerable. I thought only money could protect me. But you gave me the safety I craved. Her soft curves pressed against him. His mind went blank. Sifty, he stammered mechanically. You proved your loyalty. You gave me so much, yet asked for nothing. You are different from the other guys. She leaned into his solid chest, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. I have dated before, but I always kept my guard up. Until now. Their lips were inches apart. The air crackled with tension. But suddenly, Lin Xin pulled back as realization hit him. Affinity, 91%. She actually loves me. That explained everything. I only wanted the cashback rewards. But if the prey walks into the trap willingly, ... Why refuse? I am a man. After all, what is there to fear? His touch ignited a fire within her. You did that on purpose? She gasped, her voice trembling with heat. Sorry, too rough. She shook her head, surrendering to the moment. No, do whatever you want. Authorized to proceed, he made his move. The heat in the room spiked, but suddenly she shifted uncomfortably. My clothes are tight, ... Just then, a scream shattered the mood. Nana, I was wrong. Please don't go. The mood was ruined instantly. That voice, ... Looking down, he saw Joe Tong begging desperately. Nana, please. It really was Joe Tong. *slap. His glasses went flying across the pavement. The girl ignored his pain. She only cared about the staring crowd. Stop shouting! You are embarrassing me. She turned cold as ice. Keep screaming, and the whole school will know you are a loser. The onlookers began to whisper, thirsting for drama. Did she hit him? Wow, that slap was brutal. Joe Tong fumbled blindly for his glasses. Suddenly, a hand picked them up. Joe Tong, what is going on here? He looked up, startled. Lin Xin. He stood up shakily. Nana and I, we have been together for 6 months. Before he could finish his sob story, his eyes bulged at the goddess standing next to Lin Xin. Luo Yaxi. His stare was so intense, she hid behind Lin Xin. She invited me for dinner, Lin Xin explained quickly. Joe Tong nodded, returning to his misery. We were supposed to see a movie. But then, she demanded a Chanel bag. I told her I was broke, and she exploded. Yaxi peeked out from behind Lin Xin. Wait, you are Chun Nessa's boyfriend. I heard she is already dating a rich guy. Lin Xin's jaw dropped. What? Joe Tong had been wearing the hat of shame all along. Impossible. There is no way Na would betray me. But Nahai didn't even care to argue, her voice dripping with cruel certainty. Believe what you want, but the intel from our sisterhood has never been wrong. That green hat landed on your head so fast it made you dizzy. Yet he kept mumbling, I don't believe it. I just don't. Seeing his friend unraveling, Lamtan stepped in with a sharp, calculated plan to settle the chaos. Try this. Call Tranne. Say you have a makeup gift. Meanwhile, we'll verify if that man is with her. With cold confidence, he set the stage to expose her true face. Under the dim yellow light, smoke swirled in the silent air. Tadlin sat exposed, cigarette in hand, his brow furrowed deep in a valley of torment. MMN. Tuvan leaned in, her voice soft with worry. Brother Liane, what is weighing on your soul? Her words broke the dam, releasing a flood of suppressed grievance. Sigh. I just don't know if my life can ever turn around from this wretched point. His mind drifted back to that humiliating banquet. He was nearly exiled from the circle. Only Lamtan's mercy allowed him to stay. But now, the group chat ignores him like a ghost. The silence is suffocating. If this continues, he will surely fall into the abyss. It was living hell. Suddenly, The phone on the nightstand buzzed, shattering his spiral of despair. He scanned the screen, eyes widening with every word. Whatever it was, it made him leap up, ecstatic as if he had won the lottery. Ha ha ha! My time for redemption has arrived. It was a message from Lamtan in the Elite Air Group. Who here owns a shopping center? I need to borrow a commercial plaza to assist a friend. The moment the request dropped, he wasn't the only one moving. The chat exploded. Everyone threw their properties at him. Brother Tan, my family runs Silver Moon Plaza nearby. You are always welcome. The chaotic bidding war ended with a mutually beneficial deal between Lamtan and Tat Lian. Silver Moon Plaza is perfect. It is close. Sorry to trouble you, young Master Fang. Thank you, Brother Tan. I promised to handle it perfectly. And just like that, the stage was set. The next day, Tat Lin drove a supercar with 2 vans, explaining the mission. I am meeting the boss to discuss plans. Come along, broaden your horizons. She gasped, thrilled by this once-in-a-lifetime chance to see the legendary Tycoon. Meanwhile, he was silently calculating his next move. Bringing her was a strategic play. To prove to Lamtan, he harbored no delusional thoughts about Miss Guhayan anymore. Moments later, he pulled up to a crowded sidewalk stall. We have arrived. The location the boss sent is right here. She beamed, expecting luxury. The legendary Tycoon, here. Tat Lin raised a brow, looked toward a corner, and smiled with conviction. That is him. Following his gaze, she saw Lamtan in trousers and flip-flops, casually enjoying a cheap meal. Her eyes nearly popped out at the simplicity. That is the boss. But Tat Lin, having learned his lesson, viewed him through a heavy filter of reverence. So handsome. Even in this lowly place, he shines like a firefly in the dark. Truly distinct. She quickly adjusted her expression. Truly outstanding. He didn't hesitate, striding over with eager words. Brother Tan, you control millions, yet dine in such a humble spot. What can I say? Impeccable taste. Lamtan took the praise without arrogance, responding with practiced politeness. Oh, young Master Feng, the rice rolls here are cheap and delicious. Try some. Then, to Silver Moon Plaza. We will talk on the way. No time to waste. Understood, boss. Under the glaring sun, the city bustled with energy. Crowds poured into the luxurious Silver Moon Plaza. Shodong hid in a corner, eyes glued to the entrance, waiting for Tran. The script played over and over in his mind. According to plan, Ailurna at Lanahai will trick the guy here. I just need to see if they are truly lovers. He didn't wait long. True Saku appeared, walking right to her. Their eyes met. And ignoring the crowd, they swapped spit in a brazen display that shattered his last defense. No ... It is actually true. How could this be happening? Rage peaked. Shodong stormed over, blocking their path, demanding answers. Tren, nah, you betrayed me for this old fossil. Facing the naive question, the old man's face twisted with disdain. Is this the poor boyfriend you mentioned? He immediately signaled for protection. The massive frame of Brother Hai filled their vision. Brother Chu, what is wrong? Relying on his backup, Chu shamelessly twisted the truth. Someone here is causing trouble and ruining my shopping experience. Shodong gasped, stunned by the blatant slander. Excuse me? The guard flexed his rippling muscles, voice menacing. Sir, I am going to have to ask you to leave. He flinched, voice dropping an octave, but stood his ground. I am not making trouble. That is my girlfriend. But Trana clung to the old man, scoffing. Ha ha! What nonsense! Brother Sikachu, here is my only boyfriend. His sincerity was trampled into the dirt without mercy. The brutal truth made Shodong scream in anguish. Nah, why are you doing this to me? Our 6 months mean nothing compared to a stranger. Yet, she showed no guilt, only scornful blame. Do you still not get it? He is a VIP. That is why he gets respect. Being your girlfriend means poverty. I have to think about my future. Hugging the beauty, Chu fired another sarcastic shot. Kid, at your age, forget dating. Go make money. Find a 20-year-old when you are 40. Capiche? He watched them spew insults, powerless and weak. No, it shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, Tatlin drifted his car in like an action hero, ending the bullying. CHU was still bragging about his connections, unaware of what was coming. That sleek sports car over there? It belongs to young Master Feng, the owner of the Meridian Hotel and this very Silver Moon Plaza. You have done plenty of business with him. Remember? Tran Nei immediately chimed in with her empty flattery, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. Wow, honey, you are amazing. Her confidence soared as young Master Feng approached. Wow, young Master Feng is here. I must go greet him. Xiachu noticed the gaze directed his way and swelled with arrogant pride. Of course, he is definitely here. For me. Filled with delusional glee, Xiachu proactively reached out his hand for a warm greeting. Young Master Funge. But young Master Feng completely ignored him. Instead, he pounced on Shoudong with a brotherly embrace. Bosyo, are you here to inspect the shopping center's operations? He kept talking with increasing enthusiasm, throwing an arm around his shoulder while painting a bright future. I truly hope you will consider investing this time. We still have 2 more shopping malls up for development. Do you know how long I have been dying to work with you? Those words made the shameless couple's eyes nearly pop out of their jaws hit the floor. Boss show, investing in young Master Feng, but the shock was far from over. Suddenly, the stunning Tu Van appeared like a goddess of fire. I hate that you made everyone wait for you. Brother Show, she pressed close to him, her voice sweet as honey. You promised to buy me any new bag from Balenciaga. You are getting me the newly released spring collection, right? Tran Na refused to believe reality, her mouth twitching in denial. How can Shoudong be that rich? He cannot even afford brand-name cosmetics. The beauty cast a cold, sharp glance and delivered a stinging insult. Is your face even worth Boss Show spending money on? The woman was so furious, she could not utter a single word. Shoudong, who had been bewildered this entire time, finally noticed a familiar figure in the distance. Lam Tan stood on the sidelines, his confident gaze calming Shoudong's anxiety. He called these people to help me. Realizing this, Shoudong switched into successful CEO mode instantly. I was inspecting the shopping environment, but this man has severely ruined my experience. Apparently, he claims to be a VIP client here. He certainly has a smooth tongue. Young Master Feng sneered, asserting his dominance. Him, worthy. He drags down the image of my mall. Security, call the director. Cancel his VIP card and make him pay 2 million yuan in damages. Throw him out. Brother Hyde immediately obeyed his boss's command. Yes, young Master Feng, the declaration cut off all business ties, making Xiachu scream in panic. Whew. He ruthlessly shoved Tran Na aside, ignoring her pained cry. His mind raced to salvage the situation. This is bad. I offended young Master Feng for a woman like her. My business is finished. He quickly put on a fawning expression, hoping to quell the anger. Boss Show, young Master Feng, it is a misunderstanding. I did not know. Boss Show, I apologize. Please, just treat me like a fart and let me go. It was the first time Shoudong had seen such a shameless display. He could not help but sneer. Is that so? I smelled something foul earlier. Turns out it was just you. A man who looked like the director came running in a panic. Seizing the moment, young Master Feng delivered the final verdict. I understand. Director, memorize these 2 faces. Put them on the blacklist. They are banned from Silver Moon Plaza forever. The winds of fate had truly shifted. Now, those immoral wretches were suffering the oppression they deserved. Brother Show, don't. But he felt no pity, returning every insult he had received. Watch your health. At your old age, if you fall, you might never get up again. Tran Na lost her arrogant beauty and wailed loudly. What should we do, honey? Seeing the situation was hopeless, CHU switched to a mask of disdain. HMPH. My company is famous in Yanjiang. Who cares about one young Master Feng? I have plenty of other connections. Let's go. But as if to block his path, a fleet of supercars roared to a halt. Familiar faces of the city's top elites emerged from the cars, stepping out while playfully bickering. You arrived so fast. Young Mistuyu are punctual to. Do not dare try to steal the credit from me. The scummy couple turned as green as banana leaves. Chu stammered in shock. These are the top second-generation heirs of Yanjian. Why are they all here? The CEOs quickened their pace. As expected, they had come to curry favor with Shodong. Is this young Master Shou? They immediately started scolding young Master Feng. Why did you not say anything? How could you hog such a golden opportunity for yourself? You must let me handle it next time. Having scored big points today, he beamed with pride. Helping Boss Qian is always my pleasure. But who was the real mastermind today? After laughing, their eyes turned cold as they glared at the ignorant fool standing there. Pierced by their sharp gazes, Siku felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, frozen, stiff. Facing the silent wrath of these titans, he wanted to faint right there. His mind screamed only one thing. I am finished. I am absolutely dead. After that legendary face-slapping session, Shodong turned to give a fist bump. Thanks, brother, Lam Tan responded without hesitation. We are brothers. No need for thanks. The important thing is that you got your revenge. But Shodong was still curious. How do you know so many wealthy people? He waved his hand, inventing a quick lie. They are just extras. They run small businesses and have an acting club. Shodong actually believed him, nodding wisely. Oh, I see. He walked away, waving goodbye. I am heading back to school. I will bring you some fried rice tonight, Tan shouted after him, instinctively. Okay, remember to add spicy duck neck. Meanwhile, the so-called extras gathered, whispering in awe. Is this really Boss Qian? He looked so simple, yet unfathomable. Boss Qian surely has his reasons. Their eyes lingered on his retreating figure. Lam Tan stepped forward, his face glowing with charisma. Thanks for the help, everyone. I will treat you all to spicy hot pot. The group responded in unison. Sounds great. Thank you, Boss Qian. Spicy hot pot. Young Master Feng seized the chance, his voice smooth as silk. Boss Qian is joking. Let's go to my bar on the 7th floor instead. Young Master Thursday laughed heartily. Then this round is on you. Boss Qian simply smirked, replying with cool indifference. That was certainly the plan. Yet, a silent prayer echoed in his mind. I have never stepped foot in a luxury lounge before. Surely, the price tag would not be lethal. Moments later, the group arrived at the glittering Moon Spariv Plaza, inside a private suite dripping with opulence. S.A. Han broke the silence, her voice dripping with honeyed sweetness. President Mani earned 100 million in a single stroke yesterday. In just 24 hours, his platform's growth crushed an entire quarter's targets. A young heir nearby immediately joined the chorus of praise. Compared to President Mani, I feel like a mere speck of dust. The air grew heavy with sycophancy, the atmosphere buzzing with wild speculations straight out of a fan fiction. I suspect our president is the hidden heir of the city's greatest tycoon. Sehechuna, seated nearby, chimed in with a look of pure delight. Regardless, their connections were now secured. Only Shudi noticed the unnatural silence of Nayan. Yan, why the silence? You are just drowning your sorrows in alcohol. As if peering into her soul, he launched into a lecture. It is not that I refuse to help, but your project is an exorbitant waste of resources. A startup cannot handle this. Just bow to your father or charm President Money. Buy bags, travel, enjoy life. But she slammed her glass down, her voice cutting through the air like a blade of ice. In my dictionary, the word surrender does not exist. Nayon turned away, eyes blazing with resolve. Fine. If you cowards fear my father and refuse a loan, I will simply ask President Mani myself. Sahan lowered her voice, witnessing the scene. Yan is stubborn as a mule, but even President Mani would not throw cash at that bizarre project of hers. Shudi could only sigh, convinced of her inevitable failure. The room's energy shifted instantly, the crowd turning back to worship at the altar of Lin Xin. I opened the hottest VIP club in the city. Exclusive shows every night. If it gets too loud, we take my private yacht. I will send a car for you tomorrow. President, money. Fancy a game of poker? I need an investor. He sat like a king amidst a sea of offered drinks, his gaze indifferent as he scanned the faces before him. Suffocated by their enthusiasm, he shook his head with a polite refusal. Your projects sound delightful, but I prefer spending wealth over investing it. However, his inner thoughts told a different story. You workaholics really know how to waste life. Suddenly, a pair of stunning long legs strode into his view, accompanied by a voice dripping with allure. President Money loves to spend. Perfect. Neon leaned in close to Lin, smiling as if bestowing a divine blessing. Then how about throwing some capital my way? Her audacity ignited the crowd's fury. Shudi roared in anger. Damn it! Tijeha nahi! And you are causing a scene again. Another voice chimed in. He gave you 10 million last time. Is it gone already? Bowtie immediately intervened. President, ignore her. She is chasing madness. Anyone who touches that project goes bankrupt. Before he could finish, a fist connected with his face. Shut your trap. After the chaos settled, Lin finally spoke up. You are Yan Bao from the group chat, correct? Do you require my investment? Suddenly, the system's chime rang out like a bell from heaven. Target of high beauty detected. Counterattack mission initiated. Nyon, 25 years old, 172 centimeters. Current favorability, 10%. Reach 94, gold rebate. Reach 100 to rewrite destiny. Reading the holographic data, Lin eyes shimmered with greed. A chance for fortune and beauty, served on a silver platter. This was an opportunity he could not refuse. Nyan locked eyes with him, her expression dead serious. I am developing processor chips. Esehan shrieked, as if strung at. Absurd! Did you hear that nonsense? President, she is hallucinating. But she did not flinch at the mockery. The academic theory is sound. My company has developed this for over a year. It is just a minor technical glitch. Bowtie, nursing his swollen face, cut in fearlessly. Sounds logical, but she has already incinerated billions on it. If she pulls this off, she would win a Nobel Prize. Before he could boast further, she gagged him and delivered a swift, elegant kick. Get lost. Nayeon then slithered next to Lin, her voice light as a feather. So, President Money, do you wish to invest? Yet, doubt lingered in her heart. Will he mock me like the rest? Naturally, he would never disappoint a beauty. His eyes gleamed with absolute confidence. Processor chips are a magnificent venture. The West dominates this field. If this succeeds, our nation gains a weapon to challenge the global giants. I cast my vote for this project. His words slapped the entire room into silence. Jaws dropped in unison. What? A vote? Nyan stared at him in disbelief. You agree? Just like that? Without researching my company, without calculating the astronomical risks. You could lose a fortune. Lin merely smirked, calm as a still lake. Research is unnecessary. I am transferring 500 million immediately. If you burn through it, just tell me. We can sign the papers later. In this room of pretenders, you are the only one speaking the language of ambition. His words gently caressed the most fragile part of her heart. Suddenly, her phone chimed. 500 million received. Staring at the astronomical figure, her mind reeled. He actually did it. She looked at Lin with eyes full of wonder. He believes I can succeed. Right? On cue. The mechanical voice of the system confirmed the victory. Favorability increased by 20%. His casual decisiveness left the room gasping for air. Truly worthy of the title, President Money. Only the ultra-rich dare to gamble 500 million so recklessly. He treats money like paper. He spent $500 million just to see her smile. Having dropped the bomb, Lin decided to make a tactical retreat. I just remembered urgent business. We shall speak later. Good luck, Yanbo. Bowtie, still in shock, nodded furiously. Yes, go ahead, President. Nyan stood frozen, her eyes following his retreating figure, feeling a strange flutter in her chest. Moments later, the waiter dropped the hammer. The bill for tonight is 330,000. Silence. Who will be settling this? A voice trembled. Didn't President Money say it was his treat? He ran away. The realization hit them like a ton of bricks. The group immediately began mental gymnastics. A billionaire forgetting a bill is normal. President Mooney does not concern himself with such pocket change. Meanwhile, Lin was sprinting for his life, his majestic aura completely gone. That expensive. I am broke. Whoever pays that bill is the real sucker. A few days later, At a luxurious villa, Nayeon cycled leisurely, her figure casting a stunning silhouette against the morning sun. She was working out while taking the call, but the voice on the other end sounded skeptical about the news. He only said one sentence. She grinned, wiping sweat from her brow. I still can't believe he actually invested. Nayeon murmured thoughtfully. He really is. A unique man? Eng Haen smiled warmly through the phone. Well, regardless of his methods, congratulations are in order. The biggest mountain blocking your startup path, financiers, has finally been leveled. Nayeon suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, that's right!" Her mind drifted back to the dark days, remembering the fierce opposition from her family. Her father wouldn't even listen to her proposal. How could he reject me so coldly? He had raged at her. "I don't need you starting a business. We have a family empire ready for you. Just take over. I'm freezing your cards until you stop this nonsense." She remembered the humiliation of begging every uncle, cousin, and relative she had, only to be met with cold shoulders and slammed doors. "Niece, your father already spoke to us. What more do you want? Just stay home like a good girl. You're a woman, finding a husband is your only job." Those words only fueled the fire in her soul. "I will succeed. Watch me." Eng Haen soothed her. "I believe in you." Then Neon quickly switched topics, realizing she had been rambling. "So, hi, Eng Haen. You mentioned the high school reunion earlier. How did that go?" Eng Haen replied calmly, "I thought it would be a boring gathering, but a certain classmate surprised me. His appraisal skills, they might even rival my teachers." Neon giggled mischievously. "Oh-ho, Hayan, are you actually interested in a boy? The sun must be rising in the west. Thinking about him already. Is he handsome?" Eng Haen wasn't one to lose a verbal spar. She retorted coolly, "Aren't you the one obsessing over a man right now? That mysterious investor who trusts you unconditionally and throws money at you." Nayeon panicked, flushing red. Who says I care? So annoying. Just then, the housekeeper announced, "Miss, it's time to leave." Anji Haen gave a fun hum. Her mother approached, her voice soft but laced with heavy pressure. "Remember, Eng Haeyong, young Master Tall, is a future shareholder of the museum. You must get closer to him for the family's sake." Eng Haen wore a mask of indifference, having heard this lecture 1,000 times. Yes, mother. Meanwhile, at the university boys' dorm, Lam Tan walked in, only to be stopped by a wheeze, LMTN. He turned to see Eng Chu flattened on the bed, his face beet red. "Bro, what happened to you?" The guy gasped out, struggling to speak. "Fever. Can you cover my shift today? Sorry to add, I'll give you the day's wage, $150. Lam Tan waved it off immediately. "Forget it. Just rest up and get better. Uniforms in the usual spot. Keep your money, kid." NG Chu groaned a weak agreement but still tried to argue. Ice in quotes. M. Your father, Lam Tan, didn't bother arguing with the delirious patient. He thought NG Chu works nights at the Vimjiang Museum 3 times a week. Since the other guys are scared of the dark, I'm the designated sub when he's sick. He dressed quickly and headed out, shouting back one last time, "I'm off to work." Don't wander around. NG Cheha, paralyzed in bed, mustered a final whisper, "Get lost." A while later, at the Vimhan Museum, Lam Tan slumped behind the counter, bored out of his mind. So slow ... Why is nobody here today? Did someone book the whole place? Might as well support some streamers while I wait. Just as he dropped a super gift for a cute streamer, a luxury car screeched to a halt outside. Mr. Money is back. "Thanks for the super gift. Love you." Totun stepped out of the car, arrogance radiating from him like a bad perfume. A secretary trailed behind him. Deichimno rushed out, bowing and scraping. "Hello, Mr. Tio. Elda H has been waiting upstairs for you." Teotu and smirked. "Humph. Lead the way." He strutted in like he owned the building. But barely a few steps in, he stopped dead. A furious bark echoed through the hall, aimed right at the reception desk. "Did the museum hire a blind man? Can't you see a VIP standing here? Stand up and greet me." Lam Tan lazily got to his feet. My bad. Welcome, sir." Deichimno jumped in to de-escalate the situation. "Apologies, Mr. Teo. He's just a temp student," the secretary sneered. Look at that cheap bracelet. He's destined to be a lowly guard forever. Tycoon glared, eyes sharp as daggers. That apology had no soul. Didn't your school teach you to bow 90 degrees? Lamtan didn't flinch, firing back calmly. Actually, sir, my school taught us never to judge a person superficially. Dechimno turned pale, practically diving between them. Hey, shut your mouth! Tycoon exploded with rage. You dare lecture me, a poor rat like you. Filthy mouth. Filthy words. I don't want to see his face here tomorrow. Dechimno stammered, sweating bullets. But, Mr. Toe, we're short-staffed. ... We still need... The tyrant roared like a king on a throne. Silence. Even Director H listens to me. Who is this? Nobody. Fire him immediately. Seeing reason was useless, Dechimno swallowed his pride. Mr. Tao, please, this way. Director Howitz. Lamtan watched them go, feeling a pang of anxiety. Crap. Did I just lose Angachur's job? Then it clicked. Wait, Director is this museum owned by Yizheng Haiyan's family? I need to find her and explain. Inside the VIP gallery, surrounded by treasures, Kim Yu welcomed the guest with a smile. Welcome, Mr. Tor. Uncle Mu, Tycoon played, the humble nephew. I'm always happy to support the arts. Truly admirable. The elder turned to Eng Haiyan, his face growing serious. Haiyan, give Mr. Ta a private tour of the museum. She nodded gracefully. Yes, father. As she passed, he whispered, his investment is vital. Don't mess this up. Eng Haiyan kept her mask on, voice polite and distant. Mr. Tao, please follow me. Let me show you our finest pieces. Teotu and smirked his eyes, scanning her body like she was just another antique to be bought. Lead on. I'm all eyes. They stopped before a framed calligraphy. Engam Haiyan gestured elegantly. This is the only surviving manuscript from the poet god of the Thames dynasty. Over 2,000 characters, capturing the sorrow of parting friends. Her eyes lit up, a genuine smile, finally, breaking through her mask. You can feel his heartbeat in every stroke. Seeing her guard down, Tycoon let his creepiness show, his hand sliding toward her shoulder. Beautiful! Simply exquisite. Yuan immediately swatted his hand away, her face darkening like a storm cloud. What do you think you're doing? Kaojan didn't look the least bit ashamed. In fact, he feigned total innocence. My apologies, Yuan. You just look so stunning, I couldn't help myself. I simply lost control for a moment. Hearing this, she snapped, her voice rising in anger. I've been watching you. You have zero interest in these cultural treasures. Why on earth do you want to invest in this museum? The scumbag chuckled, his tone dripping with hidden meaning. If it makes money, does it matter if I'm interested? Profit is the only passion I need. Yuan glared at him with pure resentment. If you did even a second of research, you'd know. These artifacts are priceless. Their value cannot be measured by dirty money. I can't believe father let someone like you invest. Cao Jun dropped the mask, revealing his true, arrogant face. Miss Xia, are you living in a fairy tale? However, that naivety gives you a unique charm. Other women lack. I like it. Before she could react, he turned to Kai Mao, barking orders like an emperor. Fine. Let me show you what the real world looks like. Uncle Mao, this museum is mediocre, but I'll buy it for 6 billion. On one condition, Yuan must marry me. The ultimatum made Kai Mao freeze, his expression filled with awkward hesitation. Young Master Chao, that is a bit extreme. Yuan immediately fought back, grinding out every word. Keep dreaming, she screamed, her eyes burning with fire. I will never marry you. Dad, tell him to get out. The old man hesitated, blinded by the 6 billion figure. Li Min looked even more anxious. Honey, Kai Mao finally spoke, his voice heavy and aged by a decade in seconds. Juan, things have reached a critical point. I have to tell you the truth. The Red Flame Museum has been bleeding money for 2 years. We're on the brink of total collapse. Young Master Cao isn't here to invest. He's here for a hostile takeover. The word struck her like a bolt of lightning, leaving her frozen in place. What? Cao Jun smirked, cutting in as if he were a god bestowing a blessing. I know you've exhausted every other option. I am your last hope, aren't I? Relax. Once your daughter marries me, you'll live a life far better than this. Yu Xuan couldn't believe her ears, her voice trembling. Mom, are you really going to sell me to this man? Li Min burst into tears, her face a mess of sorrow. I'm sorry, Juan. I'm useless. But this choice is yours, thought Kai Mao whispered weakly. Juan, I don't want to marry you off randomly. But if we don't sell to Kaojan, we go bankrupt. Every word felt like a dagger plunging into her heart, draining the color from her face. Most of these artifacts would be scavenged by greedy merchants or lost forever in the black market. Worse, her parents would suffer in poverty. She denied it in her heart. No, this can't be happening. Memories from the past suddenly flooded back like a waterfall. Daddy, look, these artifacts are so pretty. Our Juan is so smart, appreciating art at such a young age. Each piece holds the blood, sweat, and tears of a master craftsman. Though they are different, they are all priceless treasures. Yu Xuan still remembered how her eyes sparkled the first time she saw these wonders. I can see the soul of the craftsman in them. But as she grew up, the ugly whispers of the wealthy elite began to poison her ears. Last month I flipped an impressionist painting for 60,000 profit. Last year I bought a jade pill in the black market for pennies. Now it's worth millions. Since childhood, she had despised people like that. Having money, but zero respect for history, opening their mouths only to discuss prices. Even as an adult, the men who approached her were no better. Yu Xuan, this Chanel perfume costs 5,000. Only this scent suits your aura. Yu Xuan, want to ride in my $2 million sports car? She had always looked down on them, thinking money wasn't everything. But now, facing the worst moment of her life, she whispered as if surrendering to fate. I always thought I was right. She had tried so hard to believe in those ideals while lost in this chaotic world. Yet, facing reality, those beliefs were as fragile as glass. Sensing the tension, Kaojan seized the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Yu Xuan, don't worry. After we marry, I'll treat you well. Just give me a son, and I'll buy you your own museum to play with. All right? She fought to suppress the nausea rising in her chest, staring at a precious calligraphy scroll. For the sake of the museum, she had to accept this absurd condition. I understand. The moment she spoke, Kai Mao couldn't hide his joy. Juan, my good daughter, you've finally grown up. Sign the contract now. In another room, where the atmosphere was suffocatingly solemn, Shen A announced formally. The moment both parties sign, this contract becomes legally binding. No changes allowed. Kai Mao chimed in, his voice sickly sweet. He is truly generous. I have no objections to this contract at all. Xuan will surely be happy marrying you. Li Min stood by, gently handing over the pen. Come on, be a good girl. Sign it, quickly. Kaojan wore a wicked grin, as if victory was already in the palm of his hand. Yu Xuan's hand shook as she placed the pen on the paper. I'll sign. But the tip hovered in midair, refusing to descend. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill. But in that desperate second, the door slammed open. Lin Xin strolled in casually, like a hero summoned by destiny itself. I heard someone wants to buy the museum. Lin Xin walked in with his head held high, shocking everyone in the room. Yu Xuan looked up at him with empty, hopeless eyes. Lin Xin? Kaojan flew into a rage instantly, pointing a shaking finger. You again, you bastard. Guards? Where are the guards? Someone kick this trash out for me. Shen quickly stood up to explain, sweating nervously. Mr. Cao, he is the guard. He's the only one on the night shift. Hearing that, the villain grew even angrier, raising his leg to deliver a vicious kick. You son of a... But before his foot could do any damage, his face met a fist of justice, sending 2 teeth flying into orbit. What followed was a landing that couldn't have been more pathetic. His face smashed directly into the floor, accompanied by a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Yet, his ego was intact enough to keep screaming, "You bastard! You dare hit me! I'll fire you! I'll sue you and make sure you rot in prison." Lin Xin didn't bother responding to the barking dog. He simply walked silently toward Yu Xuan, who was still standing there, stunned and soulless. He gently reached out, wiping away the tear rolling down her cheek. The tender gesture startled her, causing a sudden blush. Kai Mao and his wife witnessed the scene and shouted in unison, "Juan Juan, do you know this person?" Recovering from the shock, Yu Juan replied softly, "His name is Lin Xin. He was my classmate in high school." Hearing this, the old man immediately scolded her. A high school classmate. A boy his age should be in university, not dropping out to be a security guard. Do you understand? Since he doesn't know the situation, I'll let it slide, apologize to Mr. Cao, and pay for damages. But before the old man could finish his lecture, Lin Xin had already snatched the contract and tore it to shreds. The sudden outburst froze the entire room. Contract. Kai Mao collapsed to the floor, trembling as he gathered the shredded paper. "What are you doing?" Before the old man could scold him, Lin Xin dropped the bomb. "I'll buy this museum right now. For 10 billion, Cao Jun laughed, like he'd heard the joke of the century. "Keep dreaming. Trash. Where would a security guard get 10 billion? If you do, I'll eat dirt right here." Lin Xin frowned, waving him off like a fly. "I've heard big talk before, usually followed by excuses." "Yu Juan, is your classmate actually rich?" her mother asked, voice trembling with anxiety. Yu Juan was clueless too. I don't know." Suddenly, the thug pulled out his phone to call for backup. "Hey, get the boys to Yangjiang Museum. Some punk is asking for a beating." Yu Juan watched, her heart racing with worry. "Lin Xin, what are you planning?" "You shouldn't be here." Kai Mao seized the chance to negotiate, realizing Lin Xin was only here for his daughter. "I'll be straight. Drop 10 billion plus a 500 million investment and the museum, and Yu Juan are yours." Cao Jun jumped up, furious at being sidelined. The old man ignored the shouts, pricing his own daughter like cheap goods. "If Mr. Lin can't pay, I stick to the original plan. Cao Jun only needs to pay 6 billion first. Everything goes to him." Lin Xin scoffed at the blatant greed. "At least you know your place, old man." Shen Ah slid the papers over. "Mr. Lin, updated contract. Only the price and names changed. The terms remain." He scanned the pages. Thousands of words, but they all screamed one thing: selling my daughter. Cao Jun hovered nearby, spewing insults, trying to shatter the guy's confidence and ruin the mood. "Don't think being broke saves you. My guys are coming. You're leaving here with broken bones, regardless." The screaming made his head spin. Damn, it's annoying. Wait, ... What is this feeling? What's happening to me? His gaze locked onto a painting, a lonely willow, cold wind, and spilled wine, a scene of ancient sorrow. He touched the canvas, feeling a soul-deep connection. The artifact was speaking to him. The true power of a relic. Silence fell over the room. Suddenly he shouted, "Rewrite the contract!" His eyes pierced straight through Shen. 4 eyes. "Write this down." The lawyer stuttered, panic setting in. "Mr. Lin, you can't just change the terms." Kai Mao frowned. "No discounts. Not a penny less." Lin Xin smirked, calm amidst the chaos. 10 billion for the building, not the artifacts. The declaration made everyone gasp, unable to believe their own ears. What? His next words melted Yu Juan's heart. This painting and every relic remain the property of the Ha family. They are priceless. Lin Xin stepped forward, his aura silencing the room, blocking anyone from interrupting. Yu Juan loves these treasures. She keeps management rights. "I'm just a walleter. Major shareholder. The owner of Yanjiang Museum is Ha Yu Juan. Put her name on it." He turned to her with a genuine look. "Need money? Call me. Any trouble? Call me." Asterisk. Ding. System alert. Affection increased by 20%. He swiped the card like buying a coffee. 10 billion. The machine beeped transaction successful, shocking everyone into silence. Pay ... in full. Cao Jun trembled, his mind reeling. 10 billion instantly. This guy is terrifyingly rich. Yu Juan whispered, clearly moved. "Why ... Why do this for me?" He smiled brightly. "Remember what I told you? I vowed to bring our lost history home, and it isn't for sale to the highest bidder." Cao Jun slammed the table in a rage. "You bought this dump just to show off in front of me. That junk isn't worth much. You want real artifacts? Come to the Japan auction next month." he screamed, desperate to save face. The 1,000-mile map and glazed guanyin are there. Billions each. I dare you to come, unless you're just all talk. He gave a careless shrug. Challenge accepted. Whoever chickens out is a grandson. Cao Jun shut up and bolt outside. His lackey asked, Boss, do we still beat him up? Beat him! Run! Idiot! Inside, he panicked. Who carries 10 billion cash? He's a monster. I admit defeat today. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A stern voice spoke from the other end. Cao-jan, did you secure the museum? The Kamada family needs that base for our East Asian collection. He turned pale. Sorry, Mr. Kameda. Everything was fine until a rich brat stole the deal last second. Cao Jun quickly lied to save his own pathetic face. But don't worry. I lured him to the auction next month. You can crush him personally there, sir. Kameda laughed, intrigued. Interesting. As the Chinese say, true gold fears no fire. What belongs to me will return to me. Relieved he wasn't being yelled at, Cao Jun bragged. Exactly. Let's see him survive your power, Mr. Kamada. Back inside, the mood had shifted completely. Kai Mao bowed low. Contract signed, Mr. Lin is our savior and owner. The old man switched to bootlicking mode instantly. Thank you for saving the Ha family from disaster. Hyen, have a drink with Brother Lin. Lyman squeezed into the conversation. Thank you, Brother Lin. Can my family treat you to dinner at the Grand Hao Van restaurant? He shut her down instantly, cold as ice. Pass. I have a night shift. Eating alone suits me fine. Her eyes went wide with shock. Oh, Brother Lin. Ngu Han giggled at his nonchalant attitude. Ding. The system chimed instantly. Affection score increased by 10%. She trailed behind him like a puppy, whispering, Lin Shin, are you really leaving for Japan next month? He replied, coolly, obviously. Do I look like a comedian to you? Hearing this, a different kind of smile graced her lips, not her usual beam, but a soft, trusting expression. When that time comes, ... Can I go with you? The next morning, sunlight flooded the lecture halls. Lin Shin walked in, yawning like a zombie. Last night's museum shift had turned into a midnight talk-yawn with Xia Henguhian. His mind kept replaying the finale of that night. Specifically, the moment she accidentally drifted off to dreamland right beside him. The consequence: 2 dark panda circles. Under his eyes, he'd only snagged 2 hours of sleep. As he entered looking like death warmed over, Yaxi approached with deep concern. Lin Shin, are you okay? Insomnia. But Yizheng cut in immediately. It was a blatant tug-of-war that the gossip-hungry crowd couldn't ignore. What's this? Drama time! The spectators grabbed their popcorn. Yaxi struck first, her fingers gently grazing the dark circles under his eyes. Sleep deprivation is dangerous. Why not skip class and rest at my apartment? A move that combined flirting and territory marking. Yizheng frowned instantly. Luo Yaxi, stop with the terrible ideas. Education comes first. Lin Xin, I'll be sitting next to you during the lecture. She put on a shy expression, her offer dripping with calculated sweetness. You can use my lap as a pillow. That way, you can rest while listening. But her acts only disgusted Lin Xin. He snapped coldly. Why are you here again? I already told you. But she cut him off before he could finish. I remember every word. She maintained her facade of sincerity, keeping her voice soft. But I can't control my heart. I truly love you now. I don't care about money. Yizheng didn't hesitate, pulled out a paper crane. Can't we start over? She held the crane like a sacred relic of her promise. This time, I swear, I'll cherish you and make up for every mistake I made in the past. The sudden confession made the crowd erupt. Whoa, a public confession. Say yes. She stood there, soothing her ego with a pathetic, naive delusion. Back then, you folded 999 cranes for me, and I tossed them. You must have been heartbroken. So, I folded this one with my own hands. However, the system notification betrayed her instantly. Affection score 86%. Lin Chen laughed continuously at the sight. You dare claim true love while that 86% shines over your head. He turned to leave, his patience hitting zero. In his mind, he knew Liu Yizheng wasn't the sentimental type. She was only chasing him now because her pride couldn't handle the rejection. She stared at his retreating back, completely failing to grasp the situation. While the two girls were locked in a staring contest, intense enough to spark lightning, the lecturer kicked the door open. "Class is starting! Everyone, to your seats!" The moment class ended, the hallway jammed with people. Lin Xin strode out, flanked by two stunning beauties on either side. "Yeah," she smiled with sugary sweetness. "Lin Xin, my room is soundproof, perfect for catching up on sleep." Yizheng immediately activated her green tea mode. "Yaxi, really? He's not your boyfriend, dragging a guy to your room so casually. That's not very proper." Yaxi parried Diata instantly with a sweet, venomous tone. "Zheng, Ling, Xin and I have a special bond. Plus, he's single now. Aren't you just a ex? Rest assured, I'll take good care of him." The air between them began to sizzle with hostility. Neither backed down, firing verbal bullets back and forth. "He's just mad at me, right? He still helped me before. True, he values justice. He'd help an injured stray dog or cat, too. But Zheng, a wise horse, doesn't graze on old grass. Unless that grass is delicious, right?" They bickered relentlessly, fighting over Lin Xin, while the crowd watched the drama unfold. Meanwhile, the protagonist was getting a headache from this endless loop. "If you two want to fight, leave me out of it. I don't want to be famous for this nonsense." Suddenly, the roar of an engine tore through the air. A girl in a sleek supercar drifted in, cutting the wind like a blade. The terrifying speed forced the crowd to scatter, and in that chaotic split second, Lin Xin vanished from the scene. When his senses returned, he realized he was resting on someone's silky white thighs. Zuya smiled down at him, radiant as the morning sun. "Brother Lin, you didn't get hurt, did you?" Whoa! Inside the speeding luxury car, Lin Xin was in a rather compromising position. "I should sit up, ... But she didn't mind. Her eyes locked on the road ahead. No rush. Just rest a bit longer." Hearing that, he shamelessly snuggled closer into those soft, pale thighs. "Thanks. Your timing was Zuya giggled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Does this rescue come with a reward?" Without hesitation, he replied as if he'd rehearsed it. "Absolutely." She lit up like she'd struck gold. "Then, please, put that in writing for me." Back at school, Yizheng's face went pale as she watched the car disappear. "Who was that?" She just snatched Lin Xin away, right under everyone's noses. The crowd exploded into gossip. "That was a Ferrari and $30 million. Who was that girl? Too fast to see." "I thought Lin Xin was a simp. How did he bag a rich heiress?" Yizheng's face twisted into a mask of ugly jealousy, teeth grinding. "Another one. Once these gold diggers find out Lin Xin is wealthy, they'll all swarm him. How disgusting." Just then, Yaxi spoke up, her voice dripping with sarcasm and smug victory. "You ignored his feelings before, and now he's out of your league. Regret it. Too bad. You missed your chance." Yizheng snapped, losing her temper. "Luo Yaxi, don't get cocky. A super-rich heiress took him. Someone way above us. Even if he has a new fling, it won't be you." But she just tilted her head back, gloating. "Ha! Lin Xin and I have already made substantial progress. Those flashy, shallow vixens can't compare to what we have." Her eyes popped wide open, disbelief written all over her face. "What? ... What did you just say?" Snapping completely, she lunged straight at Jack. "What kind of dirty trick did you use? You witch, how far have you and Lin Xin actually gone?" But the other girl just gave a mysterious grin, looking like she had just won the lottery. "You want to know? I'm not telling." "Keep guessing if you're so curious." She turned and walked away with a triumphant laugh, leaving Yizheng suffocating in rage. That little vixen is definitely lying to me. I refuse to believe it. But her mind immediately flooded with wild theories. Lin Xin is so simple. How long can he last under that kind of siege? She stomped her foot, grinding dry leaves into dust, fueling her determination. "No, I can't afford to be passive anymore." Yizheng's face shifted to supreme confidence, as if she had calculated everything. I am Lin Xin's ex. I know his tastes like the back of my hand. Lin Xin, you can only belong to me. Suddenly, a system interface materialized in mid-air. Favorability plus 4%, total 90%, counterattack phase 1 complete, 10% rebate of 80,000 yuan transferred. The notification made Lin Xin jump out of his skin. Holy crap! What just happened? Liu Yizheng played herself. The system panel glowed brighter and lines of text cascaded down. Reward, all attributes plus 1. Current level 3. Strength, physique, agility, and intelligence increased. He could feel the power surging through every fiber of his body. This feels amazing. But the system wasn't done yet. A new selection screen popped up. Choose one of 3 skills within the time limit. Long distance running rank B, swimming rank B, or high jump rank D. The options made Lin Xin hesitate. These skill ranks are kind of low. Maybe because my base stats are already boosted from the cash rebate. I don't really need running. He didn't waste any more time. He made his final decision. I choose swimming mastery. Instantly, knowledge flooded his brain. Chest, back, and arm G felt every muscle fiber hardening. But unknowingly, a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows. Zheng Tang stood on the balcony, his expression unreadable. Eyes locked onto Lin Xin like a predator. A student council member approached, looking awkward. President, the meeting is starting. Inside the room, gossip was buzzing. Have you heard? It's about Lin Xin, Liu Yizheng, and Luo Yaxi again. Even the campus princess is involved this time. Man, I wish I saw it live. Zheng Tang grit his teeth as the words hit his ears. That damn Lin Xin again. Shoving down his rage, he marched to the front of the room. His voice is... Zhenjiang University is known for its academic excellence. Yet, we have a male student entangled with 2 females, causing a scene and driving a supercar on campus. The scandal has spread everywhere. Suddenly, he turned his sharp gaze to Zhou He. Student Zhou, these troublemakers are from your literature department, aren't they? The guy flinched under the pressure. Yes, that's right. The guy is Lin Xin, and the girl is... But Zheng Tang cut him off before he could finish. The former president praised you highly. Zhou, he said you're serious and efficient. I expect you to live up to that reputation. Zhou, he shot up from his chair and bowed 90 degrees. Thank you for your trust, President. Lin Xin's behavior is unacceptable. I will deal with him immediately. Zheng Tang put on a mask of righteousness, though his intentions were vile. Now, no need to be too harsh. We serve the students, as long as he sincerely admits his mistake. ... And promises not to do it again. That's enough. Right, Zhou? He nodded vigorously. You are absolutely right, President. I'll get on it right away. The next afternoon, Wu Zi walked beside him, fuming. The student council is way out of line. A warning wasn't enough. They sentenced you to clean the swimming pool for a whole semester. But Lin Xin just smiled effortlessly. It's fine. Honestly, I did break the rules by speeding on campus grounds. He paused for a second, a playful glint in his eyes. Besides, this punishment actually has its perks. Wu Zi stopped dead, eyes wide at the paradise before them. Whoa, look at all the beauties in the swim team. In the crystal blue water, Yuqi admired the glowing porcelain skin of the girl in front of her. Zhao Yu, your figure is literally perfection. The compliment made the girl blush slightly. Stop it! Don't be weird. Yuqi wasn't letting her off the hook. She glanced back and whispered, Hey, look at Yang Li over there. He hasn't taken his eyes off you. He's been chasing you for ages. Zhao Yu shrugged, completely indifferent. So what? Her friend laughed. Zhao Yu, your standards are in the stratosphere. What kind of guy is actually good enough for you? She smirked, giving a half-joking answer. Someone who can swim faster than me. Yuqi rolled her eyes at the impossible requirement. You're kidding, right? You're a national rank 1 swimmer. Nobody in this school can beat you. You just don't want a boyfriend, do you? Nearby, 2 girls were giggling and whispering. Hey, look over there. It's Lin Xin. He's super famous lately. Everyone is talking about him. The gossip reached Zhao Yu's ears. She scoffed internally. Hiampiha, just another boring attention seeker. Suddenly, a sharp pain seized her calf. Her eyes widened in panic. A cramp now, but I warmed up properly. She tried to scream. Help! The girls by the poolside saw her bobbing head and misunderstood completely. Wow! Look at Zhao Yu diving. Her technique is amazing. But beneath the surface, Zhao Yu was fighting for her life, terror gripping her heart. Oh God, am I going to die here? Lin Shin's sharp eyes caught the flailing arm. Not good. She's drowning. Without a second of hesitation, he launched himself into the pool. Yang Li finally realized something was wrong and screamed, Zhao Yu! But before he could even move, Lin Shin was already cutting through the water like a human torpedo, closing in on the struggling girl. In a split second, Lin Shin was there. One arm hooked securely around her waist, while the other cupped her face to keep her head above water. Disoriented and panicked, Zhao Yu thrashed wildly. Let me go. Don't touch me, you pervert. He tightened his grip, his voice commanding. Shut up and breathe. As she stopped struggling, he stroked powerfully with one arm, dragging them both toward safety. Stop moving. I'm getting you out of here. Even as a professional swimmer, Zhao Yu stared at him, absolutely stunned by his power. So fast, he caught me with a single hand. Buried against this iron heart shoulder, her cheeks burned crimson. Her heart screamed. Asterisk, I have never been this close to a boy before. Finally, safe on dry land, little Yu gasped for air, her lungs burning. The crowd instantly swarmed around them in a chaotic wave of concern. Lin Shin lifted his shirt to wipe his face, revealing a legendary 8. He dropped a cool warning. Be careful next time, before turning his back like a lone wolf. Yu Zi rushed over, voice trembling. Little Yu, are you all right? Yang Li let out a heavy sigh. Little Yu, you nearly gave us a heart attack. The whispers exploded into a roar. That guy swam like a torpedo. Did he break a record? I got it on video. Posting this. Now it's going to blow up. Little Yu's voice was soft as a bunny. Is his name ... Lin Shin? Yu Zi nodded instantly. The infamous scumbag Lin Shin. Though, I admit, he has the looks. He saved your life and swims like a god. Isn't he exactly your type? Then she paused, noticing her friend's face, blooming like a spring flower. Hey, why is your face so red? Yu Zi was clueless, but Yang Li saw the sparks of a crush and ground his teeth in jealousy. Little Yu, you're hopeless. Meanwhile, the video of the rescue was spreading through the internet like wildfire with a clickbait title. Netizens were losing their minds. Isn't that Lin Shin so handsome? He shattered world records. Did the danger unlock his hidden potential? Zheng Tang scrolled past the post, and his expression turned demonic. He looked ready to tear someone apart with his bare hands. Damn it, Lin Shin, glaring at the vial in his hand with malice. A dark scheme formed. Asterisk, I will absolutely destroy you. A few days later, the school grand ball was in full swing. Laughter and music filled the air as the youth celebrated. The student council really went all out, even a VIP box. Everyone looked stunning. I want to invite Yaxi to dance. But a mocking voice cut through the hope. Keep dreaming. Yaxi is obsessed with Lin Shin lately. And so is Yizheng. Suddenly, a hush fell. Look! The queens have arrived. Aren't they love rivals? Why are they walking together? That is, the complex battlefield of female friendship. We mortals wouldn't understand. Yeah, she smiled sweetly, but her words were poisoned daggers. Zhen Zheng, you look cute, but since Lin Shin's heart isn't yours, isn't all this makeup a waste? Ye Zheng wasn't weak. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Thanks for the concern. Yaxi, enjoy tonight, because after this, ... everything changes. She didn't wait for a reply and walked off. Her roommate whispered, suspicious. What kind of scheme is she plotting now? Yeah. She brushed it off. Forget her. I need to cut this steak for Lin Shin so he can eat the moment he arrives. Tonight, the first dance is mine. Ye Zhen glanced back with cold eyes, mocking her internal monologue. Asterisk, always trying the gentle, virtuous wife route. Asterisk, Luo Yaxi. Do you really think I don't see through your little game? She swayed her hips, confident that men are creatures of instinct, not virtue. She marched toward a potential threat nearby, ready to crush it. A few steps away, little Yu was innocent and oblivious. She stretched her neck, scanning the crowd for her savior. Why isn't Lin Xin here yet? I just want to thank him officially. Hopefully he won't misunderstand, and maybe I can get his number. She sipped her drink nervously. The memory of his embrace flooded back, turning her face into a ripe tomato. If he hadn't saved me, ... Yizheng deliberately slammed into her. Her eyes were dark with malice. Asterisk, who is this nobody? Just a charity case trying to climb? Yet, she forced a smile. Oh, hello there. The sudden voice made little Yu jump out of her skin. Ha! She blinked, confused. Who might you be? Who am I? She leaned in, asserting total dominance. I am Lin Xin's girlfriend, Liu Yizheng. Haven't you heard of me? The words shattered little Yu's tiny hope instantly. Seeing her falter, Yizheng pressed the attack to mark her territory. My Lin Xin is just too kind and warm-hearted, always picking up strays. She smirked with arrogant pride. He begged me for 3 years before I finally agreed to date him. Oops. Why am I telling you this? We are just so in love. She stepped closer, invading little Yu's personal space with aggressive confidence. So, no need to thank him. She deliberately bumped her ample curves against little Yu's modest chest, laughing falsely. Because tonight, he's busy. ... With me? Yizheng's face twisted into a villainous glare. Do you understand your place now? Little Yu's blue eyes widened in terror. Like a frightened rabbit, she trembled and backed away. I understand. Yizheng stood tall like a victor, *humph, trying to compete with me. Suddenly, the system chimed. Favorability increased by 1%. Back at the dorm, Lin Xin stared at the holographic screen. Liu Yizheng, 91%. He was baffled. It went up. Why? Do points just grow on trees now? His roommate muttered, then turned serious. Regarding that event, I think you might have offended the wrong person. Interesting. Spit it out. Moments later, Lin Xin strode toward the ball, looking sharp. His mind racing about the student council president. Wei Jintang. That hypocrite only targets people he hates. Even Zhang Hao got dragged into it. Fine then. I'll meet this clown at the festival myself. His phone lit up with a message from the class monitor. Lin Xin, get down to the ball. Now, the president organized a reward ceremony for your heroics. Lin Xin smirked, his eyes sharp. Asterisk, a reward. This smells like a trap. Asterisk, if you don't cross me, I won't cross you. But tonight, Zheng Tang, we play. Nearby, Yang Li lurked in the bushes, gripping a brick tight. I've waited for this moment. His jealousy was eating him alive. That day, it should have been me saving little Yu. The fame, the girlet, should all be mine. Veins bulged on his hand as he squeezed the brick. He ground his teeth, consumed by pure, pathetic malice. You dare steal my glory and my woman. I will break you. With eyes burning with insanity, he lunged, a brick aimed straight at Lin Xin's skull, intending to crush him when he least expected it. Let's see you steal her with a broken head. But reality was cruel. Lin Xin moved faster than the eye could follow, leaving only a blurring afterimage in the air. Before Yang Li could even process the movement, an iron grip clamped onto his skull. The gloating look on his face instantly froze into sheer terror. Boom! Without mercy, he slammed the ambusher's face directly into the concrete. Only then did Lin Xin recognize the trash beneath him. Oh, it is you, the classmate of that girl? His expression turned cold as ice. Why did you attack me? Yang Li, trembling, stuttered and tried to shift the blame in a pathetic display. You ... You ruined my face. You stole my credit and my woman. Lin Xin raised an eyebrow in genuine confusion. Your woman? He had no idea who this delusional guy was obsessing over. Zhao Yu. I chased her for ages with no result, but she blushes just because you forgot her name. The jealousy in his voice was thick enough to choke on. I should have just forced myself on that bit, losing all patience with this filth. Lin Xin ground the guy's face into the dirt again, nearly popping his eyes out of their sockets. Like tossing away a used tissue, he threw Yang Li into a pile of garbage nearby. Trash belongs in the dump. After all, he turned and walked away without looking back. Meanwhile, the school dance hall was alive with pulsing lights and heavy beats. Seeing Lin Xin finally arrive, Yaxi's face lit up like the sun as she rushed over. His sharp appearance instantly drew the hungry gazes of several beauties nearby. Yaxi quickly claimed her territory, asking softly, "Lin Xin, what took you so long?" He gave a mysterious smile. "I just stopped to watch a little comedy show." Though confused, she didn't pry. "Well, the show has been waiting. I want to dance with you." He indulged her immediately. As they swayed to the music, Yaxi looked at him with eyes full of honey and adoration, whispering in surprise, "Lin Xin, I didn't know you could dance like this." He kept a calm exterior, but internally, his nose was high in the air with pride. Boosting all his attributes really paid off. They moved in perfect harmony, a match made in heaven that drew envious stares from the entire hall. The moment round one ended, a sultry lady approached. Handsome. Care for a dance. Yaxi immediately activated main wife mode, blocking her path with a cold smile. "Sorry, little sister, but I'm not done dancing with him. You can wait over there." But the newcomer wasn't one to back down easily. "Oh, you sound out of breath, big sister. Maybe you should go rest your old bones." Before Yaxi could explode, a swarm of girls surrounded Lin Xin like bees, finding a flower. "Brother Lin, dance with me." "No, me." Yeah, she was fuming, while the surrounding guys gritted their teeth, crying tears of blood in pure jealousy. Is saving people a cheat code for picking up girls now? Damn it! Wasn't he known as the school's biggest loser? When did he become a harem protagonist? Dao Nan spat with envy. The president even promised him a reward. Does he deserve it? Hatan nodded aggressively, chiming in like a loyal lackey. That's right, the president is too kind. Suddenly, Zhang Tang appeared, holding 2 drinks and wearing a fake smile. Now, don't be like that. Student Lin is a hero. Remember? He handed a can to Lin Xin. The school needs role models like you. I am Zhang Tang, student council president on behalf of everyone. Let me toast to you. Lin Xin didn't take it immediately. His eyes narrowed, scanning the drink with the sharp instincts of a predator sensing a trap. Seeing the hesitation, the president asked politely, "What's wrong?" Tao Nam immediately jumped in to add pressure. "The president is toasting you. Are you refusing to give him face?" Ignoring the noise, Lin Xin decided to play along and took the drink. "Since the president invites me personally, how could I refuse?" He drained the can in one go. Zhang Tang's smile widened, hiding a dagger behind his lips. Wow, what a drinker! Hong Mi swooned, while the guys in the back muttered, "It's just soda. What's so cool about that?" Only she felt a pinch of worry. Is he okay? No one noticed the sinister glint in Zhang Tang's eyes. The prank was officially in motion. Putting on his act of a righteous gentleman, the president said, "Student Lin, actually, I have an important matter to discuss with you regarding the student council. Please, this way." Lin Xin, seemingly dropping his guard, nodded. "All right, let's have a chat then." He led Lin Xin to a deserted meeting room. The lights were off, creating a suffocating, gloomy atmosphere, perfect for dirty deeds. As they entered, Lin Xin froze. He didn't see the villainous smirk behind him because his eyes were locked on Zhao, lying unconscious on the sofa. Something was very wrong. "Isn't that the girl from the pool?" Her face was flushed, an unnatural red. Lin Xin stepped closer, his brow furrowing. "She seems to have a fever. ... double quotes. Suddenly, the world spun. Ooh, my head. He stumbled, collapsing right on top of Zhao Yu as consciousness faded. Seeing his plan succeed perfectly, Zhang Tang grinned like a devil. Excellent. Everything is ready. He slipped out, locking the door with a triumphant sneer. Enjoy your night, Lin Xin. Back at the dance floor, the crowd was getting restless, craning their necks for the main event. Hey, where's the prize giving? Why hasn't it started yet? Zhang Tang took the stage, clearing his throat. Calm down, everyone. Lin Xin will be joining us shortly. Asterisk, the aphrodisiac should have driven him mad by now. Asterisk, that drug is strong enough to take down an elephant, let alone a human. He waved his hand dramatically to grab their attention. Student Lin wanted to give his speech remotely. Please, turn your attention to the big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Xin. The crowd looked up with bated breath. A few seconds later, Yaxi's eyes went wide, filled with horror as if she were witnessing the end of the world. What? On the massive screen, two figures were entangled in a primal rhythm. The sound of heavy, desperate breathing echoed through the silent hall. Someone pointed and shouted, "President! Look!" Zheng Tang turned around, feigning utter shock. "Oh my God! Lin Xin, what on earth are you doing?" His voice was comically loud, ensuring everyone heard. "This is a live broadcast. I know you're a player, but couldn't you control your lust for 5 minutes?" The hall erupted into chaos. "What a repulsive piece of filth. Security, drag him to the interrogation room immediately. Just looking at him burns my eyes." The male student seized the opportunity to spread venomous gossip. "I always knew Lam Tan was nothing but trash wrapped in human skin. He grew up poor, a classic frog at the bottom of the well. He just got lucky, saving a beauty, and now he thinks he can play the field." Lam Lo joined the crusade, shouting as if he were the divine voice of justice itself. This is complete moral bankruptcy. One look at his face tells you he's villain material. Doesn't he flirt with every girl he sees? He is a certified high-grade. Decades of pent-up jealousy finally found an outlet as a mob of young men stepped forward, demanding Lam Tan's head. Vimjiang University. Can a harbor refuse? Like Lam Tan? Get him out. Meanwhile, Qin Duang put on an award-winning performance, bowing his head in feigned sorrow. "Lam Tan, you have truly let me down." Seeing their beloved president so heartbroken, the crowd united in a deafening roar to boycott the protagonist. That's right. "Kick this degenerate out of Vimjiang University. Expel him! Expel him!" The chant grew louder. Expulsion! Expulsion! In the chaos, no one noticed the twisted look of delight spreading across the president's face. Exactly. He threw his head back and laughed internally like the supreme ruler of mankind, basking in the euphoria of absolute control. This was the result he wanted. This was the terrifying charisma of the student council president. This was the joy of crushing an ant beneath one's boot. But just as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch of execution, Lam Tan's voice suddenly cut through the noise of the auditorium. "It seems I have missed quite the theatrical performance." Seeing his steady figure stepping onto the red carpet, Qin Duang stood frozen, eyes popping out as he stared at the person who was supposed to be trapped. Blood vessels burst in the villain's eyes. The danger radar in his heart began screaming a frantic warning of impending doom. In the sudden frozen silence of the hall, the protagonist walked forward slowly and offered a calm explanation. "I just went for a bio break. Why is it so lively in here? Who are we screaming to expel today?" Lam Tan dropped a casual hint, his voice dripping with irony. "What's the matter? Why does the president look so terrified to see me?" Smelling the scent of fresh drama, whispers began to ripple through the crowd once more. "What is happening? What is going on?" Qin Duang's face turned as green as a banana leaf, stammering in self-doubt. If he is standing here, then who the hell is inside that room?" The protagonist replied with a chilling smirk on his lips. "How would I know? Isn't this the special program the president arranged for us?" At that precise moment, the camera zoomed in, revealing the full body of the person in the room, causing the audience to gasp in shock. "Look! The man turning around! That's not Lam Tan." On the big screen, Duong Lai was passionately caressing a mannequin, whispering in a vulgar tone. "Is that comfortable, little fish? You promise you'll never leave me again, right? You naughty girl? Finally being honest with me." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Who is that guy? I recognize him." That's Duong Lai. He's been stalking Tu and Gu for ages. Why is he the one in there? Lam Tan silently watched the broadcast, his thoughts drifting back to the events of 10 minutes ago. The moment he detected the aphrodisiac, the system activated his passive level 3 body detoxification skill, instantly neutralizing the drug's effects. With a passive cooldown of 12 hours, he had seen through Qin Duang's demonic plot the moment he stepped into the room. An unconscious girl, a hidden camera, and a locked door. It was a classic trap. However, against his level 3 strength, that locked door was as flimsy as a sheet of paper. He kicked it open without mercy and carried Tiu and Gu out of the meeting room. Lam Tan executed his counterplan methodically. The girl had been heavily drugged and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He quietly placed her in the women's restroom. a safe zone where neither Qin Duong nor his lackeys would dare to search. Then he returned to the trash heap, dragged the dead-drunk Duong Lai out, and cast him as the stunt double. He was actually quite pleased with his directorial decision. It was a masterpiece of method acting. The drunkard's unconscious performance was flawless. After tossing him into the meeting room, Lam Tan force-fed the remaining spiked drink to the alcoholic lackey. The actors were in position, since the president put so much effort into arranging this grand play. How could Lam Tan let all that hard work go to waste? Lam Tan even kindly arranged a wrestling partner for him. A plastic mannequin he swiped from the changing room, complete with a matching wig. Everything fell into place. He snapped his fingers, mentally cheering. Let the games begin. Back in the present video, Duong Lai was still plowing the fields with enthusiasm. Am I strong? Huh? Tu Engu. Look how amazing I am. Lam Tan nudged the villain's shoulder, joking casually. Wow. That guy talks a big game. But why is he fighting with a plastic mannequin? Wait, is he taking his pants off? That's not what I did. Qin Duong was thunderstruck, mumbling incoherently. No more. He seemed to lose his mind, screaming, impossible. This cannot be happening. I clearly saw you fall on top of Tueng. Seeing the villain expose his own guilt, Lam Tan looked at him with disdain. Did he just confess, without being tortured? Unfortunately for the villain, everyone below the stage heard Qin Duong's slip of the tongue loud and clear. Jaws dropped in collective shock. Lam Tan seized the chance to steer the narrative. Come on now, tell me in great detail. How exactly did you see me fall on Tueng? Qin Duong stood frozen, silenced by fear. The protagonist stepped closer, his expression radiating murderous intent. You were speaking so eloquently just a moment ago. Why have you gone mute? Just then, a short, chubby figure suddenly appeared at the door. Tan Min rushed in with a face like a demon, opening his mouth to spew insults immediately. The students erupted as if they had met their savior. It's Director Ton. Thank goodness. It was Director Ton of the Literature Department. Oldest and strictest teacher in the school. However, reality was about to slap them in the face. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lam Tan and shouted, "You aren't even a class monitor! How dare you question the president? Someone with zero ambition like you has no right." Is it so strange for the president to mistake a person? Being scolded unreasonably, Lam Tan simply raised an eyebrow to counterattack. Mistaken identity. He claimed he saw me fall on her. How do you intend to justify that lie, teacher? The teacher ignored Qin Duong's mistake and arrogantly shifted the blame. The president works tirelessly and deserves a certificate of merit. You didn't listen? And you're making a scene? Ruining the school's atmosphere. You must be punished to quell everyone's anger. At the same time, the group of lackeys in the student council exchanged sneers, plotting to add fuel to the fire. Danam waved his hand aggressively, shouting, committing such a huge crime and only getting a I don't accept it. On behalf of the president. This is Sanjay. Lam Lo stood next to him, chiming in with agitated excitement. Lam Tan must be suspended immediately. Make him drop out. If not, the public will be outraged. Tropo! 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 The masses were led by the nose, like cattle, chanting in unison for a boycott. Expel him! Expel him! Amidst the crowd calling for a protest, only Nahai looked around in confusion, realizing something was wrong. What is happening to them? It's obvious the president framed Lam Tan. Seeing the tide turning back in his favor, the villain patted Lam Tan's shoulder, revealing a twisted, ugly expression. The director is bought by me. The students below and the student council are all my people. How do you intend to fight me? Not stopping there, he pointed at Lam Tan and prepared to deliver the final frame-up. Lam Tan attempted to make a break for it, but the disciplinary committee swarmed him like vultures. The Red Armband squad saw their chance and pounced immediately. Though they exerted the strength of 9 bulls to drag him, he stood immovable as a mountain statue. Qin Duong seized the moment, rushing in to crush him into dust. Yes, just like that. Resist a little more, and I'll have the perfect excuse to cripple you. But suddenly, a hand intercepted his strike with godlike speed, freezing the smirk on his face. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Despite being restrained, Lam Tan hoisted the villain into the air with a single hand. a cold smile playing on his lips. What is the rush? The real show is just beginning. Tunmin, desperate to protect his paymaster, roared at the guards. Arrest him. This scoundrel is assaulting a student. Security, subdue him now. Wave after wave attacked, testing Lamtan's patience. Suddenly, a voice boomed like thunder through the chaos, commanding absolute silence. The crowd froze as Principal Vinjaya made a grand entrance, flanked by Tatlin and Trinhao. His presence demanded instant respect. Tunmin wore a sycophantic smile, sweating bullets. Principal, what brings you here personally? The principal ignored the pleasantries, his face like granite. If I were a second later, this disaster would be irreversible. Mistaking this for support, Tunmin immediately snitched on Lamtan. This student has ruined the school's reputation. We decided to expel him, but his behavior is so atrocious. We must detain him first. The principal's rage boiled over. He raised his cane and drummed it against Tunmin's head like a monk striking a wooden fish. Ouch! As the villain nursed his pig-like face, the principal unleashed his fury. Bad reputation. A corrupt teacher accepting bribes is the real stain on this institution. Chinduang panic interrupted. Principal, you are mistaken. Lamtan is the mastermind here. Director Tun only came to assist me. Fueled by old grudges, Trinhao silenced him with a devastating kick to the mouth. You have no right to speak. Desperate, Tunmin dropped to his knees to play his trump card. Principal, he is the young master of the VE family. His father donated the VA Kwang building, even at death's door. The fool could not read the room. The principal shoved him to the ground in disgust. Tatnin stood by Lamtan's side and scoffed. Is that supposed to be a big donation? Director Tun's jaw hit the floor as he realized the connection. You, ... You are young Master Feng. The Feng family was a titan on the university board of directors. So you and Lamtan are... The principal ignored his stammering and delivered the verdict. VA Chinduang bribed a teacher and disgraced VMjiang University. The board has spoken. You are both expelled and relieved of your duties, effective immediately. He turned to the protagonist, beaming with pride. Fortunately, we have a brilliant student like Lamtan. He exposed the darkness and restored our honor. He is truly the light of this school. The two sinners collapsed, faces drained of blood. The surrounding students began to murmur in confusion. Wait, the president and Director Tun are the villains. Were we deceived all along? As chaos brewed, Lamtan stepped up to reveal the truth. Direct your eyes to the screen. The footage from 40 minutes ago played, showing the victim drinking the spiked beverage without suspicion. Chinduang, arrogant and unguarded, gloated to the hidden camera. Lamtan, you will never know who destroyed you, even from the grave. Heavens, why am I so perfect? The student council, the entire school, they are all just servants meant to worship me. As his true nature was laid bare, the crowd's confusion turned to blazing fury. He is absolute trash. What a disappointment. That beast? How dared he manipulate us? Rage reached its boiling point as students began hurling objects and insults at the fallen idol. I always knew he was a snake. We need to expose him, expel him, and throw him in prison. But first, let's beat him to a pulp. Chinduang trembled on his knees, his eyes losing their light as his empire crumbled around him. Gone. ... Everything is gone. It is all Lamtan's fault. Snapping completely, he pulled a hidden knife and lunged. Die with me, Lamtan. With a casual leg sweep, Lamtan sent him sprawling. He snatched the deadly weapon from the air with a single hand, effortless as breathing. His voice was gentle, but his eyes were ice. Mr. President, your time on stage is over. He tossed the villain off the platform, right into the center of the angry mob. Terror seized Chinduang as the students encircled him. They pounced like hungry tigers, ready to tear their prey apart without mercy. You like putting on a show? Let's see you act now. His agonizing screams echoed through the hall. No more. Stop. In a blink, the dashing prince was reduced to a ragged beggar. Curses rained down on him. You call yourself a president. But the punishment was far from over. He dared to drug a girl, send him to prison. Meanwhile, Lamtan turned to the headmaster. Principal, the student council needs new leadership immediately. Principal Vianjaya nodded in agreement. Indeed. He turned to the hero of the hour with a warm smile. Student Lamtan, your bravery purged this school of evil. Will you accept the position of student council president? The crowd erupted in cheers. Endorsed by the principal, that is legendary. He is ascending to the heavens in a single step. I support him. But Lamtan remained calm, bowing respectfully. Thank you for the honor, principal. However, Trin Hao was the one who discovered the plot, and young Master Feng alerted you. Without them, the outcome would have been catastrophic. He continued his persuasion. Trin Hao was a capable leader before the former president suppressed him. He possesses both the background and the ability to lead. There is no one better suited for the role. Internally, however, he sighed to his friend. Being president is too much work. I wouldn't dare take it. The crowd went into a frenzy. He turned down such power. How noble! Lamtan is a true man. If anyone speaks ill of him again, they'll have to answer to me. Senior Lamtan is so cool. From a distance, Natran watched the scene unfold, her face flushing a deep crimson. He is so outstanding, truly worthy of being my man. Trin Hao, wanting to keep the momentum going, stepped up to address the crowd. The ball continued its lively rhythm. Seeing matters settled, Lin Xin turned his back on the festivities. His priority was elsewhere. He needed to check if Zhao Yu had awakened. The restroom was enveloped in an eerie silence. Not a single sound echoed, making even the faintest breath feel deafeningly loud. His eyes scanned for Zhao Yu's figure, a hand brushing his hair in anxiety, seeing her still unconscious. He urgently called her name, completely missing the predator lurking above. Zhao Yu, Zhao Yu. Just how much sedative did they dose you with? Suddenly, his instinct screamed danger as a strange, sweet fragrance filled the air. What is this? Aparisan. The moment Lin Xin slumped forward, the trap was sprung. Yi Zheng revealed herself, a triumphant smirk curving her lips. She prowled toward him, using all her strength to hoist his heavy frame. Without wasting a second, she straddled him and tore through her own evening gown. This dress is nothing but a hindrance. Her eyes softened with predatory affection. Lin Xin, finally, you belong to me. Having captured her heart's desire, Yi Zheng couldn't suppress her moans of delight. But remembering the audience, she roughly seized Zhao Yu's chin. You wretch, open your eyes and watch. Lin Xin is my man now, and you will never have him. Then, flipping her mood faster than a page, she turned back to caress him gently. Lin Xin, I'll never leave your side again. Just then, he snapped awake with terrifying clarity, his strong arms hoisting her effortlessly into the air. Yi Zheng stared, gasping for air, barely able to stammer. Wait, hold on. Lin Xin. Panic set in as she realized his movements were becoming erratic. Lin Xin, he isn't in his right mind. Deaf to her words, Lin Xin accelerated his pace, making her tremble. Is this primal instinct taking over? Damn it, the urge. Wait, hang on. As the climax approached, her face burned crimson, and her gaze lost focus. The air grew thick, with a chaotic, steaming tension evident to anyone nearby. Suddenly, sanity snapped back into place. His eyes went wide with shock, struggling to process the scene before him. He scanned his surroundings instinctively. What on earth just happened? Seeing Yi Zheng collapsed on the floor, it hit him. Liu Yizheng. Damn it! This was a charm drug. Fury erupted within him as he ruffled his hair in frustration. This crazy woman. My passive poison resistance hasn't fully recovered, and she dared pull this stunt. Despicable. Wasting no time, he threw Yi Zheng over his shoulder. His hand came down in a merciless barrage of spanks upon her backside. Damn it, take this lesson. If you weren't unconscious, I'd have beaten you within an inch of your life. Suddenly, a ringtone cut through his punishment. Suspicious, Lin Xin answered the call. Boss Qian. Qian Hai's voice chirped cheerfully from the other end. Good evening, Boss Qian. I saw that Feng kid bragging in the second-generation rich group about helping you. Even Yan Bao got involved. Why didn't you call us brothers for a fight? He checked his messages. His favorability with Boss Qian had leveled up. Look at the texts. Hurry and admire me. I played a part this time too. He felt utterly helpless at their childish antics. Qian Hai then continued with a proposal. Boss Qian, Remember that private yacht party I highly recommended? It's happening tomorrow night at Yanjiang, featuring a very special program. Will you do me the honor of attending? Lin Xin agreed readily. Why not? My mood is full. A yacht trip might help me blow off some steam. The voice on the other end bubbled with excitement. Ah, that's fantastic. We welcome you with open arms. Boss, Kian. 2 silver beer cans clinked with a crisp ring. Foam spilled over the rim as if laughing in delight. Under the warm streetlights, Zhou Tong excitedly spoke up. The drinks at the ball were tasteless. Drinking beer outside is true freedom. Zheng Hao's voice was already thick with intoxication. Hee hee! Exactly. I'm the class president. Drink up, it's all on me. Lin Xin walked ahead, teasing with a grin. All right? You've said that 100 times tonight already. Ignoring the jab, he pointed toward a nearby public restroom. I need to take a leak. His friends happily chimed in. Let's go together. He smiled, watching their stumbling figures. He mused internally. With my physical stats enhanced, alcohol hardly affects me anymore. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced the air from behind. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. On the nearby lawn, a group of 4 thugs was harassing a fiery-looking young woman. Why so shy? Aren't you out here selling it anyway? Her voice cut through them like a knife as she shooed them away. Baldy Juo stared greedily at her exposed porcelain skin. So white? She swatted his hand away, her tone biting. You can look, but don't you dare touch. Her resistance only fueled his conquest drive. Ha! I love a feisty woman like you. Losing patience, they dragged her directly into the bushes. I can't hold back anymore. I need it now. Surrounded by these hungry wolves, Aodong's strength began to fail her. No, I'm not that kind of girl. You're committing a crime. Let me go. But Baldy the pervert roared back. Shut your mouth. You fired us up. Now take responsibility and put out the fire. Lin Xin couldn't stand by and watch a civilian get bullied. He stepped in, voice cold. Hey, she said, no. Are you really forcing her? The group jumped in surprise. Aodong, thronged by the deep, masculine voice, turned her head in anxious hope. Relying on their numbers, they surrounded him with sneers. Alone and daring to show off. Playing the hero saves the beauty. You've watched too many movies? Scram before we hurt you? Seeing Lin Xin unmoved by their threats, 2 thugs launched a surprise attack. Still acting tough, go to hell. She cried out a warning. Watch out. But he dodged with lightning speed. The thugs' fists smashed into each other's faces instead. Wicklings, 1 hit, and they were out cold, leaving their comrades with jaws dropped. Before they could even process the failure, he grabbed their heads and smashed them together like giant temple bells. The brutal impact sent Big Man and Baldy collapsing to the ground like empty sacks. Aodong inspected the fallen thugs. They're all unconscious. He expected gratitude, but she turned with a stern glare. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? At that exact moment, the system chimed. A beauty detection alert triggered a new counterattack quest. Her stats flooded the Azure interface. If Shenodong's favorability hits 90%, rare rewards hits 100%, she becomes subservient to the host. Lin Xin scanned the holographic text, totally floored. Who knew a random encounter could trigger a legendary... She looked so innocent, yet she walked the path of the night. Pity tugged at his heartstrings. So he offered some sage advice before walking away. Miss, wit looks like that. Why sell yourself short? Quit this shadowy trade and find an honest living. His words left Aodong completely baffled. Excuse me, her icy gaze drilled into his retreating figure. She mentally cursed. Where on earth did this reckless moron crawl out from? Playing the hero nearly blew her entire cover. Suddenly, the criminal Deama reached out, thinking she was easy prey. Big mistake. The fragile flower instantly transformed into a violent war goddess, stomping his face until a tooth went flying. Aodong whipped out her comms. Suspect neutralized. Team 4, prepare the dragnet. The receiver crackled instantly. Copy that. Captain Shen. Day 2. A speedboat carrying Lin Xin tore across the sapphire waves, racing toward a gleaming ultra-luxury soup. They docked in style. He waved farewell to his escort. Enjoy yourself. Boss Lin, I will take another boat to handle business. Inside the massive cabin, bass thumped and champagne flowed. Wealthy tycoons laughed, each with a pale beauty draped over their arms. He scanned the room with a grin, blending right in. Not a bad atmosphere at all, especially with the bikini parade everywhere. Nearby, Shen Odong stood in a catgur-maid outfit, secretly monitoring her earpiece. Captain Shen, what is the status? Execute the raid. She whispered back. Negative. Target mark. I will strike when the moment is right. Her mind was razor. No errors allowed this time. She absolutely could not let that meddling idiot from last night ruin things again. Suddenly, a cheerful voice shattered her focus. Free drinks. Perfect timing. Her lind eyes widening. Wait, is that you? Aodang nearly jumped out of her skin. How did you get in here? He ignored the question. So, changed careers already. Being a waitress has way more of a future than your last gig. Forced to maintain cover, she swallowed her rage and bowed politely. Welcome to the feast. Please enjoy. Her eyes, however, screamed, do not wreck my operation. Suddenly, a crude voice cut in. Oh, service girl. Meters away, Kim Wen, arms full of young models, crooked his finger arrogantly. Get over here. She obeyed like a good little maid. Do you require champagne, sir? Beside him, Zimi sneered. Are you stupid, girl? Boss Kim has other needs. Keep him happy, and he pays well. The other goons laughed, surprised old Kim still had such stamina. Kim Wen smashed a wad of cash directly into Aodong's face. His voice dripped with disdain. I am bored of these plastic dolls. I want something pure today. That uniform, ... tasty. Take the cash. He licked his lips, eyes gleaming with predatory lust. Serviced me properly. Her expression turned darker than the abyss. Rage boiled beneath her calm mask. If not for the undercover mission, he would be dead. Suddenly, Lin Xin stepped in as a human shield. Sorry, pal. No special services here. Keep it legal. Nobody dared talk back to him. Kim Wen froze then, his face twisted into an ugly mask of pure fury. You peasant, a filthy waiter dares bark at his master. Lin Xin blinked. Completely I am not staff. The boss invited me. Zaimi saw a chance to bootlick and jumped up, voice dripping with acid. Eureka poverty? A guest? We party here weekly and never saw your face. Playing hero. Show me the invite. He ignored the ants, casually snacking on a canapé. No paper invite. The captain asked me here. Go, ask him yourself. Fei Pan sneered. Liar. The entry fee alone is 100,000. You claim the big boss invited you. Reveal your identity. Hage, Laftostowe rat. Mayun screeched like a banshee, not a waiter. Then he is a thief. Throw him into the ocean. Kim Wen roared. Whoever you are, kneel and beg, or I snap your limbs like twigs and feed you to the sharks. The girl kneels too. Another voice chimed in. Yeah, but she kneels in a special way. Stop pretending to be pure and service, Boss Kim. The wealthy mob circled Lin Xin and Odong like hyenas. Time to teach this trash the rules of the elite. Odong stared at Lin Xin's back, mind racing. The main target was still hiding. If she blew her cover now, the whole operation fails. He has guts, but he cannot fight an army. Suddenly, ignoring the tension, Lin Xin whipped out his phone with a cocky grin. So money makes the rules. Huh, fine. I will just call the big boss right now. Kim Wen froze. The plastic beauties on his arms dropped their jaws in shock. Silence fell over the room, until the crisp robotic voice of the operator echoed loudly. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. He stared blankly at the screen. Must be ... busy with clients? The sharks smelled blood and attacked instantly. Nice acting, loser. You almost fooled me. Who exactly do you think you are? Calling the boss. You lasted 3 whole seconds. Zaimi cackled with venom. Hey, Popper, why not just buy the whole yacht while you are at it? If you can pull that off, we'll all kneel at your feet. Kim Vian sneered, laying down his terms. If you buy this vessel, that little servant girl belongs to you. I was planning to spare her miserable life today, But do you have the guts? His cheap provocation actually aligned perfectly with my plans. Without hesitation, I accepted. That sounds like a splendid idea. Lam Tan waved his hand dismissively. Fetch your captain, immediately. While the girl stammered in fear, he simply ordered her to close the deal. The owner is absent, but as captain, I hold the authority to sell. I believe it was a little Trang. Let us play along until this pauper's hope is utterly crushed. Captain Trang Ha arrived instantly upon being summoned. Ignoring the pleasantries, President Kim pointed straight at the target. Meet Mr. Lam Tan. Captain, this gentleman wishes to purchase my ship. It is a massive transaction, so you best attend to him with care. Without even a glance, the captain scoffed. President Kim, surely you jest. The value of this vessel is astronomical. Even you would find the price steep. His eyes swept over me, dripping with disdain. Does he possess even a fraction of the necessary funds? Too lazy to explain, I silenced him by drawing the ultimate symbol of power. Cut the nonsense and state your price. Captain Hogg gasped involuntarily. That looks like the legendary Dragon Bank black card, yet something seems ... different. It radiated a superior aura, yet, Hai Enehu clung to her bayat, a convincing replica. Indeed, pity that it is a counterfeit. Enjo Hong tugged at my sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. Let us leave. Please do not do this. Her mind raced with worst-case scenarios. She could not let me make enemies for her sake. I could not abandon the mission tonight. I tilted my head, whispering calm assurance. Relax. This is mere pocket change. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. The system chimed. Affection increased by 5%. Fearing I might retreat, Trang Ha quickly flashed the payment details to intimidate me. Since you insist, the base price is 700 million. Add 100 million for urgent processing fees. Total is 800 million. Sign here and transfer the funds. As I casually reviewed the documents, the onlookers grew restless. Sign it. If that card actually holds 800 million, I will swim home. President Kim added his own pressure. Stop stalling and play the game. Sir, do you require assistance? If you lack the funds, vacate the ship immediately. I waved the meaningless contract away. Sign. Of course, I will not sign. The crowd erupted like vultures. I knew it. Hilarious. End the show. Quit acting. What a theatrical bunch. Letting them buzz, I pulled Engo Hong forward. The one signing is her. The plot twist caused jaws to hit the floor. They screamed in unison. What? Fearing a misunderstanding, I clarified my generosity. Swipe my card. She signs the deed. The boat is my gift to you. After silencing the narrow-minded crowd, I turned to the beauty. Right? I never caught your name. Still reeling from shock, she stammered. I am Dachem Enjo Hong. With a graceful motion, I slid the card through the machine. I then made a grand declaration. This is the first gift I bestow upon Dachem Enjo Hong. In an instant, the mechanical chime echoed, transaction successful. 800 million did. Kim's entourage groaned, sobering up instantly. He actually bought it. Not a down payment, but the full sum. Who on earth is this man? With such financial might, he is no ordinary mortal. The owner must have invited him personally. Captain Trang Ha, crushed by the weight of capitalism, bowed to his new master. Miss Dachem, sir. You are now the distinguished owners of this vessel. 100 crew members bowed in unison. We are ready to serve. The waitresses chimed in. Greetings, Miss Dachem. I turned my gaze to the ringleader. As agreed, I purchased the ship. The servant is now mine. Correct. Kim Vien let out a pathetic whimper of confirmation. Not only does she belong to you, but we do too. Boss, may we know your name? Young, rich, and handsome. Let us get acquainted. They rushed over like eager lap. Indeed. How dare that Kim offend you? Ridiculous. I never liked that Kim fellow anyway. Hyan New adapted with frightening speed. Young master, your shoelace is untied. Meanwhile, Enjo Hong remained lost in the chaos. Just who is this man? Hanbu watched the scene of rats abandoning a sinking ship. Little Kim, you miscalculated. This kid is far from ordinary. Kim Vien swallowed his pride to apologize, but added a venomous sting. Boss Han, forgive my rudeness, but slapping my face is equivalent to disrespecting you. If Boss Acha invents this anger, for me, the Myanmar business rights are all yours. Since little Kim is so generous, I accept, leave him to me. When a fat sheep walks into the den, one must bite straight through the jugular. His voice arrived before his shadow. What a generous young master. He bowed, hiding a dagger behind his smile. I am Han Bu, known to friends as Boss Han. How should I address you? Lam Tan replied without a hint of defense. My surname is Lam. The only one trembling at that voice was In Go Hong, Han Bu, leader of the Black Tiger Gang. His notorious file flashed through her mind. Trafficking contraband in Myanmar and Laos, running underground casinos. He was the target of tonight's operation. Han Bu feigned hospitality. The atmosphere is perfect tonight. Would young Master Lam care for a few rounds? I waved him off without a second thought. I do not gamble. Besides, it is hardly legal. Let us skip it. No way. Young Master Lam throws around hundreds of millions, but refuses a game. Perhaps that payment drained your last copper. Boss, how cruel. Even without cash, he is the grand owner of this vessel. Lam Tan smirked, correcting them calmly. Oh, I have plenty of money. The villain closed in like a hyena. If you have money, then you must lack the courage. That remark struck a nerve. I shot him a glare sharp enough to kill. Kim Vien seized the awkward moment to intervene. Forget it, boss. Ha! Some folks possess mountains of gold yet lose sleep over a mere 200 yuan. Very well, I shall entertain you. Eng Gao Dong leaned in close, her voice a desperate whisper. Do not fall for their savage trap. Han Bu has devoured fortunes here. Even billions won't satisfy his greed. Lam Tan softly repeated the words, lose 2 billion. Hearing the key phrase, his eyes instantly blazed like high beams in the night. Isn't that absolutely perfect? She let out a confused gasp, but Lam Tan wasted no time, immediately waving his hand to call out, Oi, Boss Han! Suddenly, I find myself in the mood for a little game. Eng Gao Dong couldn't stop him, while Han Bu inwardly rejoiced the prey had taken the bait. He turned to the bunny girl beside him, assigning her a quest. My luck has been abysmal lately. I can't even pull a triple S rank in my gacha games. So, you play for me. If we lose, I pay. If we win, it is all yours. And I will not take no for an answer. She let out a stunned cry, completely dizzy. Taskasaindi sank into a delusional fantasy of wealth. Losing 2 billion to gain 200 million was far better than tipping female streamers. He was counting cash in his head while she was internally screaming. Have you lost your mind? I told you, gambling with him ends in tragedy. But absolutely nothing could stem the tide of his delusion. Perfect. From now on, I can spend money lying down and never run out. Once everyone was seated, the boss put on his best hospitable host performance. Baccarat is far too complex, and young Master Lam might lose the thrill if he does not understand. Blackjack is the simplest choice. What do you say? Lam Tan accepted the deal instantly. No problem at all. Whispers filled the room. How can a mere waiter dare to gamble with Boss Han? Young Master Lam is doomed. In Gao Dong clenched her fists, secretly hardening her resolve. He had gifted her a yacht. She could not refuse the request of such a tycoon. To keep my identity concealed, I have no choice but to help him play this game. Amidst the buzzing gossip, money could make CEO Kim call him daddy. But here, even endless wealth would end up in Boss Han's pocket. This rich second generation seemed rather dim to me. Acting the dealer, excitedly announced the cards. Han Bu glanced at the hands and offered a polite provocation. Quite lucky, aren't we? Does young Master Lam wish to add more chips? To Eng Gao Dong's horror, he shoved his entire capital forward with a decisive declaration. I am all in. Suit yourself. The dealer revealed the cards without hesitation. Boss Han wins. Lam Tan immediately put on a mask of sorrow and melancholy. What a pity. He swept the spoils of war toward himself with greedy hands, offering fake comfort. No worries, young Master Lam. You just need to win the next hand. He slipped perfectly into the role of the wealthy fool. Then next round, I bet 200 million. By the way, Why are these chips so tiny? Exchange them for 2 billion. To me, hurriedly shouted yes, while the flower vase girl beside her choked on her words. The gossiping crowd dropped their jaws at the astronomical figure. 2 billion. Is there no limit to his madness? Boss Han clapped loudly in admiration. Truly decisive, young Master Lam. Behind his smiling mask, Lam was already calculating how to squander it all. Just a little provocation, and the rich heir's brain has turned completely to mush. With 2 billion won, my illicit businesses will be restored in no time. Afterwards, the dialogue followed a familiar script, with only the amounts escalating. Boss Han wins. Young Master Lam loses 200 million. Boss Han wins. Young Master Lam loses 500 million. Boss Han wins. Young Master Lam loses 1 billion. Gathering chips until his hands cramped, the boss eagerly baited his prey. Does young Master Lam wish to continue? Lam Tan opened his mouth to agree, but was yanked back by Engao Dong, turning his yes into a yelp. The audience erupted again at this sudden retreat. Oh, the waitress is taking charge. Are they quitting? She shoved him against the wall, trapping him with both arms before interrogating him. Have you gone mad? Even if you are rich, you cannot burn money like this. Her anger boiled over. Do you honestly think doubling down will win back what you have lost? Stop being an idiot. There is no such thing as luck in a casino. Amidst her scolding, the system sprinkled salt on the wound. Affection rating decreased by 3%. Dizzy from the outburst, Lam Tan wisely chose to compromise. It is fine. If you lose, I will not blame you. There is no need to be so agitated. However, the true satisfaction of losing money was hidden deep in his heart. Unspoken. Being wall-slammed by a beauty is nice, but I must explain gently so she does not flee. After all, she does not understand that losing is my way of earning. Engao Dong finished her lecture and realized she had I am not agitated. I simply mean to say, I absolutely cannot win. Internally, she was panicking. She had nearly lost control and exposed her identity. Lam Tan feigned ignorance, rubbing his hands with curiosity. Why can't you win? Does Han Bu know magic? Can he change cards at will like in the movies? Should I report him? Is there a reward? She clutched her head, replying weakly. Movies are just fiction. That would be the lowest level of trickery. She decided to reveal the mechanics. The table and cards have embedded sensor chips. The dealer knows the hands and signals Han Bu how to bet. The chips detect any outside cheating devices. Only Han Bu is safe because the dealer is his accomplice. Engao Dong finished her explanation with emphasis. That is why I said you absolutely cannot win. Do you understand now? Lam Tan nodded like a child learning a lesson. Oh, is that so? Indeed, gambling harms people. Then he did a complete Wenati, dragging her back to the table. Now that we know the principle, it is simple. Come, let us go, teach those gamblers a lesson. The sudden plot twist left her stammering. What? Borrowing her wisdom, he loudly questioned the entire room. I suspect these poker cards have been tampered with. I would like to inspect them. I request a brief inspection. Han Bu, blindly confident in his home field technology, agreed without a second thought. No problem at all. Inspect them so young Master Lam can lose with dignity. The spineless crowd murmured in agreement. He is starting to panic. Did he lose all his money? Surely. That was over 1 million. Aside from that yacht, he is basically a pauper now, isn't he? Lucky I didn't do business with him. To me, twisted her snake-like body towards him, offering a suggestive hint. Young Master Lam, you can inspect me anywhere you like. Lin Xin caught the hint, but business came first. Thanks. Beautiful. I will inspect the table now. Inspecting your outfit can wait until tonight. He ran his hand over the felt, channeling level 3 internal force into the wood. Seeing no reaction from the others, he grinned. Looks like everything is clean. Lin Xin shrugged, setting his trap for the greedy wolves before him. Let's keep going then. Though I warn you, the path ahead is a dead end. Han Bao grit his teeth, veins popping at the taunt ringing in his ears. Boss Han, you have won a mountain of gold, yet you bet like a timid maiden. Betting mere pennies? Are you terrified of losing? The peanut gallery chimed in, smelling blood. Come on! Surely you are not that stingy? Look at the difference. Young Master Lin throws down millions, while Boss Han hoards his chips like a mite. The provocation worked like a charm. Hanbao lost it, shoving his entire stack forward. Fine, I will crush you right now. 1 billion on the deal. Zai Mei moved instantly. From her angle, the winning 9 was visible, but as she pushed the card, her finger froze. Hanbao glared at her hesitation. Lin Xin, seeing them exchange glances, feigned What is the hold-up? Deal the card. I am itching to win. Zai Mei panicked, whispering into her comms. The sensor, it is dead. No signal. Fuming, Hanbao signaled to deal anyway. He refused to believe the brat's luck would hold, but then her voice trembled. Boss Han, loses. Young Master Lin wins. Lin Xin, waiting for this exact second, flashed a glorious middle finger. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. Then, cheers erupted. He did it. One hand took everything back. Boss Han's effort was all for nothing. Blood rushed to Han Biao's brain as he roared. You little rat! You set me up. Lin Xin remained unfazed by the threat. What is wrong? You win all night and smile, but lose once and go insane. Perhaps Boss Han cannot handle the heat. That struck a nerve. Hanbao pointed a trembling finger at Aodong, his eyes wild with accusation. That woman cheated. I have gambled for years. Nothing escapes me. She is a pro you hired to rig the game. The crowd began to murmur in agreement. Even on your boat, gambling has rules. Rigging the deck is a death sentence. In our world, rich or not, cheating is low. Aodong turned, feigning innocent. We did not cheat. How could we trick the surveillance system? Hanbao slammed a dagger into the table, then leveled a gun at Lin Xin's head. The rules state, cheaters lose a finger and all the money. Do it, or eat lead. The muzzle pressed against his forehead. Yet Lin Xin simply toyed with a poker chip. I have been wondering, with my years of training, is your bullet faster than my hands? Aodong panicked, rushing forward. Stop, he will really kill you. Before she finished, a gunshot only a blur was visible to the naked eye. With godlike speed, the situation flipped. Now, Hanbao clutched his stomach, coughing blood. Screams filled the room. What just happened? Aodong stood frozen, her mind replaying the impossible scene. He had definitely pulled the trigger. Lin Xin had jammed the gun barrel with the chip. In the same breath, he unleashed a triple strike combo to Han's gut. That speed is inhuman. Kim Wen recovered first, pointing accusingly at the man groaning on the floor. Security, arrest him. He cheated and attacked a guest. It was exactly the excuse they needed. Guards rushed in, aiming for Lin Xin. He stood up, smiling benevolently. President Kim, you seem to have forgotten a tiny detail. I own this ship. Who do you think the guards obey? He kicked Han Biao's stiff body over. Besides, he is the cheater. The onlookers gasped in unison. What? Boss Han was the one cheating? Even Aodong was baffled. She leaned in, whispering, he would not use such a cheap trick like stealing cards. How did you win? He grinned at his partner. I fried the sensor when I checked the table. That last hand, purely blind luck. As for the cards, I planted them on him while I was punching his lights out. She giggled, hitting his arm. You are absolutely wicked. Affection score increased by 15%. Suddenly, the ship manager burst in. Heavens! What is this chaos? Everyone shouted at once. Manager, Hanbao cheated against young Master Lin. He even fired a gun. Ignoring the rabble, the manager rushed to Lin Xin. President Jian, are you hurt? I am fine, Lin Xin said, spreading his arms. But the manager fretted, checking for scratches. The crowd watched, stunned. Manager, ... Did you call him President Qian? The legendary tycoon. President Qian, Aodong whispered into her comms. Target neutralized. Execute the raid. Meanwhile, the manager proudly introduced the VI. That is right. This is the esteemed President Qian I always talk about. I personally invited him tonight. Instantly, the crowd swarmed him like bees to honey, desperation in their eyes. President Jian, you are so humble. Please, let me introduce myself. I am from the Chun family. Does your brother need a wife? I have a project. Sir, I know 48 different bedroom positions. Luckily, the circus was cut short. Police! Freeze! Nobody move! This is a raid on a smuggling ring. An officer marched up to Ao Dong, saluting Han Bao and his crew are in custody. She nodded, sharp and professional. Good! Pull the team out. Just as the crowd stood frozen in confusion, our hero made his move. Like a ghost in the night, he slipped away unnoticed. He had technically helped catch the bad guys, but now he had to vanish like a cicada, shedding its golden shell. Lam Tan, safe on the speedboat, was still clutching his chest. Thank heavens! He climbed out that window during the chaos. Being caught gambling by the police would be a disaster. Meanwhile, the female dormitory was wrapped in a blanket of silence. Only Nahai lay awake, staring daggers at her phone screen. Where did Lam Tan go? Why won't he reply to a single text? Her toes curled in anxiety as she spiraled into a monologue. Should I invite him over? Tomorrow. No. That is way too forward. Regret washed over her like a tide. That interruption ruined everything. She needed to create a new chance, and fast. Suddenly, the sharp click-clack of high heels shattered the quiet. Nat Tran collapsed onto a chair, sighing loudly. I am absolutely exhausted. Nahai innocently turned to her roommate. What happened? You look like you have been through a war. Are you okay? That was the cue Nat Tran needed to start her performance. It is all that Lam Tan's fault. He looks so gentle, but he is actually a beast. Ouch! My poor waist. But only that kind of roughness could bring me such unparalleled joy. Nahai squinted, doubting every word. Really? I do not believe it. He seems like a gentleman. Did you rip that dress yourself just to stage this scene? Nat Tran lifted her hem, revealing a handprint on her hip as proof. Mia, strong enough to do this. I cannot even open a bottle cap. Look! Seeing her friend trembling, she giggled behind her hand. Nahai! Why are you shaking? Put some clothes on, or you will catch a cold. Unable to bear the humiliation, Nahai fled the room. Nat Tran watched her retreat with a smug, triumphant smirk. Want to offer yourself to Lam Tan? Too late. A man belongs to his first woman forever. She bit her finger, savoring a delusional memory. Lam Tan is so powerful. ... Especially that final strike. It made me feel so refreshed. When can we do it again? Hee. Outside the boys' dorm, Nahai stared at her silent phone, heart filled with worry. She wondered, is he already asleep? She narrowed her eyes. Nat Tran did not seem to be lying. If it is true, I must be aggressive. Her imagination ran wild with visions of rivals swarming him. Rich, handsome, muscular, and single, Lam Tan was a supreme treasure that every woman would fight to possess. Nahai clenched her fists, eyes burning with resolve. I absolutely will not hand him over without a fight. Guys! Behind her whispered loudly. Why is she dressed so scantily out here? Maybe she fought with her boyfriend? Night faded into a gentle morning sun. Lam Tan trudged home, aggressively chewing a hamburger, looking utterly drained. Fighting and gambling all night. ... I am dead. Suddenly, he froze. Wait, isn't that Nahai? The gossip reached his ears. Yeah, she has been standing there since last night. Did she wait through the whole night? She wasted no time, launching herself into his arms. Lam Tan, her embrace washed away his exhaustion instantly. You are finally back. He recalled the whispers and interrupted her. Did you really wait here all night? She smiled gently, like soothing water. It is okay. Waiting for you is my duty. I just wanted you to know that I know everything. Panic seized his heart. He stammered, No? What exactly? Blasted by the aura of love, she spoke cheesy lines. You are so elite. I know there are better girls chasing you, so I just want to be the most understanding one by your side. Seizing the moment, she swooned backward theatrically. Oh, no. My head suddenly hurts. The mood shift left him bewildered. He had no choice but to scoop her up in a princess carry. Looking at her in his arms, he awkwardly suggested, Are you okay? Let us get you to rest. Back in her room, as Lam Tan tucked her in, she spoke up. Thank you for bringing me back. He tilted his head. Oh, you are awake. She wiggled and grabbed his hand, voice dripping with honey. Lamtan, you treat me so well. The poor guy was still confused. Before he could speak, she sat up and clung to him. You must be tired from yesterday too. Let me give you a massage. Lamtan's gaze locked onto her curves. She waited all night and wants to massage me. This girl is dangerous. His heart soared to the heavens. Offering herself like this, it would be rude to refuse. Do you actually know how to massage? She straddled him, beginning her attack. Of course, just relax. He lay back, enjoying the supreme service. Feels good, right? She switched poses, stepping on his shoulder. I have even better techniques. He closed his eyes, ascending to paradise. This dorm is too far. In 2 days, I will buy you a house closer to campus. Time to flex that wallet. Overjoyed, Nahai kissed him smack on the cheek. Really? You are the best. I love you so much. The system panel dinged wildly. Affection increased by 4%. Total affection is 95%. She hugged him tight, whispering a siren song. Can I massage you every day from now on? How could he refuse such an offer? Of course, heavy breathing soon replaced the silence of the room. Lulled by her care, Lamtan fell into a deep sleep. Nahai sat up, typing a message to her dear roommate with a smirk. Tran, Lamtan wants to buy me a house. He already spent millions on bags. Now this, I feel so shy, ... Should I accept it? Nat Tran read the message and nearly screamed, What? Lamtan bought that wench a house. Is she even worthy? Rage filled her eyes, but her fingers typed a deceptively sweet reply. Just accept the gift, darling. To Lamtan, money is like water. Whether it is charity or feeding a pet, he does not care. It is pocket change to him. Nahai fired back a playful strike, hitting where it hurts. Funny, we only met 10 days ago, yet he spoils me so much already. I have never heard him spending a dime on you. Hiding secrets? Are we? Nat Tran exploded, ready to curse out 18 generations of her ancestors. That little vixen. She took a deep breath. My spiritual connection with Lamtan is what truly matters. You would not understand. Feeling triumphant, she lay back with a smirk. Just wait. Once he buys me a house, I will send a sofa selfie that will make you choke on your jealousy. Time flew faster than a stray dog in a field. By afternoon, Lamtan emerged from the shower, looking refreshed and absolutely glowing. Nothing beats a good sleep after a morning refresh. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Now, who could be messaging me? 2 unread messages from yesterday popped up. First, little Hightitch saying, I need to talk. And Natran. She sent a photo that was, let us say, spicy. My waist is still sore, but the feeling was not bad. When can we grab dinner? Below that was today's barrage of notifications. Boss, I found a pro team. Meet if you are free. Ha! In Guhayan, I was at the museum and saw this. Even his dad. Son, come see me before you leave. Seeing the flood of texts, his soul nearly left his body. Good heavens! Why so many? I only went offline for 1 day. He scratched his head, scrolling endlessly. Before, no one replied to me. Now, I do not even have enough time to manage this one-on-one haram. Suddenly, a text from the car dealer caught his eye. Bosien, the custom ride you ordered has finally arrived. When can I deliver it? Lamtan typed back, realizing he had completely forgotten amidst the drama. Wait, do I even have enough cash on hand yet? Checking his schedule, the afternoon was free. Alright, I will head there directly. I need to see if this beast looks as cool as the photos. The Viamjiang Auto Exhibition. The place was swarming with high society elites and the aura of old money. Staff were overwhelmed. Lamtan walked in, impressed. This place is huge. That dealer is smart, using my pickup as an excuse to flaunt the supercars. Being his first time, it was all dazzling. He glanced over and spotted 2 tall men foreigners standing out in the crowd. Before he could move, a voice rang out. Boss Steven is here. Steven Samang Van and Tycoon entered with main character energy. Tycoon leaned in, trying to score points. Van, thirsty? I will buy you a drink. She did not even look up. No, A staff member rushed to report the day's earnings. Meanwhile, Tycoon's skin was thicker than the asphalt on Highway 1. Hungry then, I will get snacks. She rejected him again. Bored? Not hungry. A waiter approached with a tray of drinks. Sir, a drink. Stephen politely declined. No more thanks. Lamtan, tired from walking, shouted over, Hey! One ice cold cola? Over here. He downed the cold soda, letting out a satisfied sigh. Refreshing. Who knew a car show would have such top-tier service? Then his eyes locked onto the ice cream counter. Internal screaming ensued. Mother of God. Free Häagen-Dazs. That is $30 a scoop outside. He approached with a confident grin. Beauty. One ice cream. Please. Mila did not bother hiding her disdain. Why is a broke loser at a car show? Her co-worker, Hanko, was slightly more polite. So sorry, we are all out. Lamtan walked away, regretting his timing. Moments later, a foreign man approached asking for ice cream. The staff's attitude did a complete 180 flip. Yes, the spoon is under the lid. Sir! Lamtan saw this, and 3 other girls approached. Wow, Häagen-Dazs. Can we have some? Mila waved them off. Sorry, ladies. All gone. The staff smirked as the girls left disappointed. Lamtan, witnessing this blatant double standard, stepped in. Hold it right there. He frowned, voice dropping an octave. You told me and those girls you were out of stock. But the foreigner gets one instantly. Does your ice cream discriminate based on nationality? The girls realized what was happening. Wait, seriously? That is weird? Those guys are eating it right now. Mila glared, thinking this mob was nothing but trouble. So annoying. Hanko tried to do damage control. Apologies. Stock is limited. It is reserved for specific VIP clients. Lamtan was not letting this slide. Specific clients, meaning anyone who isn't local. The argument heated up. Just give us one. I told you, that was the last one. I do not believe it. Opened the fridge. The commotion got so loud that even Stephen looked over. Who is causing a scene in my exhibition? Tycoon immediately seized the chance to play hero. Mr. Stephen, they are locals. Let me handle this trash. He strutted over, waving at S.A. Mungvon Van, worried about your brother's business. How cute. Do not worry. I am here. She remained icy, ignoring him completely. Tycoon is so annoying. If he was not my brother's partner, I would have him thrown out. He approached Lamtan. Hey, what is the noise about? Mila immediately cried out, Manager too! Seeing a manager, Lamtan filed his grievance. Oh, you are in charge? Perfect. These staff give ice cream to foreigners, but refuse our own people. Tycoon sneered, looking down his nose. So what? They have money. You are just here to mooch off the expo. And you dare raise your voice. Lamtan's opinion of these people hit rock bottom. You have really disappointed me. I came here to pick up a car. Hearing that, they burst into laughter. Lamtan's voice turned glacial. Is something funny? Tycoon did not care if he was a customer or not, dripping with sarcasm. Look at yourself. You barely have bus fare, yet you dream of driving. Calculating costs won't save you from reality. Kid, open your eyes. Nothing in this exhibition sells for under $1 million. The crowd swarmed like buzzing hornets, whispering venomous gossip. What's the drama now? Why is there a commotion over there? Just another penniless loser trying to scavenge free food and causing a scene? Good heavens, where is his shame? Throw him out before he contaminates the air. Sukun sneered, seeing the young man refuse to budge. What? Still planning to leech off us? Your face is thicker than a city wall. Lin Chin didn't waste his breath on words. He reached into his pocket and casually produced a sleek black card. Oh! Finally! Found it. Boss Shah shoved this into my hand this morning. The sight of the card struck the crowd like lightning. Minghao's jaw practically hit the floor. Am I hallucinating? That's the Blazing Diamond VIP card of the Yanjiang exhibition. Legend says only 5 exist in the world. You need over $1 billion in assets just to qualify. Lin Chin shot a frosty glance at Su Chun. Can I finally enjoy a moment of peace without hearing dogs bark? Neela and Hanko realized they had kicked an iron plate. Cold sweat poured down their backs like rain. We are terribly sorry. We had eyes, but couldn't see Mao Ti. Lin Chin raised an eyebrow. Aren't you apologizing to the wrong people? Or is your brain as empty as your apologies? His voice boomed, forcing the crowd to face the ugly truth. The ones you insulted aren't just me, but every single citizen of our country standing in this hall. The root of your rot is your worship of foreigners. It has nothing to do with whether I buy a car or not. Linessa stepped up, her aura blazing just as bright. Exactly! It wasn't about the ice cream. It was how you bowed like servants to outsiders while trampling your own kin. We aren't angry about food. We are enraged for our dignity. The crowd erupted, adrenaline surging through their veins. Well, Said, tell us, exhibition management, how will you explain this disgrace? That little sister is a hero. Lin Chin turned and flashed the thumbs. Up to Linsa, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Total respect. Sukun stood frozen, grinding his teeth until they nearly shattered. Suddenly, a soft figure tackled Lin Chin from nowhere. Brother Lin Chin. He blinked, failing to recognize this stunning beauty clinging to him. She didn't mind his confusion, snuggling closer like an affectionate kitten. Brother Lin, why didn't you tell me you were coming? You're our VIP guest. You're supposed to be center stage for the ribbon cutting. Lin Kin's brain short-circuited for a second. Seeing his confusion, Meng Yin quickly corrected her manners. Oops, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Sha Mingyin, Boss Sha's little sister. My brother talks about you constantly. I've admired you for so long. Nice to meet you. Lin Chin screamed internally. Asterisk, who knew Boss Sha had such a top-tier sister? Su Chun watched from the sidelines, his face turning the color of a dying leaf. Meng Yun? Who the hell is this guy? Why did he suddenly appear and steal my goddess? Meng Yun remembered something unpleasant and glared daggers at Su Chun. Hey Shukun, these two idiots work for your Stephen car dealership, right? I don't need to teach you how to handle this mess, do I? Su Chun felt his soul leave his body. Asterisk, disaster. If this affects our sales, I'm finished. He had to cut off the infected limb to save the body. He spun around, barking at his subordinates. These are just temporary staff. I had no idea. I am absolutely furious at their behavior. Stephen dealership is firing them immediately to show our stance. The mob mentality shifted instantly. That's more like it. Those two looked suspicious anyway. Neela couldn't believe her ears, trying to beg for mercy. Huh? Manager? Sue? This isn't our fault. He didn't hesitate, cutting her off with a roar. Shut your mouth and get out. Meng Yun wasn't satisfied yet. Wait, you think a simple firing solves this insult? Hanko saw the situation dragging on and stepped forward nervously. What? What else do you want? Brother Lin, should I beat them up to vent your anger? Just say the word. Lin Chin replied with a calm smile. No need to dirty your hands on trash. Meng Yun took the hint and glared at the trembling staff. Consider yourselves lucky today. Boss Money is generous enough to spare you. Scram, Neela, and Hanko bowed frantically. Thank you! Thank you! They fled like rats, while the crowd roared with laughter at their pathetic exit. Chikong scratched his head, witnessing this surreal scene. Who exactly is this Boss Money? Never heard of him. But seeing Boss Sha's sister fawn over him, that's a first. Ming Hao smirked knowingly beside him. Trust me, you'll never comprehend the level he plays at. Su Chun trembled with pure rage. Asterisk, it's him, the guy who humiliated me on the lives. Asterisk, and now he's trying to steal Sha Mengyan too. The crowd buzzed with renewed excitement, some trying to curry favor. Miss Meng Yun, did you say this is Boss Money? The legendary whale who dropped millions on a single stream. It has to be him. Boss Money. I'm from the Jiangbian sales team. Su Chun slithered toward Stephen, plotting to throw mud at Lin Chin. Mr. Stephen, I apologize. This could have been simple, but that man is the mysterious rich kid causing chaos online recently. Boss Money. He has some cash, but he's arrogant and loves trouble. I'm certain he has an antisocial personality disorder. He pointed at Lin Chin, his voice dripping with conviction. He is definitely here to sabotage our sales and ruin your reputation. Stephen swallowed the lie hook, line and sinker. Is that so? I will deal with this pest. He marched toward Lin Chin, surprising everyone. So, you are this boss money. Stephen looked down his nose, eyeing Lin Chin like a bug. I am Stephen. Rumor has it you spend money like water. But to me, something smells fishy. I smell the stink of a Ponzi scheme on you. Lin Chin scratched his head, genuinely confused. Oh, what is a Ponzi? Meng Yun quickly whispered the explanation. Brother Lin, it's a scam invented by foreigners. Basically, wolves in sheep's clothing stealing investments. Lin Chin smirked, a cold light in his eyes. Ah, so it's a trick invented by you Westerners. Stephen raised his voice, accusing Lin Chin publicly. The hallmark of a Ponzi schemer is a famous con artist. They flash wealth to feel important and trick elites into investing. Isn't that exactly what you've been doing? The crowd, previously cheering, suddenly froze in doubt. Now that he mentions it, it makes sense. Many people do look for him to invest. Scary. I almost fell for the hype. So the legendary Mr. Money is nothing but a cheap con artist. Meng Van bristled with indignation, her voice sharp. Do you have a shred of evidence? If not, this is nothing but a malicious smear campaign against Brother Lam Tan. The old fox sneered, turning the question back on her. Trapping them in a corner, he pressed his advantage. Does he have any proof that he isn't a fraud? Well, veins bulged on his forehead, as Lam Tan ignored him completely. Covering a yawn, the young tycoon looked bored out of his mind. Is that it? Your speech is putting me to sleep. I need a drink just to stay awake through this nonsense. Stephen couldn't handle the disrespect. He pointed a trembling finger at the group of beauties nearby. These three women are just your props, aren't they? A pathetic act performed by a scammer and his hired help. She couldn't believe a businessman could be this shameless. You are spewing venom without a care for the truth. Ignoring logic, he continued his aggressive bullying. If you don't confess now, I'm calling security on you. Lam Tan had seen enough of this arrogance. His gaze turned icy as he stepped forward. Stephen, was it? He flipped the switch to serious mode. Congratulations, you've successfully pissed me off. Let's play. Meng Van chimed in from behind, mocking the old man. Brother Lam Tan, look at him, trying to bully girls like a coward. Truly despicable behavior. But Stephen just clapped his hands. His trap finally set. Not running away anymore. It's simple, really. Prove your wealth exceeds mine, and I'll believe you. Isn't throwing money around your specialty? She stared in shock, amazed at the old man's brazen audacity. Old Chikong addressed the crowd, listing Stephen's accolades. Mr. Stephen is a top 5 auto dealer in Shanghai. He came to Yanjiang just to launch this massive new line of cars. Hearing this, Min Hao and Dai Ven didn't need to think twice. The winner was already decided in their minds. This fake second-generation rich kid couldn't possibly outspend. Stephen Lam Tan didn't even blink. He accepted the wager instantly. Good. Very good. You want to play like that? Fine. If you lose, you broadcast to the whole city of Yanjiang that you are nothing but a leech, exploiting the people of Hua Nation. Dare to accept. Stephen's eyes lit up like he'd struck gold, barely hiding his glee. He pointed at a random bystander in the crowd. Kid, you're arrogant, but I will make you taste a miserable defeat. Hey, you there. I'm gifting you a luxury car worth 10 million for free. The guy couldn't believe his luck just from watching the drama. Huh? Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen. Stephen turned to Lam Tan with a wicked grin. His voice dripped with challenge. Mr. Money, do you dare to follow? Meng Van cried out at the dirty tactic. This isn't fair. You own the dealership. These are practically your own cars. But with a single sentence, he silenced the innocent girl. I paid real money for this inventory. Is there a problem? Or is Mr. Money just broke? Lam Tan patted her head gently, his voice soothing. It's all right, Meng Van. Without hesitation, he pointed to a car worth double Stephen's offer. That 20 million supercar looks decent? One for each of these three ladies. Compensation for their emotional distress. While they stared in awe, the payment terminal beeped. Transaction successful. Total cost, 60 million. The crowd erupted into chaos at his decisiveness. Holy crap! He paid instantly. He didn't even hesitate for a second. Doubt Mr. Money's wealth. Are you kidding? I never doubted him for a moment. Milu and her sisters bowed deeply in gratitude. Heavens, thank you, Mr. Money. This gift is too precious. We don't know how to repay you. Lambtan switched into battle mode. Don't worry about it. This is a competition, isn't it? I can't lose to that foreigner. Meng Van hugged his arm, eyes sparkling. Brother Lambtan, you're so cool. I knew you were extraordinary. As she spoke, a war of wealth erupted. Money flowed like water. I'll give another 10 million car to that stranger. Still want to follow. Minus 12 million. Is that all? Minus 25 million. Minus 15 million. Weak. Minus 30 million. Minus 16 million. Is that your best? Minus 32 million. Toucan whispered urgently, panic rising in his voice. Mr. Stephen, we're out of cars over 10 million. We've already lost tens of millions in profits. Stephen couldn't believe his ears, his voice trembling. How is this possible? Every time, he gives away cars worth double or triple mine, and he pays for them all in cash. Is his money bottomless? Lambtan waited, then offered a mocking reminder. Mr. Stephen, why have we stopped? Run out of cars? Or did your card run out of cash? Stephen turned to a gleaming suit. His heart bled for the money, but his pride wouldn't let him fold. Those were just small appetizers. I admit, you must have scammed a lot of people to waste money like this. But now, ... Behold, the global limited edition Lamborghini LPs worth 40 million. Money alone cannot buy this beast. How will you respond? Lambtan looked unimpressed by the price tag. Oh, is that so? Stephen thought he had him cornered. What's wrong? Want to run? If you can't produce a limited edition of equal class, you lose. Meng Van couldn't stomach his shamelessness. Stephen, don't be ridiculous. Brother Lambtan has already given away far more than you. Have you no shame talking about rules now? The two argued back and forth fiercely. I only asked him to match me with money. If he wants to overspend, that's his problem. Despicable. The crowd swayed back to Stephen's side, whispers of doubt spreading like wildfire. All that money must be stolen. Someone called the authorities to investigate him. Exactly. Is Mr. Money folding? No need to continue the fight. Come on, you random scammer. Show us your limited edition. Ignoring the noise, Lambtan walked toward the car that reeked of wealth. Are you referring to this one? It was the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the ideal model. Stephen laughed mockingly. That's just for display. It's not for sale. Idiot? Min Hao jeered from the back. Pretending to hit a wall, Lambtan remained silent, watching the clowns perform their circus act. Thank you for teaching me a Hua Nation idiom ... What is it? A cornered dog will jump over a wall. Stephen laughed until tears streamed down his face. The show is over. Kneel down and admit you're a fraud, Mr. Money. Hirantit ondrang, onis perceive victory. Everyone is watching. Don't even think about trying any tricks. Suddenly, Sahan burst onto the scene, startling everyone. Mr. Money, why didn't you tell me you were here? I would have rolled out the red carpet. Someone screamed in shock. The dealership boss rushed to shake Lambtan's hand enthusiastically. Mr. Money, this is the Rolls-Royce Phantom you ordered. We displayed it to attract guests without your permission. I hope you don't mind. Do you want to test drive it now? Witnessing this, Stephen coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back as his soul left his body. Minhao's jaw hit the floor. Boss, are your eyes working? That ride belongs to him. But Lambtan ignored the peanut gallery. His eyes locked lovingly on Meng Van. Forget the test drive. I trust your taste completely. This beauty now belongs to Miss Meng Van. Ding. The payment terminal screamed at million yuan, vanished. Stephen looked like he'd been slapped by a ghost, blood practically draining from his face. The crowd gasped, jaws unhinged in collective disbelief. 80 million. That is double the limited edition price. He just gave away a supercar like it was a piece of candy. Where is my sugar daddy? I will call you Ancestor. Sahan stammered. his brain short-circuiting as a steamy, movie-grade kiss unfolded right in front of him. Boss, Kian, serve me realness right now. You are gifting this to my sister? Meng Van looked up at Lam Tan, eyes sparkling with total adoration. Brother Lam Tan, you are the best. Holding the absolute upper hand, he casually turned to his defeated foe. Well, Mr. Stephen, why are you frozen like a statue? Keep inspecting the car. Knowing he was utterly outclassed, the foreigner slumped, bowing in defeat. I have lost. The protagonist smirked, his gaze sweeping over the man with kingly arrogance. Oh, you play the game, you pay the price. Chop chop. Cold sweat drenched Stephen like rain as regret gnawed at his insides. Asterisk, I messed up. This guy is no scammer. He spends fortunes without blinking. The power backing him must be terrifyingly vast. Under the crushing weight of 100 stares, he bowed until his nose practically grazed the asphalt. I was wrong. I should never have questioned your status, Boss Kian. I am a dark-hearted capitalist. I love this country only because money is easy to make and the people are easy to fool. I have zero shame. Seeing him ramble, the protagonist cut in with a voice like ice. Get to the main point. The crowd erupted into a volcano of rage. You dirty scammer, refund our money right now. We are only buying domestic from now on. Lam Tan didn't even deign to look at him, simply waving a hand. All right, scram. Stephen nodded frantically, fleeing the scene like a beaten dog with its tail between its legs. But the scammed customers weren't about to let him off that issue. Don't let him escape. Catch that greedy manager. He owes us for emotional damage. Get him. While the mob chased the fool, back at Lam Tan's side, a symphony of bootlicking began. Thank you, Boss Kian. You revealed that foreigners' true colors. By the way, does your leg need a decorative ornament to hang on to it? Boss Kian is so handsome and heroic. Just as the flattery reached its peak, his phone rang, saving him from the noise. Hello? Meanwhile, Meng Van was already planning their wedding and naming their future children. Asterisk, Brother Lam Tan is so sexy. Even if it is our first meeting, I am ready to commit. She spun around, bold determination in her eyes. Brother Lam Tan, I want to date Y. But the spot where he stood was empty. She panicked. Where did he go? A bystander pointed down the street. He took a call and walked off. That way, Meng Van nearly choked on her rage, immediately turning to vent on poor S.A. Hun. That was my golden chance. I hesitated too long. Arg, I could die of anger. Sahan blinked, innocent and confused. Why are you hitting me? Meanwhile, Lam Tan stood by the main road, scanning the crowd. Tichneen spotted him and waved enthusiastically. Boss Kian, over here. Engaging his womanizer mode, he smiled instantly. Miss Geem, you have grown even more beautiful in just a few days. The honeyed words made her cheeks flush crimson. A strange realization bloomed in her heart. Asterisk usually. Men calling me beautiful feels gross. But when Boss Kian says it, I feel ... happy. Suddenly, the system chimed. Asterisk ding. Affection increased by 2%. Lam Tan scratched his head, feigning awkwardness. It is actually embarrassing. My senior year requires an internship. I was hoping you could help me find a company to slot into. Tichneen looked at him with the knowing gaze of a veteran. It is no trouble at all. People think a rich tycoon like you does not need college credits. But I know you want to avoid inheriting the family business and prove your own worth. He just laughed along. Right, exactly. You understand me so well. Asterisk, actually, if I don't get these credits, I just won't graduate. The car hummed as they drove down the avenue. Inside, the conversation continued. Boss Kian, I arranged a director position for you. Monthly salary, 600,000, with 5 managers under you. No. Keep it low profile. Just a normal employee. Salary of 5,000 is fine. She nodded in awe. So humble. As expected of Boss Kian, at a gleaming modern office tower, whispers rippled through the staff bullpen. Did you hear? New hires are coming today. Rumor has it one was personally arranged by the chairman. Whoa, we need to get on their good side for a promotion. I just hope he is handsome. Suddenly, Vuvu struck a pose. Her outfit tight enough to cut off circulation. The manager is coming. Get back to your desks. Internally, she sneered. Asterisk, bunch of ugly dreamers. With me around, none of you stand a chance. A moment later, Daichi stepped into the center of the room. Attention, everyone! These are our two new colleagues. Introduce yourselves. Van Mang stepped forward immediately, smoothing his hair to deliberately flash a blinding gold watch. Hello, everyone. I am Hua, Van Mang. Lam Tan smiled warmly. Hi, guys. I am Lam Tan, a senior from Vimjang University. Vuvu scanned them like a barcode reader. Asterisk 1, poor student, one wearing a Rolex. Clearly, Hua Van Mang is the chairman's connection. Daichi looked at the flashy guy with smug satisfaction, unable to hide his pride. Asterisk, don't worry, son. You will be official this month. 2, bad company policy forbids family in the same department, so we have to keep it on the down low. The moment Lam Tan sat down, Vuvu slammed a mountain of paperwork onto his desk loud enough to cause an earthquake. Newbie, finish this today. He glanced at the pile and nodded coolly. Sure. But when she turned to Van Mang, she held a wafer-thin folder, her voice dropping to a sultry purr. Mr. Van Mang, here is your assignment for the day. He sensed the blatant bias immediately and challenged it directly. Hold on. Team leader. Why is my workload mountains higher than Sue when my... Vu, you crossed her arms, eyes slicing through him. I am the leader here. You are the subordinate. You obey the distribution, not question it. Unless you have a problem with my authority. Lin Xin didn't waste breath arguing. He decided to let it slide. For now, he sighed internally. Day 1, and already facing a villain. She gloated inside, completely unaware of just how pitiful she actually looked in his eyes. Too bad. I am the white moonlight you can never reach. Vu Yu turned to Wen Mang, her voice suddenly transforming into a gentle spring breeze. Wen Mang, if there is anything you do not understand, just ask. He picked up the file, feigning polite ignorance. Team leader, this part is a bit tricky. The clock struck 6. Lin Xin dropped the mountain of completed files on her desk. Team leader, work is finished. Her eyes widened in genuine shock. The completion rate is flawless. Is he actually this skilled? A sinister glint suddenly flashed across her eyes. Without hesitation, Vu Yu took Lin Xin's hard work and marched straight to Wen Mang's desk. Wen Mang, I finished these reports for you. Go get the manager's signature. The guy beamed, grabbing the credit with both hands. Yes, thank you, team leader. Lin Xin frowned, rage boiling to his brain. What is the meaning of this? I complete the work, yet all the glory goes to him. Vu, you didn't even glance back, her voice dripping with disdain. An undergrad like you needs experience. Many people would kill for an opportunity like this. He scoffed, fighting fire with fire. Your brainwashing speech is quite practiced, isn't it? Aren't you afraid the CEO will find out? She finally turned, a mocking sneer on her lips. Don't make me laugh. Someone like you demanding to see the president. She clearly wanted him to quit right then and there. I hope you can maintain that arrogant posture forever. When Mang and the witch walked out together, hands in pockets, feigning gratitude. Team leader Vu, thanks to you, my promotion is practically secure. Vu, you slowed her pace, dropping a flirtatious hint without shame. Why so formal? Just call me Vu. He grinned, seizing the moment. Vuvu, may I treat you to dinner tonight? She nodded, covering a coy giggle. Okay. Inside, war drums of victory beat wildly. She was 90% sure she had bagged a rich husband. He rushed to the parking lot. I'll get the car. Wait for me. Lin Xin exited the gate, enjoying peace for exactly 2 seconds before freezing. Just my luck. Why is she standing right next to my ride? He took a deep breath and approached. Excuse me, could you move aside? She flipped her hair, acting like a peerless beauty. I knew it. Earlier, you played hard to get, to save face. Now that nobody is watching, you come running to talk to me. She glanced at him, spewing verbal poison. Look in the mirror. A toad lusting after swan meat. Even if you have some skill, you are just a low-class student. She continued her delusional monologue. No money, no connections. In this world, you are nothing. Seeing she wouldn't stop, Lin Xin raised a hand to cut her off. I think you misunderstand. But Vu, you inspected her nails, interrupting him. Want to be my spare tire? Sorry, you don't even meet the entry standards. He couldn't take it anymore and shoved her aside. You are blocking my vehicle. Just then, a flashy red supercar roared up. When Mang rolled down the window, mocking, "Hey Lin Xin, you actually commute on that pile of scrap." She stepped closer, feigning kindness while eyes dripped with scorn. Tell you what, when Mang is taking me to dinner, we can give you a lift. It is a rare chance for you to sit in a luxury car. He played along perfectly, leaning on the door like a savior. Well, if Vuvu says so, I suppose I can drive you a short way. Lin Xin ignored the clowns, hopped on his bike, and throttled it. He swerved right past her, sending Vu, you, toppling over in a frog-like pose with a pathetic ope, when Mang panicked and jumped out to catch her. Vuvu, are you all right? She pushed herself up, humiliated and sore. I am fine. That absolute bastard. His face twisted in malice. It is one thing to be jealous of me, but daring to vent his anger on you, I will absolutely not let this slide. She frantically checked her surgically enhanced nose. A pathetic man. If he cannot have me, he tries to ruin me. Disgusting. I must fire him. Lin Xin chuckled softly. Let that pair of clowns dance for a few more days. The more arrogant they are, the harder they will crash. The next morning, Vu Yu marched up behind him, starting her revenge plan. Lin Xin, buy coffee for everyone in the department. Go now. He turned, curiosity getting the better of him. Why exactly am I the one buying? She put hands on hips, voice dripping with entitlement. It is the rule for newcomers to serve the seniors. He simply pointed at the other guy. Then why isn't Sue when Meng going? She frowned, scrambling for an excuse. You buy today. He buys tomorrow. Problem, when Meng smirked, stepping in as if reading a script. College kids only know books, not how the world works. The team leader is giving you a chance. Or do you not want a good relationship with your colleagues? His provocation made the other staff glare at Lin Xin with judgment. Lin Xin just leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Is that so? You two put on quite a show. When Meng walked over, draping an arm around his shoulder in a threatening embrace. Lin Xin, watch your mouth. I have connections upstairs. After your internship, whether you stay or leave depends entirely on one word from me. Lin Xin picked his ear, looking bored. Oh, wow. And then, internally, he scoffed. Once this internship ends, I have my graduation credits. Who would want to stay in this dump? When Mang crossed his arms, arrogance radiating off him. If you become my lackey, I might just consider finding a way for you to stay. Vu, you chimed in immediately. When Mang is being too generous with you, why haven't you thanked him yet? Lin Xin curled his lip, dropping a hint. I actually think he is the one who should be thanking me. His gaze sharpened like a blade. If I were to become his lackey, I am afraid it would cost him his life. That is exactly why I advised him to drop this delusion. He should be thanking me instead. When Mang's face flushed crimson with rage as he pointed a trembling finger and roared. What did you just say to me? He shrugged with casual arrogance. Palms up. You are right. I am just a poor university student, so I have no money. Then, with a sly grin, he flipped the script. However, once payday arrives, I will treat everyone to coffee. But for now, let us yield the floor to Wen Ma. Surely, for someone with his vast wealth, treating the whole company is mere pocket change, right? Cold sweat trickled down his neck, but his pride would not let him back down. There are barely 1,000 people here. Of course, I can afford it! Do not compare a king to a beggar like you. Hearing this, he immediately sealed the deal. Then I will have a matcha latte. Thanks. When Mang nearly choked on his anger. Suddenly, Yuli wrapped her arms around his, her voice dripping with admiration. Thank you, Wen Mang. Only a generous soul, like you, deserves true friends. Unlike someone here who is both penniless and ignorant of basic office etiquette, the crowd flipped like a switch, cheering enthusiastically. The team leader is right. Thank you, Brother Wen. He bowed slightly, feigning humility while soaking in the praise. Thank you, everyone. It is my honor to treat you all. Lin Xin did not even glance up, dropping a verbal bomb. Perfect! From now on, you are in charge of all future coffee runs. when Mang ground his teeth, cursing the guy's ancestors in his head. The moment Daisy appeared, when Mang shot him a look, silently Uncle, this lunatic is bullying me again. The older man caught the signal and nodded subtly. Rest assured. He strode to the center of the room, his voice booming with authority. Everyone, attention. We have a massive project. You immediately acted as his human megaphone, screeching, "The manager is speaking. Silence! All of you." The room fell deathly silent, eyes glued to Daisy. The company just secured an $80 million project. We need a feasible proposal in 3 days. The chosen plan wins 800,000. Form your own teams and choose allies who understand unity. The room erupted in a unified "yes sir" as people scrambled to group up. Yet, absolutely no one approached Lin Shin. A mocking laugh pierced the air. "Ha! Look, nobody wants to team up with a loser." He simply smiled faintly. "This works out perfectly for me. Do you have a problem with that?" Before returning to his seat, when Meng threw one last barb, "Keep up that arrogance. Let us see how many days you can keep smiling before you crash and burn." Lin Shin sat back, leisurely enjoying his lunch, while watching them slave away like worker ants. The clock eventually ticked past 6 in the evening. While the office drowned in overtime stress, he casually strolled out the door. 3 days later, he snapped his fingers with a crisp sound, his face beaming. Done. With level 3 intelligence stats, crafting this proposal was a piece of cake. He hummed a happy tune. Confusing and annoying. He has not done a single hour of overtime. The meeting starts in 60 minutes. Why does he look so relaxed? When Mang sneered, a look of disdain on his face. Look at his pathetic attitude. He has clearly given up on the game. Nothing strange about it. Lin Shin ignored their presence and headed for the restroom. Hands on her hips. Yu watched him go, a dark thought forming. Maybe I should take a little peek. The moment she glanced at the screen, her pupils dilated in shock, eyes nearly popping out. Noticing her frozen state, when Mang turned to her. "What is it?" Her eyes remained glued to his monitor, her voice trembling with disbelief. "This proposal, it is professional. The product positioning is lethal, and the perspective is completely revolutionary." She stammered, unable to reconcile reality with what she was seeing. "It is miles ahead of our 3 teams combined. Did he really create this masterpiece alone in just 3 days?" When Mang frowned deeply, immediately projecting his own dishonesty. "What did you say?" "He definitely paid an expert to do it for him." Yui's face twisted from anxiety to cunning malice. "That does not matter now. The meeting is about to start. We absolutely cannot let him present this." Just then, Lin Shin returned to find her hovering over his desk. "Team leader, is there something you need?" She instantly regained her composure, her voice sickeningly sweet. "The report starts in less than 30 minutes. Since you are the only one doing nothing, go to meeting room A and tidy up the place." Before turning to leave, he simply uttered a single, indifferent syllable. "Bihan Hispak." Yu smirked, drunk on her own cleverness. "Lin Shin, we will kindly accept this proposal on your behalf." Moments later in room B, when Meng stood confidently, gesturing to the screen. The park-oriented development model is the future of urban expansion. It thrives on ecological infrastructure parks, water systems, and rolling hills. He spoke with practiced charisma, basking in the spotlight. This model stimulates new consumption hotspots, particularly in education, elevating the entire surrounding district. But the moment he clicked to the next slide, his commanding aura shattered. The air in the room froze instantly. He frantically clicked the remote, mumbling previous page. Previous page. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it! That was close. Hopefully, nobody noticed that glitch. Director Zhong leaned back with a satisfied smile, showering him with praise. Excellent. Truly excellent. This proposal is leagues above anything else I have seen. Dazi grinned, eyes vanishing into crescents. You flatter us, Director. As long as you are satisfied, that is all that matters. Seizing the moment when Mang puffed out his chest. After all, I graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. My work must live up to my university's prestige. You clapped enthusiastically, flattering him without shame.
Wow.
I had no idea you had such high academic credentials. Amazing. Director Zhong gave a thumbs up, eyes shining with approval. A genius from MIT indeed. With a proposal this flawless, I see absolutely no need for revision. Dazi glanced at him, swelling with pride. Success! My boy did good. Without hesitation, he slid the documents across the table toward Director Zhong. Since everything is in order, shall we proceed with the signing? The director scanned the page once more and nodded briskly. No problem at all. Dazi was already dreaming of his glorious future. Once this contract is signed, my promotion to general manager is practically set in stone. As the pen hovered over the paper, when Mang celebrated internally, with that 800,000 reward, I can finally pay off the last installment on my Rolex. Yu was equally ecstatic, her mind racing with calculations. If we split it, I get 400,000. That's enough for the entire Chanel spring collection. But their victory parade was cut short. Lin Shin kicked the door open, his voice icy. Stealing another man's proposal. You really have no shame, do you? Dazi whipped around, his voice hissing through clenched teeth. Lin Shin, panic flashed in when Mang's eyes, as he signaled his uncle. Uncle! Get him out of here! Catching the cue, Dazi pointed a furious finger. You audacious brat. You dare show up late and ruin the signing ceremony. Get out of my sight! Once the contract is signed, I will deal with your insolence. Late. If you hadn't tricked me into cleaning room 8, wouldn't I be the one signing that contract right now? His gaze cut like a knife toward the two figures by the screen. Vuyu, wa fan ma. You stole my proposal and thought I wouldn't notice. Dai Ti's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as rage consumed him. Silence! Yulo Li, intern, accusing a team leader of theft. I'm firing you for slander immediately. The tension in the room was tight enough to snap. What is he talking about? But Lam Tan stood like a mountain, blocking the manager's path. Hua Van Mang, do you dare open? Page 11. Check the final signature. The culprit's face drained of all color as he stammered, W.I. Should I look at that? Vuvu saw the trap closing and scrambled to spin a web of lies. Listen to me. He only mumbled one decent sentence during the meeting, so I added his name out of pity. And now you claim we stole it. Her lies flowed smoother than silk, swaying the fickle crowd. That Lemtan leaves at 5 sharp every day. He never works overtime. How could a slacker like him create such a masterpiece? Who would believe that? Unbelievable. Not only is he lazy, but he tries to steal credit from hard-working colleagues. Lam Tan smirked, his eyes burning with unwavering confidence. Manager, you seem impatient. The digital draft is still on my computer. How will you explain that away? Vuvu choked on her words. But Daichi flashed a sinister grin and played his trump card. He stared at his empty wrist and screamed, My watch. It's vanished. He pointed an accusing finger, sealing Lam Tan's fate. Lam Tan, you thief. Search his desk immediately. The father-son duo acted out their rehearsed play perfectly. Yes, manager. In less than a minute, the son raised his hand in victory, founded at Lam Tan's desk. He really is a thief. Lam Tan's eyes turned frosty, scanning the room. He deflected the accusation with terrifying calm. Oh, you guys really know how to put on a show. The villains exchanged glances of triumph. Quick thinking, Daichi thought. He had slipped the watch to his son during the chaos. Even if the brat guessed the truth, what could he do now? Daichi sneered, his voice dripping with arrogant pleasure. The evidence is undeniable. No use arguing now. But I am a merciful god. Kneel and beg. And I won't call the police. However, you are fired effectively immediately. The crowd roared, pouring oil on the fire. Don't be kind, manager. Call the cops. It's terrifying to work alongside a thief. Rage flickered in Lam Tan's eyes, a storm waiting to break. But before he could move, the manager barked his final order. Won't leave? Fine. Security. Drag this trash out. 2 guards charged forward instantly. Yes, sir. But before they could lay a finger on him, a voice cracked like a whip. Halt! Secretary Thursday. Mai parted the crowd like the Red Sea. Daichi gasped in shock. The president's secretary. He bowed instantly, forcing a grotesque smile. What brings you here? But his smile froze. Behind the secretary walked a presence that terrified him to his core. He shrieked, in pure horror. President! His arrogance popped like a soap bubble, replaced by pathetic booth. Heavens! Why didn't you announce your arrival? I would have rolled out the red carpet. Thursday, my shot him a look that could kill. The president goes wherever she pleases. He nodded frantically, like a pecking chicken. Yes, yes, please, forgive my clumsy tongue. Daichi scrambled, barking orders at his minions. Get a chair. Brew my finest tea. The Longjing blend. Another boss tried to greet her. Hello, President. I am from... But she walked past him as if he were air. Not even a glance. Thursday, Mai blocked the path. Apologies. The president has urgent business. Daichi gestured to the fancy chair, desperate to show off. President, your throne is ready. Please, sit. By the way, I just secured an 80 million yuan deal for the company. But the person who sat in the chair was Slumtan, and the president herself bowed to serve him water. Please, have some tea. He crossed his legs, answering with a single word. HMPH? The air in the room solidified. Everyone stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He took a sip and frowned. This tea burns? The president panicked. She reached for the cup, terror written on her face. I'm sorry. Let me cool it down. She gently blew on the tea, breath by breath. The onlooker's jaws hit the floor. Ha! What is happening? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The silent crowd began to murmur in disbelief. Am I hallucinating? Is this real? The president bent down with a sweet smile. Is the temperature okay now? Lamtan took a sip and nodded. Perfect. Thank goodness. She spoke softly. Enjoy your tea. I will handle the trash. She signaled Thursday Mai with a sharp glance. The secretary understood immediately. She turned on the manager, her voice cold as the grave. Hua Daichi, do you realize the gravity of your sins? He shook so hard his teeth rattled. Lamtan, rumor has it he was placed here by the president. An employee rushed in with a file, shouting, Head secretary. We found it. Without a word, she slammed the file into the manager's chest. This is the original plan found on Lamtan's computer. Look for yourself. Daichi read it and collapsed, his strength leaving his body. He fell to his knees before the court. The plan, ... It was Lamtan's. I framed him. Thursday, Mai listed his crimes like a judge reading a death sentence. Colluding with subordinates to steal credit. Abusing power to support your mistress. Promoting an uneducated lover to team leader. Destroying department efficiency. The list was long, but she wasn't done. She adjusted her glasses, the light reflecting ominously. Violating company policy. Secretly hiring your son. You have been very busy destroying this company from the inside. The onlookers gasped in unison, unable to hide their shock. What? Manager Su did all of this? Shumei stepped closer, her gaze locking onto Dazi's panic-stricken face. You have offended President Mani himself. Your luck has finally run out. He couldn't believe his ears, stammering the name President Mani. Like a broken record, Lin Xin sat back, enjoying the show as she made the grand introduction. The investor who poured 500 million into our tech company, our largest shareholder, is none other than Lin Xin. The trio was so shocked, their souls nearly left their minds descending into total chaos. How? How is this even possible? It cannot be. He is actually President Mani. Then, she delivered the final verdict. Zudazi, Yu, Zu women, you are all fired immediately. The old man collapsed to the ground, weeping and begging for mercy. No! Please! Wenmeng glared at Yu, gritting his teeth in silent curses. This is all that wretched woman's fault. His fury exploded. He gripped her arm, his voice hissing with hatred. Yuan, did you really cheat with my father? You even went to a hotel with him. She snapped back without a shred of shame. What are you screaming about? I am the real victim here. I thought the CEO arranged you for me. Turns out you're just the son of a lousy manager. Why did you pretend to be a rich heir? The three of them lunged at each other. A chaotic brawl, erupting curses echoed through the room. You witch! How dare you seduce my son and hit me? You unfilial son. Your mother suffers at home while you cheat with subordinates. And you, cheap woman, go to hell. You dare hit me. I am telling your wife everything. Disgusted by this pathetic farce, insulting everyone's eyes, Shumei issued a cold command. So noisy. Guards, drag these three out of here. Their miserable screams faded into the distance. Ugh! Immediately, everyone who had once worked alongside Lin Xin bowed their heads in deep repentance. Director Money, I apologize. Sudazi deceived us all. I never even liked you. Thank you for avenging us. Sir, I will always stand by your side. Shiran turned to him, searching his expression. President Money, are you satisfied with this outcome? He smiled, looking thoroughly pleased. Not bad, but your company needs better hiring standards. Filter for character, right from the start. Ignoring the others in the room, she scooted closer to him. Back then, I wanted you as director, but you refused? Seeing you suffer this grievance makes me feel terrible. He laughed it off. I just prefer to keep a low profile. With a sweet smile, she affectionately linked her arm with his, and they walked out together. Lin Xin, the professional team I found, has made huge progress on the research. Let me show you. He agreed immediately. Sure thing. Behind them, the employees whispered in disbelief. Did I see that right? Our Iron Lady boss has a soft side. Back at Shiran's office, he looked around, impressed. Your office is incredibly luxurious. She waved it off casually. I honestly don't care much for it. I spend most of my time at the tech branch, so I haven't been here in ages. This is our latest achievement. Lin Xin peered at the computer screen, but his brain instantly oh wow! I have no idea what I'm looking at, but it looks amazing. It was just an endless sea of data and code. He couldn't read a single word. Yet, he generously opened his wallet without hesitation. Anyway, great job, Ran. I am investing another 500 million for you. His phone instantly pinged. Asterisk ding. 500 million transferred, followed by the system alert. Asterisk affection increased by 10%. Shiran was so happy, she did a little wiggle dance. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. She had no idea that her chair had begun to wobble dangerously. The very next second, a panicked scream pierced the air. Oh, it was loud enough to burst an eardrum. Lin Xin rushed to her side, worried. Rambo, are you okay? The situation was incredibly awkward. She had fallen through the seat and couldn't escape the frame. Terrified, she cried out for help. Director Money, I think I am stuck. Suddenly, a scene flashed in his mind: Jessica doing laundry, singing a tune, then eyes widening in shock. Oh no more, oh no more. That specific sultry voice and questionable atmosphere flooded his brain. Asterisk, help me. Brother, I'm stuck. It was just Lin Xin's wild imagination. Stop, stop, stop. Why did those weird images pop up? Well, the current situation wasn't much different. He stood there, flustered and confused. This is the first time I have ever encountered a problem like this. What should he do? He was panicking, but she was even more desperate. Lin Xin, I can't move. Help me. Hearing her plea, he quickly stepped in to lend a hand. I will try to pull you up. But this method wasn't working. Ah, no, don't. It hurts. Those ambiguous sounds drifted right out into the hallway. Sorry, sorry. Shumei, passing by, heard the noise and froze in panic. She frantically knocked on the door. Director, is everything all right? Do you need my help? She received a curt reply. No, I am fine. In reality, Shiran was so embarrassed she wanted to flee to the mountains and live with the monkeys. Asterisk, if she sees me in this state, my carefully built image will be destroyed. Lin Xin sighed helplessly. Being a director is hard work. Let's try this instead. I will carry you to the sofa. Changing positions might help pull you out. With no other choice, she hesitated but agreed. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Before she finished, he effortlessly lifted both her and the chair. He looked down at the beauty in his arms, feeling a bit shy. Does this hurt? Although the pose was bizarre, being held by his strong muscular arms made her cheeks burn red. I'm fine. Lin Xin placed her down so she was kneeling on the sofa, giving instructions. Okay, lie down and lift your hips a bit. I will hold it steady. Just endure it for a moment. Shu Mei heard every word of that suggestive dialogue from outside. Eme Maha, well, I guess anything is better than being stuck inside. The realization hit her like a truck. The director is so manly, smart, and talented. Why would they? She shook her head. No, surely I am overthinking it. After a fierce struggle, the chair finally popped off her body. He exhaled a long breath of relief. Finally, we got it off. However, disheveled she ran looked even more seductive now, making him stammer. Ranbo, are you okay? She gently rubbed her bruised leg, whispering softly, Tia, thank you. As she stood up, he realized her dress was completely torn. Yet, she remained surprisingly calm. It's fine. I have a changing room here. I will go put on a different outfit. She entered a hidden room, leaving him to marvel at the space. My God, a luxury dressing room inside an office? Poverty truly limited my imagination. Suddenly, a specific outfit caught his eye. That dress is beautiful. Of course, that wasn't the only thing he had noticed. Having chosen her clothes, her voice drifted out from the bathroom. I'll be quick. Just wait a moment. How could he possibly refuse a request from such a beauty? Whether by accident or design, he turned his head. Through the semi-transparent glass, her curvy silhouette ample in the front and perky in the back appeared before his eyes like a misty dream. Right here, right now. A golden opportunity like this is rare. As a true gentleman, I must pull up a chair and observe this situation carefully. Suddenly, Shiran called out to him. Are you there? It caught him off guard, making him stammer in a panic. I was not looking. I did not see anything. She ignored his clumsiness, a gentle smile revealing her true feelings. I truly thank you. From the bottom of my heart. My family opposed my startup. Only you trusted me with 1 billion, with no strings attached. I swear on my life, I will never let your investment fail. Those words sounded sweet to the ears, but for him, reality was different. Actually, I was strictly praying for you to fail. If you succeed, you will not need my money anymore. Only if you lose it all, can I justify pouring in even more cash. Though his mind plotted financial loss, his voice remained caring. It is fine. Money means nothing to me. If you want to repay me, just work hard at spending it. Of course, she completely misinterpreted his intentions. Strive to spend money. I understand now. She thought he meant sparing no expense on research and development for the microchip technology, to free our nation from foreign suppression as soon as possible. I only thought of profit, but Lin Xin, he is a true patriot. He is the standard we should all aspire to. Her admiration soared, triggering the system instantly. Affection points increased by 20%. Jiang Shi, Ran's total affection, is now 52%. He thought his natural charm did the trick, smiling smugly to himself. But the sudden spike proved it. Telling a girl to spend money is the ultimate romantic gesture. Seconds later, she emerged in a breathtaking outfit. I am ready, Lin Xin. May I treat you to dinner? His eyes went wide at the familiar, stunning dress. Wait, isn't that the dress? She ran, caught his excitement, and smiled with satisfaction. Before turning to give a strict order to her assistant, to the Nine Dragons Mountain Hotel. The assistant bowed low. Yes, Chairman. Meanwhile, the male staff wailed in despair at her appearance. Good heavens, did you see? She changed clothes right after he entered her office. I have never seen the chairman wear something so alluring. Did they do it? No, I refuse to believe it. The staff drowned in endless sorrow, ignoring the couple flirting right in front of them. She ran, looked at him with tender eyes. Lin Xin, after we eat, let me show you my proudest achievement. Since he was free, he happily agreed. Sure, I need to understand the project better anyway. Soon, they were dining at a high-end restaurant, where she suddenly praised his genius. I reviewed the plan. It is brilliant. I can hardly believe this is your first time handling this type of work. Under the dim, ambient light, his charm was lethal. It is fine. This project is relatively simple. His handsome nonchalance made her head spin. The system notification chimed instantly. Affection points increased by 15%. Zheng Shi, Ran's total affection is now 77%. Time flew until late night. Back home, she peeled off her stockings while murmuring, "I am not sure either." Then she winked playfully at her friend. "But Yuan, isn't your flight to Japan tomorrow? Why aren't you sleeping? Is going with your old classmate making you too excited to rest?" Hit by the truth, her cheeks burned a deep crimson. "What are you talking about? He and I are strictly just former classmates." She ran, refused to let it go. "Just classmates. He helped you that much. Do not forget you basically sold yourself to him." Yuan had no rebuttal. Yuan abruptly dodged the topic. "I am not talking to you anymore. I am going to sleep." Her friend just laughed, playing along. "Ha ha, good night." Silence returned as she stepped out of the bath. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Japan was far from peaceful. In a dimly lit room, a subordinate rushed to report, "German kamida, defense ready." The old man asked coldly, "How much?" The subordinate bowed low, his voice trembling with confidence. "Enough for you to buy absolutely anything you desire at next week's auction." The chairman nodded. "Satisfied? Good. And what of that arrogant Chinese brat?" The intel was already in. Cao Zhun confirmed the target had booked a ticket. Kameda swirled his wine, his voice dripping with disdain. "So he dares to come. Excellent. For offending my financial group, I will humiliate him thoroughly at the auction." Glancing at his fierce-looking henchman, his arrogance swelled. "After the humiliation, make sure he stays in Japan forever." 10 days later, cruising at 30,000 feet, a notification popped up. 2 days until the grand auction, an event held in Japan only once every 4 years. This legendary event had captured the attention of elite collectors from every corner of the globe. Lin Xin turned to his companion. "We bought tickets so late. We are lucky to even get economy seats." He paused. "What is wrong, Yuan?" She looked at him and sighed, her eyes filled with anxiety. "I am excited to see the artifacts, but I am also incredibly nervous." Nervous because I heard Cao Zhun has the backing of the Kamada Zabatsu to handle things here in Japan. His provocation was clearly a trap. "If you lose at the auction, I am terrified of what he might do to you." Lin Xin kept his signature calm smile to reassure her. "Do not worry. Bet or no more bet, I will bring those Chinese artifacts back home where they belong." Yuan could only choose to trust him. "Okay." Suddenly, the peace was shattered by a bratty kid screaming and running down the aisle. Ultraman beam attack. The kid rampaged until he saw Yuan and Lin Shi freezing in place and staring at them with intent. Without warning, he climbed onto the empty seat behind them and shoved it violently, startling her. Yuan turned gently. "Hey, little friend, kicking the seat is not polite." But the brat just laughed arrogantly and spewed filth. "Hey, beautiful. Why don't you show me what you are hiding under there?" She could not believe her ears. "What did you just say?" The brat, devoid of manners, slapped her phone out of her hand. "If you won't show me, then forget it." That was the last straw. Lin Xin's expression darkened. He stood up, rage flaring in his eyes. "You little piece of trash." Engu Hyun, ever the gentle soul, tried to hold him back. "Let it be. He is just a child who knows no better." Lam Tan sat back down, frowning, his desire for justice simmering beneath the surface. "You are too kind for your own good. If a sapling is not pruned, it grows into a twisted tree." Just as they thought the storm had passed, the winds of chaos returned. Fin Hao came running back, his mechanical toy ready for destruction. The brat unleashed a demonic screech. Tiger Tank. Attack. Whether by fate or malice, the toy's claws hooked into Engu Hyen's dress, dragging the delicate fabricant her across the floor in a shocking display. Instant karma struck because the robot was tangled in the silk. The little gremlin lost his balance and crashed face first onto the hard floor. A loud rip echoed through the cabin, and Gu Hian frantically covered the exposed skin of her ruined dress. "My dress!" Rage flared in Lam Tan's eyes like wildfire. He stood up, towering over them. "You little brat!" The boy sat there, clutching his cheek and wailing like a banshee. "Boo! Hoo! It hurts." A pitiful sight, maybe. Deserved, absolutely. Suddenly, a wild mother appeared, summoned by the crocodile tears. "My precious baby, who dared to touch my golden child?" Laman did not even ask for the truth. Her finger was already pointing an accusation before she even reached them. "You Why are you bullying my son? Her arrogance was suffocating. Lam Tan glared at this textbook example of bad parenting. This woman was clearly a calamity raised by a chaotic family. And Gu Heian tried to explain with grace that the boy's rampage destroyed her property, but the mother activated her ultimate defense card. He is just a child playing. What is the big deal? Did you not run when you were young? Are you crippled? Heian's weak attempt to mention airplane safety regulations only fueled the woman's toxic fire, giving her the momentum to push even further. So, what if it is a plane? Do you own it? You question my parenting. Have you even given birth? Then came the Look at you, dressed like a streetwalker. Truly, Gu Heian was stunned by this shameless divine art. The sheer audacity of being wrong yet arguing so loudly. And Gu Heian, a teacher of proper etiquette, was left stuttering. What? What is wrong with my clothes? My style is my freedom. But her voice was drowned out by Le Man's sonic weapon. I do not need parenting advice from a cheap woman. My son has more sense than a harlot like you. The apple truly does not fall far from the rotten tree. Fiend, how immediately chimed in. Yeah, I have more sense than the harlot, Mom. I saw her panties. Gu Heian frantically covered herself, shrinking back in humiliation. Don't look. But the venom continued. See, girls like that love to show off skin. If they do not cut holes in the pants, they slash their skirts. The woman had mastered the art of reversing black and white, dumping all the blame and sin onto the victim's head. My innocent baby is mentally scarred by your shamelessness. The gentle, flower-like Gu Heian stood no chance against this market-true level of combat. Philosophy. Sister. ... That was the last straw. Lam Tan could not remain passive. He stepped forward like a guardian deity, ready to unleash a barrage of verbal justice upon the toxic duo's face and upbringing. Laman, undeterred by gender, engaged in a solo combat frenzy. What? You dog cuppa want to gang up on a helpless mother and child? I will call the attendants to throw you off this plane. Lam Tan smirked, turning her threat into a trap. Call the attendants. Excellent idea. I will report the property damage caused by your feral child. And now, your verbal harassment and slander. The police will love this. Get your checkbook ready for compensation. The brat realized his face-saving aura was crumbling and returned to his factory settings. Mommy! Make him stop. Lam Tan ignored the noise and turned to Heian. Are you alright? Wow. ... You actually shut her up. Admiration sparkled in Gu Heian's eyes. You are amazing. Affection points increased by 5%. Lam Tan calmly imparted his wisdom. To treat villains, you must be the bigger villain. Laman's silence was brief. She rebooted her superiority complex. A dog couple sitting in economy class acts so tough. What is there to be proud of? You will never smell the air of first class in your miserable lives. This area of effect attack instantly aggravated the surrounding cultivators. I mean, passengers. Hey old hag, what did economy class do to you? Does having a few filthy coins give you the right to look down on everyone with your dog eyes? Yet, she continued to spray venom at the entire clan. Lam Tan sighed. Time to summon the GM. Stewardess, please remove this queen mother back to her throne. She is too noisy. But the person responsible for order was currently busy enjoying the elixir of life. Starbucks. Hazelnut. Tea. Nothing beats this flavor. La Quine ignored the chaos, scrolling through social media like a true Ooh, the noise is killing my vibe. Why do I always attract low-class passengers? She posted a complaint story. Her colleague, Yuan, sighed. Little Quine, isn't your makeup a bit too heavy for a flight? La Quine immediately flared up with arrogance. Hold on. Sister Yuan, where are you taking those snacks? She blocked the path. I already served him water. Back off. It is my turn now. She clung to the opportunity like a leech. Every woman for herself. Who cares about seniority or rules? Luckily, Tai Fuang intervened before a catfight erupted. Stop bickering. Even first class can hear you banshees. Le Quine blinked. Little Fung, why are you here instead of them all? Tai Fuang ruthlessly exposed their scheme. You act like I do not know you are both hunting director. Everyone knew the target. Director Fai, a legendary second-generation tycoon. A Vimjiang, he sells airplanes and is buddies with the chairman. A golden thigh. Everyone wants to hug. Ironically, the director was currently busy begging Lamtan for a deal in a group chat. Te Fuang peeked through the curtain. Look, even the captain abandoned the cockpit to bootlick the director. Suddenly, the service bell rang the signal for trouble. Juan smirked. Little Quine, that is your sector. Go handle it. She stalled, trying to dodge the work. Why should I care about economy drama? Te Fuang, you go. But seeing a VIP watching from first class, she had no choice. Laquine marched off, leaving her snickering colleagues behind. She slapped on her professional industrial smile instantly. Greetings. How may I assist you? Nguheyan immediately pointed out the villain. This delusional auntie from first class is disturbing the peace and ruining our rest. Lamtan mentally gave a thumbs up. Excellent. She learns the art of counterattack fast. Truly a top student. Lamon played her trap card. The capitalist authority. I am the wife of the chairman of Vimjiang Fortune Group. Do you believe me, or these paupers? Laquin's internal compass immediately swung toward the money, but outwardly, she feigned confusion. Is there a misunderstanding? A madam from first class, causing trouble in economy. That sounds ... unlikely. Lamtan saw right through her bias. Oh, so rich people are civilized, and we are the... Laquine replied with a slippery tongue. Sir, I never said that. But in her heart, she sneered. Asterisk, why are you in economy if you aren't trash? Know your place. Li Min and her daughter smirked, their egos instantly inflated. See that? That is the difference between true nobility and trash. Trying to kick me out. With my connections, banning a loser like you from aviation is child's play. Don't even dream of sitting on a plane ever again. Lin Xin just dug 4 gold in his nose, utterly Is that so? I don't buy it. His indifference only fueled her rage. Just you wait. Let's see how long you can keep smiling. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the noise. Is this a market? Who dares cause a scene? La Qiong, the stewardess, rushed over with a fake smile. Director Fei Yi, 1,000 apologies. A low-class passenger in economy was making a fuss. I've already handled the trash. I hope it didn't ruin your flight experience. I am truly sorry. Meanwhile, Li Min kept digging her own grave. You're finished, brat. This is Director Fei, the tycoon of Yanjiang Aviation. He knows the whole board of directors. I'll have him ban you for life. She instantly switched to a sycophantic smile. Greetings, Director Fei Yi. I am the wife of the chairman of Luck Group. We briefly met at last week's gala. She dropped hints, expecting special treatment. Those 2 poor wretches were causing a scene. I tried to educate them, but low-class people simply refused to listen. However, Fei Ainam wasn't looking at her. He froze, eyes wide in shock. He shoved past her, rushing to shake Lin Xin's hand with trembling excitement. President Jian, is it really you? I finally get to meet the legend in the flesh. It's me. In the heirs and heiresses chat group, I'm just the humble plain salesman. Lin Xin's memory sparked. Ah, right. You're that guy. You left quite an impression. Really? You remember a nobody like me? I'm honored. Fei Nam turned, his voice booming. Stewardess, get over here. The flight attendant, Qi Feng, appeared instantly. Yes, Director Fei Yi. How may I serve you? He waved his hand dismissively. Upgrade this gentleman and the lady to first class immediately. Charge it to my gold premier card. Right away. Sir, the 3 antagonists stood there. Their brains their reality was crumbling before their eyes. What? How? Why? But Lin Xin didn't move to celebrate. He smirked, his aura imposing. I appreciate the gesture, Director Fei. However, sitting in first class and seeing this old hag's face would severely damage my mental health. I'd rather stay in economy. Fei Nam didn't hesitate for a second. Say no more. I'll contact the airline owner personally. We'll have this woman blacklisted immediately. Please, don't be angry, President Qian. Li Min panicked, grasping at straws. Director Fei, this is all a huge misunderstanding. Seeing her status fail, she played the victim card. Oh, my head spins. My heart aches. Don't you have any pity for a poor mother and daughter? Lin Shin rolled his eyes. Save the acting. After how your brat treated my friend, I'm not buying it. His judgment was final. The mother and daughter flopped around like dying fish. My daughter is just a child. How can a big shot like you hold a grudge against a kid? You're bullying weak women. Fei Nam stepped in, his face stern as a judge. Silence. The entire plane is tired of your screeching. You are disrupting public order. Security will be waiting for you the moment we land. Li Min begged desperately. No, please, direct our fate. The other passengers cheered as justice was served. One passenger poured oil on the fire. Hey, I found this stewardess's social media. She posted a photo mocking us as idiots. What? Share it now. Let's see if she can ever work in this industry again. La Kyong went pale. She knew her career was officially dead. It's over, ... I'm finished. Upon landing at Narita Airport in Japan, karma finally collected its debt from Li Min. Let me go. I know I was wrong. Fei Nam sidled up to Lin Shin, his President Qian here in Japan, to expand his business empire. Lin Shin didn't hide his intentions. In 2 days, I'm attending the Nihon Do auction. I plan to buy back every single Chinese artifact. Fei Nam clicked his tongue in admiration. President Qian is truly noble. You are the pride of our nation. I feel ashamed of my own small ambition. But then, his expression turned serious. However, be wary of Kamada. He's a notorious Japanese tycoon with an obsession for Chinese antiques. At the Nihon Do auctions, anyone who bids against him ... loses. He crushes opponents with money and insults. Worse, his rivals often suffer accidents. Rumor has it, he employs ninjas and samurai. You might be walking into a war zone. Yu Zhuan's face darkened with worry. No wonder Kaojan taunted you into coming here. He wanted to pit you against the Kameda clan. That snake Cao Jun is vicious. Lin Shin, maybe we should retreat for now. Lin Shin stood like a mountain, unshakable. If I run, our national treasures fall into that bastard's hands. Never. Besides, I can use the auction to trigger some massive cashback rewards. It's a win-win scenario. Fei Nam looked at him with starry eyes. President Qian is so handsome. Even Yu Zhuan felt her heart flutter. Asterisk ding. Yu Zhuan's affection increased by 15%. While they chatted, they remained oblivious to the shadows stalking them. She easily completed Phase 1. Target acquired days ago. Komada had given the order. Intelligence says Shaya Yu Zhuan is arriving with a wealthy Chinese backer. You know what needs to be done, don't you? His eyes gleamed with malice. Standing before him was his most elite blade, the Shadow Ninja. Her voice was cold as steel. I will teach that Chinese tourist the terrifying might of the Kamada family. Rest assured, Master, I will only break his spirit, not his life. He needs to attend the auction to lose his money. She knelt and bowed deeply to show her loyalty. She whispered into her comms. Target sighted. That's Xia, Yushuan, and the money bag. Just then, Lin Shin stopped. I'm parched. I'm going to grab a bottle of water. You want one? Yu Zhuan shook her head. I'm fine. I'll wait. By the car. From the shadows, Seiko grinned. Perfect. She had prepped a special poison, a needle-thin dart that would induce weakness and explosive diarrhea for 24 hours. She crept up behind him like a phantom. Accept this welcome gift from my master. Suddenly, a scream shattered her focus. What? 80 yuan? In China, this costs to... Are the Japanese insane? Is this a robbery? Lin Shin instantly found a budget-friendly alternative. Aha, a public water fountain. He rushed over to drink tap water for free. Seiko froze, her ninja brain unable to process his cheapness. After downing that glass, he looked totally refreshed. Nothing beats tap water, especially since it's free. A stark contrast to the dark, gloomy expression on her face. Is this really the tycoon from China? The legendary figure who bought a museum for 1 billion. She had to verify it. After a moment, he finally stepped out. Yaxuan, I've arrived. She already knew the drill. Let the CEO's car go ahead. This time, I want to experience a more humble lifestyle with you. Actually, I just wanted some alone time with you. Lin Xin happily accepted the excuse. Fine, let us take a taxi then. He quickly hailed a cab from the street. Driver, how much to this address? The man quoted the standard rate. Hello, sir. Starting price is one. But unexpectedly, he haggled like a housewife at a morning market. That is way too expensive. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. Actually, I saw the airport bus is only 30. Let the two of us just take the bus instead. Yaxuan was surprisingly compliant. All right, I will follow your lead. On the way, Lin Xin lectured her on financial philosophy. Spend when necessary, but save every penny you can. We are not in a rush anyway, so let us enjoy the scenery. The spy grew more confused. Is this really a tycoon? She continued stalking them all the way to the hotel lobby. The receptionist verified the details. Sir, this coupon is valid for a $10 discount. He calculated every cent meticulously. That is great, because I actually have one more. Please apply this one as well. He then turned to explain with professional seriousness. It is a waste not to use coupons. See, we have now saved another $30. Yaxuan nodded like she was hypnotized. MM. Watching this, the spy easily reached a conclusion. Poor, stingy, obsessed with petty gain. She was now absolutely certain this man could not possibly be a financial tycoon. He looked more like Shayuk Xuan's broke assistant. So where was her real target? Where was the wealthy Chinese magnate? A plan instantly formed in her mind. She would force the answer out of this lowly assistant. At 10 o'clock that night, Lin Xin was gaming solo in the living room when a knock echoed. He immediately went to the peephole to investigate. Who is it? Outside stood Taco, looking gorgeous, with a killer figure. Hello, sir. I am room service. With your late-night snack. Seeing a beauty, he opened the door with enthusiasm. Ah, I was just getting hungry. Come in. However, suspicion rose in his heart. Did I actually order this service? Her attitude was incredibly respectful. Please enjoy. But the moment Lin Xin took a bite, the system chimed. Warning. Truth serum detected. Passive skill. Universal antidote activated. The effects of the serum have been nullified. He speculated silently while maintaining a poker face. Truth serum. Isn't that a restricted substance used in military interrogations? This was definitely sent by that tycoon named Camera. Truth serum. Huh? Very well. I will play this little game with you. Suddenly, he clutched his head, putting on a show. I suddenly feel a little dizzy. The system pinged again, detected a beautiful woman, initiating a counterattack mission. Seeing Lin Xin's state, Taco smiled triumphantly. Tell me, where is the wealthy man named Lin, who came with Xia Yuxuan to the auction? The system instantly pulled her full profile. Name, Seito. Age, 20. If favorability toward host exceeds 90, 10% of counterattack gold returns as personal assets. If favorability reaches 100%, the relationship status changes. Current favorability is negative 30%. Lin Xin intentionally made a lecherous face. I like girls with big chests. Internally, he cheered. I cannot believe I unlocked a counterattack mission. Taco was taken aback by his reaction. She analyzed silently. It seems people with weak wills lose self-control and spill their inner thoughts under the serum, no matter how filthy or evil those thoughts might be. She decided to flaunt her impressive curves to seduce him further. Really? People say they like you too. Handsome. Now, can you tell me where the tycoon is? Lin Xin slapped his thigh like an arrogant lord. I am so hungry, suddenly cannot remember a thing. If he feed me, maybe I will talk. Taco complied immediately without hesitation. Of course, that is no problem at all. She gently fed him a piece of fruit. Is it delicious? Big brother? Lin Xin was incredibly satisfied, enjoying both the gourmet food and the beauty before him. Delicious. So delicious. Taco seized the chance to ask again. So, have you remembered yet? He chewed noisily, continuing his act. I remember now. The tycoon said he won't appear until the auction officially opens. He said it adds style. She evaluated the intel. It makes sense. It matches the profile, Cao Jia mentioned. Having achieved her goal, she brazenly sat right on Lin Xin's lap. So that is how it is. She leaned in close, making him blush. Let us play a different game. Taco swiftly locked his joints, making him yelp. Damn it, is this the kind of game she meant? Her attitude did a 180 flip. You have no more value. Go to sleep. She struck him, leaving him unconscious on the chair. Confirming he was out cold, she put her mask back on and whispered a hypnotic suggestion. When you wake up tomorrow, you will remember nothing. The door clicked shut behind her. However, the moment Taco left, Lin Xin sat up straight. As expected of a professionally trained agent, that leg power was on a different level. If my arms did not have level 3 strength, I would have been choked out cold. Camera is making moves before the auction even starts. I am looking forward to this event even more now. Time flew by, and the day of the One Origin Hall auction arrived. Everyone greeted the VIPs enthusiastically. President Camera, greetings. President Camera. Camera appeared with an imposing aura, flanked by his 2 aides, Cao Jun and Taco. She whispered respectfully, Master, if that man appears today, I can ambush him at the door and assassinate him directly. But he immediately rejected the idea, brimming with arrogance. No more need. Camera was absolutely certain of his victory. China has a saying about a turtle shrinking into its shell. Does that not describe this invisible opponent perfectly? He is hiding in panic. In terms of spirit, he has already lost. Cao Jun smirked with equal smugness. If he dares to show his face at the auction today, it will be the day of his funeral. Taco nodded in disdainful agreement. Correct. These people are all the same. Despicable, useless, and timid as mice. That assistant yesterday was the perfect example. Just then, she noticed a commotion on the other side of the hall. Why is there such a large crowd gathering over there? She quickly realized the center of attention was Xia Yu, but the man standing next to her. Cao Jun caught a glimpse of that godlike side profile and screamed in shock. Holy crap. Lin Xin didn't hold back, demanding to know if his target had arrived. Taco froze, totally blindsided by the question. What? Leading Yu Zhuan toward the enemy camp? Lin Xin smirked. Well, if it isn't the pig of the hour. That's the scumbag Kameda, isn't it? Her face went pale instantly. Impossible. The truth serum failed. Did he see through my disguise from the very beginning? The old man shot her a glare that could kill. Useless trash. Cao Jun sneered, stepping in. You've got guts showing up here. Lin, but you're nothing compared to Chairman Kameda. Lin Xin flashed a perfect plastic smile. Oh, please. How could I possibly act arrogant in front of a legendary scumbag like yourself? Eight before beauty, or in his case, tres before treasure. Kameda chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Welcome, young talent from Huaxia. I do hope you provide some entertainment. Lincoln's reply was cool as ice. Oh, don't worry. I guarantee you'll be shocked. And so, the games began. Midori took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Apando auction, the grandest charity event in Japan and a spectacle recognized worldwide. Her voice rang out with professional charisma. Tonight, 90% of all proceeds will go directly to the World United Rescue Organization. First, let us honor the distinguished noble families who have traveled from every corner of the globe to join us. Representing Japan, the chairman of Komada Trading, Mr. Taketa Kameda, and from the UK, the young heir of the Z family, Mr. Andy Zone. We also have the stunning golden beauty, Luigiana from France, and the esteemed oil tycoon, Mr. Bitch, representing the Middle East. And finally, Mr. Lin Xin. From Huaxia, the crowd murmured in confusion. Lin Chen? Who's that? Never heard of him in the elite circles. Yu Zhuan clenched her fists, irritated by the whispers. He's not from the main Lin group. Probably just some nouveau rich trying to buy his way into society. Ignoring the gossip, Lin Xin walked onto the stage with the swagger of a king. He grabbed the mic, ready to drop a bombshell. His voice commanded absolute silence. Apologies for the interruption. I am Linkin. As a guest from Huaxia, we value etiquette above all else. I didn't intend to steal the spotlight, but in the spirit of international friendship, I need to make my stance crystal clear. From the audience, Yu Zhuan watched him, eyes shining with unexpected pride. First, I am here for my country's treasures. If a Huaxia artifact is on this stage, consider it mine. I will reclaim every lost piece of history. Taco's face went stiff. Second, since this is for charity, let's make it interesting. Whatever amount I bid today, I will double it as a personal donation. Kamida's expression turned thunderous. And third, a friendly warning to my competitors. Be very careful when bidding against me. Otherwise, you might just bankrupt yourselves. The hall erupted. Wow, this Huaxia kid is insanely arrogant. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But paying double? That's actually kind of hot. Kamada just sneered. To him, Lin Chin was a bug. Just a bluffing clown jumping around. Nothing to fear. Suta whispered, Chairman, I've checked the funds. Kamada frowned. Report, the Z family brought 5 billion. France and the Middle East have about 4 billion each. And we prepared 8 billion. Enough to crush them all. Kameda stroked his mustache, satisfied. This auction is key to my cultural restoration project. The media is prepped. Once I win, my grand image will be broadcast to the world. Komada Group stocks will soar, and Matsumoto will secure the presidency. Everything is proceeding perfectly. My path to glory is clear. Crushing this ant will be a bonus. On stage, Midori announced, let the bidding officially begin. Item 1, an Edo period incense burner, starting at 8 million. Kameda instantly raised his paddle. 30 million. Number 001 bids, 30 million. Any other offers? She glanced at Lin Chin, but he was busy whispering to you, Xuan. Wait, isn't that style Japanese? Why call it a Huaxia artifact? Lin Chin asked. Yuan pointed at the catalog. Well, back then, many nations made export-specific goods, so the style varies. She suddenly realized how close they were and turned away, blushing. Sorry, you're the expert. I shouldn't be lecturing you. Lin Chin smiled gently. Not at all. I actually love seeing you so focused on artifacts. Serious women are the most beautiful. Yuan turned beet red, completely flustered. The system chimed. Affection increased by 5%. Tao Jun and his lackeys stared in disbelief. Were they really flirting in the middle of a war? Komeda scoffed, so-called patriot. You're just a skirt chaser. But the next item is the real test. Let's see if you can survive my financial firepower. The next artifact was unveiled, its beauty stunning the crowd. Item 2, the blue and white peacock plate, starting at 10 million. Lin Kin's paddle shot up instantly. The room went silent. Look at him tremble, someone mocked. Then Lin Chin spoke. 300 million. The entire venue gasped in unison. What? Did he just multiply the price by 30? Komeda maintained his arrogant smirk, but his eyes narrowed. A desperate move by a weak man. How pitiful, Suta asked. Should we counter? Komada shook his head. No, that plate is worth 180 million tops. Let the idiot burn his cash. Midori slammed the gavel. Sold to number 008 for 300 million. Lin Chin turned to Yuan with a charming smile. I bought this for you. Its beauty pales in comparison to yours. Of course, the crowd lost their minds. He just gave away a $300 million artifact like it. Candy, who is this guy? It's merely a trifle, just a bit of posturing. She accepted it with a flush of confusion. Truth be told, this treasure is destined for our grand museum. Yushuan beamed her gratitude overflowing. Thank you, I love it. Meanwhile, the nearby crowd gritted their teeth, choking on this blatant display of public affection. Flirting in the middle of a war zone. Shameless, but the show must go on. The third artifact unveiled. The exquisite 8 Fenkiang jade hook from our glorious Juande era, starting at 8 million. Kameda strikes first with but Lin Xin, he ruthlessly crushed them instantly, soaring to 500 million. Kameda's lackeys looked ready to vomit blood. Damn it, didn't he vow to only buy Waxia artifacts? It was a deliberate slap in the face. He was purely baiting the chairman. Now, Kamada boiled with rage, but forced a mask of low-grade composure, wasting a fortune just to irk me. How adorable. With silence in the hall, Midori slammed the hammer. Number 00, it claims, the jade for 500 million. But then, Lin Xin rose, locking eyes with the enemy camp. This Kyung, jade, is a gift for the lovely Miss Takosat. Her face exploded into a crimson mess at his declaration. Heavens. Meanwhile, Kamida's eyes flashed with suspicion, furious at his subordinate's apparent betrayal. Did you reveal your identity to that cur? Tako panic, pleading. Master, never. He must have used some devilish trickery to uncover who I am. Master, believe me, I will reject this filth. But the old fox stopped her cold. Reject it. Why? It is a gift freely given by our enemy. Is it not? I command you to accept it. Taka lowered her head, swallowing her shame. Yes, master. Instantly, the system chimed. Favorability dropped by 10%. Lin Xin relished the outcome, spending cash and lowering affection. Perfection. Such a rare gem she was. Plus, Kamida's twisted expression was a delicious bonus. Tako seethed with inner turmoil. What is this clown planning? Gifting me things out of the blue just to sow discord with my master. Yet, a strange warmth bloomed as. This is the first time anyone has ever given me a gift. System allowed favorability increased by 5%. Lin Xin froze. What the hell? Why is it going up? Tako snapped back to reality, remembering his villainous deeds. Pity, he is such scum. System alert favorability decreased by 3%. Lin Xin was baffled. It dropped again. The system ping-ponged like crazy. Favorability plus 1%. Favorability minus 1%. Her mind was a chaotic mess. His face darkened, barely containing his annoyance. Make up your mind. He thought the auction would be a bloodbath, but silence reigned. Is no one daring to bid against me? Thank you all for your generosity. He bowed mockingly. The next items are not of Waxia origin, so I shall step back. I have no interest. Please, enjoy yourselves. Kamada cursed under his breath. Bastard. Let him gloat while he still has a head on his shoulders. Swiftly, the next relic appeared, Midori announced. A vase from the Kamakura period, starting at 5 million. Andy immediately jumped in with 8. Luigiana countered with 10. Barbax refused to yield, pushing it to 30. Finally, Fiat slammed down a bid of 80 million. Silence fell. Midori declared, sold to number 00. The Kamakura La Curvez goes for 80 million. Applause erupted. Truly bold, as expected of Lord Kameda. Congratulations, Lord Kameda. Beside him, Kaljun tried to act wise. Chairman, do not be swayed by their empty praise. They flatter you on the surface, ... But they are actually watching, Lin Xin. You only won because his pinky twitched, and they feared he would jack up the price. Before he could finish, Kamada delivered a thunderous slap across his face. Shut your mouth! Kaljun clutched his cheek, whimpering. Forgive me. Sorry, I talked too much. Lin Xin poured oil on the fire. So, all eyes are on me. Rest assured, the next treasure is from HUA, XIA, ... and I will take it. Kameda swallowed his blood, seething in silence. Midori unveiled the next prize. Item 5, the map of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers from the late Temps dynasty. Starting price, 80 million. The hall exploded with energy. Bids flew like arrows. 100 million, 200, 300. Stone-faced, Kameda raised his paddle. 800 million. Lin Xin yawned, looking bored to death. Another 100. I'm falling asleep here. 2 billion! The room gasped, eyes snapping to him. 2 billion! But suddenly, the price jumped again. 2.5 billion. Kameda was losing his mind. I said 2.5. Kaljun, never learning, whispered, Chairman, our strategy. Have you forgotten? We must save funds for the artifacts. If we bleed cash now, ... Kamada cut him off. Silence. If I yield every time, where does the Kamada family honor go? Lin Xin smirked, raising his paddle. Fine, you want to dance. 3 billion. Kamada roared back. 3.5 billion. 4 billion. The hall descended into chaos. That painting is worth 200 million at best. It's 20 times the price. This is absolute madness. Is that kid insane? Komada realized the danger, and his aide Suda stepped in to restrain him. Even Taku stood up in alarm. Suddenly, Kamida's rage vanished. Replaced by a sinister grin, he dropped his paddle. 4 billion. It is yours, Mr. Lin Eiffel. The crowd buzzed. An analyst whispered, a trap. Chairman Kamada feigned rage to bait Lin Xin into bleeding his treasury dry. A simple tactic, but it requires nerves of steel and immense wealth. Kameda was no fool. Yet, Lin Xin, he didn't even blink. So that's your game, Lin Xin smirked. Thanks for the handout. Midori's hammer fell. Sold. 4 billion for the mountains and rivers. Kamada began his real scheme. Contact the Mitsubishi and Fuji clans. Mortgage my estate. I need 10 billion in liquid cash immediately. Suta trembled. Sir, is that wise? Komeda was brimming with confidence. We are tapped out. Without this loan, my master plan fails. That arrogant brat swore to collect every Waxia artifact. That makes the final pista, glazed Guanyin statue, the ultimate trap. Kamida's eyes gleamed with malice. If I seize the Guanyin, Lin Xin's spirit will shatter. His perfect persona of the patriotic savior will crumble. He will be desperate. Once I hold that statue, I hold his leash. Suta finally understood. Lin Xin has bet too heavily. He cannot retreat now without destroying his own legend. He had his suspicions. Behind Lin Xin stood the colossal wealth of a patriotic Waxia consortium. That was the only explanation for his bottomless fortune. This was an open declaration of war. Dao had overheard their schemes from the shadows. Failure was not an option in this clash of titans. Her imagination began to run wild again. Beneath that carefree facade lay the weight of a nation. He was the true guardian of Waxia's dignity. System alert affection increased by 5%. Perbatao crushed those traitorous thoughts instantly. If you are my master's enemy, you must perish. System alert. Tacho's affection decreased by 2%. The notifications chimed relentlessly in his mind, like a broken bell. Plus 1%. Minus 1%. Lin Xin massaged his temples in exhaustion. What on earth is going on inside that girl's head? But there was no time to rest. The next artifact had arrived. The 6th treasure. A Song Dynasty Buddha head, starting at 100 million. Lin Xin struck first, but camera countered instantly. 500 million. 1 billion. The audience held their breath. The duel of the century had resumed. Play your games, you old fox. 1 billion, 500 million. The trap was set. Camera withdrew immediately, sneering in triumph. The crowd gasped in admiration. Lord Camera is a tactical genius. He manipulated the price and escaped at the perfect moment. If Lin Xin had pushed further, he would have been destroyed. The old man's scheme was unfolding flawlessly. Lin Xin secured the Waxia artifacts, despite the malicious price gouging. But the cost was terrifying. His expenditure had already reached a staggering 6 billion. Meanwhile, Camera hoarded the foreign treasures using borrowed capital. He still held a war chest of 12 billion. The auction was approaching its climax. Midori announced the grand finale. The glazed Guanyan of the Yuan dynasty. The divine statue radiated majesty before the crowd. Starting bid, 400 million. Camera grinned like a predator sensing blood. This is it, the final piece of Waxia's soul. And it will be Lin Xin's ultimate regret. Are you ready to despair? Lin Xin. Midori slammed the gavel. The battle for the glazed Guanyan had officially begun. 400 million. Lin Xin raised his paddle without hesitation. 1 billion. Let's wrap this up and go home. I'm bored. Camera stared him down with arrogant glee. 1,500,000,000. Brat. The nightmare is just beginning. Lin Xin merely uttered a bored oh. The spectators leaned in, hungry for drama. The titan of the auction house finally made his move. His aura, suppressed until now, exploded with overwhelming pressure. A true clash of dragons and tigers. The young Waxia warrior seemed cornered, yet Lin Xin smirked. I hope your heart can handle the excitement, old man. The crowd trembled before Camera's ferocity. Lin Xin's voice dripped with disdain. If you lose now, you'll never show your face in Japan again. Lin Xin casually raised his paddle like a sword. 3 billion. Camera laughed maniacally. Bluff all you want. You've already wasted 8 billion. He slammed down a bid of 4 billion. Lin Xin smiled softly. Is that what you believe? That calm smile made Camera grind his teeth to dust. Bring it on! Lin Xin's expression remained as tranquil as a still lake. 5 billion. Camera roared back. 6 billion. The adrenaline was intoxicating. 7 billion. Even as the price exceeded his limits, madness took over. 9 billion. The trap was primed. Lin Xin went for the kill. 12 billion. Camera's pride wouldn't let him back down now. 16 billion. The astronomical sum made Yuan tremble. She whispered urgently, Lin Xin, stop. This is madness. Suta, panic sweat pouring down his face. Chairman, we only have 12 billion. We can't afford this. Camera backhanded him with words. Shut up. This is about my honor. Is my pride only worth pennies? I still have my estates. My stocks I will not lose. The audience watched in awe as the tycoons warred. It was a battle of gods that shook the earth. Even Midori was sweating under the pressure. 16 billion. Going once. Any other bids? Camera glared at Lin Xin, eyes bloodshot with fury. Bid? You coward. Are you scared? Midori raised the gavel high. 16 billion. Going twice. Suta turned pale as a ghost. Chairman, please. Those assets are your lifeblood. Is a statue worth your entire empire? The price is absurd. Winning this means bankruptcy. Veins bulged on Kama's forehead, but he was past the point of reason. He screamed like a madman. Lin Xin is the key. The tycoons will buy it back. I won't lose. I'll profit from Waxius museums. This is the ultimate masterstroke. Suda and Tao finally understood his twisted logic. Only Taco sensed the impending doom. But what if Lin Xin stops bidding? Wouldn't we be ruined? Camera, blinded by his own ego, snapped at her. How dare you question me? Watch, he'll come crawling like a dog to beg for it. Suddenly, Lin Xin shrugged his shoulders. Oh, well. I'll let Mr. Camera have this big shiny toy. Midori beamed with delight. Sold 16 billion to bidder number 1. The hall erupted in chaos. A world record that will stand for 50 years. Suta exhaled, trying to find a silver lining. He turned to his boss. Chairman, you won. But the victory tasted like ash. Camera stood frozen, face twitching. I won. The auction ended. Camera blocked Lin Xin's path, desperate to regain control. Lin Xin, I thought you were going to buy everything. Ran out of pocket change already. You couldn't even secure the yuan. How will you face your precious investors now? He sneered, looking down his nose at them. Your patriotism is worthless. He snapped his fingers. Taco approached, presenting a ceremonial sword with trembling hands. Camera seized the blade, the steel hissing as he drew it. In the spirit of the noble samurai, a failure like you deserves only one fate. Clang! He threw the blade at Lin Xin's feet. His voice was ice cold. Commit seppuku and apologize with your life. Facing the enemy's venomous threats, he remained as tranquil as a still lake, casually lifting the blade. Meanwhile, his opponent turned on his own allies, spewing endless mockery. Cowardice is carved into your very bones. You wouldn't dare dream of such glory. However, I might be persuaded to offer a singular opportunity. The moment the statue was unveiled, Kamada began weaving his web of deceit. Beg, borrow, or steal if you must. For 19 billion, this glazed guanyan is yours. His face twisted into a wretched grin as he continued to pour salt on the wound. You have completed your duty, so there is no need to die of shame just yet. However, Lin Xin simply pointed a finger at the man, his expression dripping with ridicule. Nothing much. I am simply admiring how much you resemble a cowering turtle. Cao Jun lunged forward, hurling vulgarities in a desperate fit of rage. Damn you! How can you remain so arrogant, even in defeat? Kamida's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he roared like a wounded beast, still putting on an act, trying to suppress the price. Do not dream of saving even a single copper coin. Amidst their hysteria, Lin Xin rose, leisurely adjusting his tie with the grace of a king. with eyes holding 3 parts contempt and 7 parts pity. He delivered his verdict. You low life. Mongrel, Komada, your mind seems to have finally snapped. Lin Xin held nothing back, his words cutting through the air like invisible daggers. This lapdog of yours is truly The opponent's face fell instantly. What is the meaning of this? Yet, the main character remained pressing his interrogation further. Did Kaljan inform you that I intended to purchase every single artifact of Hua Nation to bring home? Is that correct? Hearing his name, the henchman shrieked as if his tail had been stomped on. What? Are you afraid now? Trying to change your testimony. Lin Xin calmly approached the Guanyan statue, resting his foot on the pedestal with absolute dominance. Recall my exact words from that moment. Let me offer you a small hint. Artifacts of the Hua Nation that were sold overseas. Cao Jun, filled with indignation, regurgitated the memory. You said you wanted to reclaim all lost artifacts of our country and bring them back. So what of it? The truth hit Kamada like a lightning bolt. His eyes widened, and a heavy hand crashed into Cao Chan's face. The traitor was sent flying, his eyes filled with utter shock and confusion. Master Kameda, panting heavily from rage and exhaustion, the old man spoke with a voice dripping in despair. You only intended to reclaim the artifacts that were plundered by Japan. ... Is that it? Kameda's dark eyes bored into Lin Xin, realizing he had been played like a fiddle from the very start. But this glazed bodhisattva was legally sold by the Hua Nation to Japan. To you, it should have no value at all. However, the young master quickly corrected him. I would not say it is entirely worthless. It still possesses the fundamental value of an antique. After all, he patted the statue's head condescendingly, his face lighting up with a playful, mocking smirk. However, this style of eyebrows and beard was never popular during the Temps dynasty. It was crafted specifically this way to appeal to the tastes of foreign buyers like you. Lin Xin stood tall, dissecting his opponent's failure with surgical precision. If your intelligence network had been accurate, you would not have suffered such a catastrophic defeat. You spent 16 billion on a statue worth 400 million, at best. A devastating loss. Congratulations, you are now famous across the globe as the ultimate clown. He did not stop there, striking another blow to the old man's ego. Don't tell me you bankrupted yourself just to acquire this oversized toy. Truly, ... impressive. He enunciated every syllable. You little turtle. Kameda's face turned the color of liver. Consumed by shame and fury, he barked out a command instantly. Guards, drag this trash out of my sight. Though he was hauled away, the traitor kicked and screamed in terror. Spare me, Master Kameda, please. Yu Xuan, who had been watching the drama unfold, finally let out a breath. You scared me to death. I truly believed you intended to fight Kameda for that statue. I never expected it to be an export piece. Lin Xin scratched his head sheepishly, offering a tactical explanation. Forgive me. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive one's allies. They quickly exited the auction house, only to be swarmed by an adoring crowd. Mr. Lin, I am a collector from the United States. Mr. Lin, representative of the National Security Bureau. Mr. Lin, would you care to tour Japan for a few days? I can be your personal guide. Are you free this evening? Not only did they fawn over him, but they also ruthlessly mocked the defeated After so many auctions, someone has finally crushed Kameda. This is headline news. The hottest topic in the anti-quarrel is now Kameda's stupidity. 16 billion for that piece of junk. The humiliation was suffocating. The old man fled the scene, screaming like a banshee. Arg, the intense emotion, twisted his face in agony. Kameda clutched his chest, overcome by excruciating pain, and collapsed to his knees, his face turning deathly pale. Through the haze of pain, a pair of polished leather shoes entered his vision. Witnessing his enemy's pathetic state, Lin Xin offered a cold, sarcastic reminder. How are you holding up, Mr. Kameda? Do take care of your health. Watching the young couple walk away, he ground his teeth until they nearly shattered. Trembling, he pulled a phone from his inner pocket. The moment the line connected, Kameda roared with the last of his strength. Mobilize them all. Every warrior and samurai of the Kameda clan. Visualizing his army of killers, his resolve hardened. Act immediately. Seize every single artifact in Lin Xin's possession and bring them to me. I want him dead. Ensure he does not live to see tomorrow's sun. Meanwhile, inside the heavily guarded Hua Nation embassy, the gentle voice of Tian Kai resonated. Mr. Lin, I have been briefed on the situation. You spent a fortune retrieving our nation's lost treasures. On behalf of the embassy, I offer my deepest gratitude. He smiled warmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. I have heard that the Kameda family is treacherous and vile. We will dedicate all our resources to ensuring your absolute safety. Lin Xin nodded with satisfaction, shaking the official's hand firmly. I appreciate it. However, I have one loose end to tie up. I will be needing to borrow a car. Tian Kai's eyes widened in a mix of shock and curiosity. Wait, do you intend to leave the safety of the embassy? Yu Zhuan clung to his arm, her eyes shimmering with worry. Lin Xin, please don't go. It's too dangerous out there. ... I'm terrified. Sensing her fear, he turned to comfort her with a confident smile. I promise I will return. Unharmed. Trust me. Though reluctant, she fought back her tears and nodded. MMH. In the parking garage, Lin Xin moved with the stealth of a predator, his mind cursing the old man. Hide. That old dog Kamada has already crossed the line. He gripped the car keys tightly, the engine of revenge ready to roar. He strode forward, a dark resolve burning in his mind. If I don't end that old man's life today... This entire journey will have been a waste. But suddenly, two deadly projectiles sliced through the air from the shadows. Relying on pure instinct and battle-hardened experience, Lin Xin tilted his head, dodging death by a hair's breadth from the abyss of the shadows. Taco slowly materialized, dual blades gleaming in her hands. Lin Xin merely smirked, his lips curling with amusement as he recognized that gaze. You arrived faster than I expected. But tell me, why aren't you wearing the jade pendant I gifted you? Taco flustered, a rare blush coloring her cheeks as she snapped back. Why on earth would I wear that thing? His voice softened, dripping with charm. Because I thought it matched the beautiful color of your eyes perfectly. Her expression instantly hardened, steeling herself against his words. I don't know what your game is, giving me gifts. But if you think you can bribe me, you are sorely mistaken. A Saito ninja obeys only the master's command. Hearing this, a confident grin spread across his face. Oh, so it is strictly a business transaction. Then this just became much easier. I will hire every single ninja in your clan, whatever Kamara is paying. I will pay double. Fury exploded in her eyes. You dare! You are insulting the honor of the Saito clan. Do you take us for traitors who tear up contracts on a whim? Lin Xin didn't flinch, his voice calm and probing. But tell me, if the employer dies, the contract is naturally null and void, is it not? Enraged by his logic, Taco let out a war cry. She lunged forward to silence him forever. In the blink of an eye, his body moved like water, barely evading the razor-sharp blade that sought to taste his blood. She was stunned. He has no stance, no aura of a martial artist. So, how does he evade every single strike? Suddenly, a devious plan sparked within her mind. Wasting no time, Taco unleashed a smoke grenade she had prepared for this very moment. Lin Xin froze, realizing her intent to let shock plastered across his face. A deafening blast shook the very foundations. In mere seconds, the parking garage was swallowed by a thick, suffocating sea of smoke. Lin Xin scanned the chaos, his eyes darting frantically through the haze, searching for any trace of her silhouette. A chill ran down his spine. Danger loomed from above. With terrifying speed, she descended like a hawk, locking her legs around his neck in a dominant strangle. Without a shred of hesitation, Taco tightened her grip on her daggers, thrusting them down to end his life. The blood drained from his face. One touch of those blades meant eternal darkness. Regaining his senses in a split second, he raised his hands, using all his strength to hold back the executioner's strike. Her brows furrowed as fatigue began to set in. How does he possess such monstrous physical strengths? In this position, resistance should be impossible. But she was no amateur. She gazed down coldly, watching him squirm in her painful vice grip. This technique was lethal. Her thighs crushed his neck like a python. It would only be a matter of moments before the lack of oxygen knocked him unconscious. But before his lights went out, Lin Shin sank his teeth viciously into her thigh. Panicked and humiliated, she scrambled back, staring at him as if he had just committed the ultimate sin. Her face burned with rage as she screamed, "You scoundrel! How dare you use such shameless, low-class tactics?" He exhaled a long breath, calmly straightening his disheveled clothes. "You are a professional assassin. I am just an ordinary citizen. In a fight for survival, there are no rules, only winners." He crouched low, gathering power in his legs. "Now it is my turn to attack." Like a bolt of lightning, he shot forward, his eyes blazed with arrogant fire. Taco stood frozen, completely blindsided by his explosive speed. Cold sweat trickled down her face. She shifted into a defensive stance, but it was futile. Lin Shin had already clamped his iron grip around her wrists. With a surge of raw power, he slammed her hard against the car behind them. A victorious smirk played on his lips. "I caught you." Taco refused to yield. She launched a vicious knee strike, aimed at his weak point, but he anticipated it. Going for the family jewels, that is a cheap shot. Bam! He unleashed his ultimate move, the iron headbutt. Stars spun in her vision. Her grip failed, and the daggers clattered to the floor with a chilling metallic ring. Lin Shin sighed heavily, rubbing his throbbing forehead. "That is handled. It seems my level 3 stats are just enough to barely overpower a ninja." But his mind was in turmoil. 1-on-1 is fine, but I cannot handle a swarm of warriors and ninjas. I need a strategy. Moments later, he had secured her unconscious body against the car hood. With clinical precision, he began searching her person for loot. His sharp eyes spotted a hidden compartment. "Truth serum." He raised an eyebrow. "And you hid it. Right between your assets? Clever. Quite the hiding spot." He pulled down her mask and forced the pill between her lips. "Now then, swallow this and spill your secrets. Wake up, Miss Ninja." Taco drifted back to consciousness, hearing his impatient voice through the fog. "Wake up. I am in a hurry here." She fluttered her eyes open, the world still spinning from the headbutt. She suddenly realized she was bound tight, helpless against the cold metal of the car. "I just fed you truth serum. Interrogation time starts now." Fear flickered in her eyes, but she tried to maintain her bravado. "I admit defeat. But as for the serum, I have undergone professional resistance training. It won't work on me." Lin Shin looked at her with faint confusion. "Is that so?" With godlike speed, he severed the ropes binding her. He flipped the dagger in his hand, twirling it with terrifying "If the serum won't work, there is no point keeping you tied up. I have your weapons." He turned away. "Now, I have a date with Kamara." She stared at him, utterly bewildered. "You? ... You are just letting me go without asking anything?" Lin Shin's expression turned deadly serious. "I have only one question. How can I make you stop hunting me without having to hurt you?" However, his inner thoughts were far less noble. "If she dies, I lose a target to spend money on. My system funds depend on her survival." Thump. Her heart missed a beat. A crimson flush spread across her face as she looked at his retreating back. Her pulse began to race uncontrollably. "Why?" ... double quotes. She thought, "Why is he so kind to me? First, the jade pendant, and now this. Could it be ... System alert, favorability increase." Seeing the notification, he smirked and started walking away, the classic hard-to-get strategy. Panic seized her. "Wait, are you really going to face Kamara alone?" He smirked, teasing her with a playful scowl. "Well, since you're so tight-lipped, I guess I'll just have to go ask another assassin, right?" She panicked, realizing she had walked straight into his psychological trap. The scene cuts to a seaside fortress at Villa 21 Higashiatami, 8 gunmen, 6 ninjas, a deadly setup. Yet, Lin Shin couldn't hide the confident smile of a hunter who had found his prey. Seeing his unnatural calmness, she began to spiral into anxiety. "Listen to me. I'm telling you this because going alone is suicide. You're walking into a meat grinder." Her mind flashed to the image of that monster, a tyrant who crushed enemies and subordinates alike without mercy. Every cell in her body screamed at her to run, but the organization's laws were absolute. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, anchoring her. Relax. I'm just going to have a little chat with Kamura. Trust me, he won't refuse the offer I'm about to make. With a reassuring smile, he gave his final order. Now go, find a shadow and disappear. The roar of the engine faded into the darkness, leaving her small figure alone in the silence. Her heart was a storm of chaos, her mind unable to look away from where he vanished. Lin Xin ... Why do you defy every expectation? She had never met a man like him. Unknowingly, the system chimed. Affection rating increased by 20%. Suddenly, Taku's face went pale. A familiar, suffocating pressure descended upon her. It was a killing intent identical to her own. A ninja manifested from the shadows. Target loss at the east gate. He reported coldly. Saitako, mission failed? You are suspected of treason. A chilling command came from the device. Bring her to me. Tako's blood ran cold, her body trembling violently at the voice that haunted her nightmares. Under the cloak of night, Kamura's villa stood like an impregnable demon's castle amidst the waves, guarded by a fleet of patrolling yachts. Kamura growled, his patience snapping. You lost him. The ninja on the line hesitated, fear leaking into his voice. We set an ambush, but he switched routes. By the time we found the vehicle, the bird had flown. Kamura exploded in rage, screaming into the radio. Useless. Trash. Mobilize the embassy squad. Turn this island upside down. Suddenly, he remembered the traitor bound beside him. He whipped his head around. No mercy. He grabbed Tako by her hair, yanking her head back. Where is Lin Xin? She choked out. I swear, I don't know. Master, he stripped me of my weapons and left. He told me nothing. Ignoring her pleas, his finger hovered over the remote control. You think I'm a fool? You think he'd just let you go? He pressed the button. A high-voltage shock tore through her, forcing a scream of agony that shattered the silence. Tako collapsed, her face deathly white. Her body twitched uncontrollably, her nerves fried by the lingering aftershocks of the current. Kamura gripped her chin, forcing eye contact. I have many ways to make you speak, but I need this perfect body to fetch a high price on the market. Panic flooded her eyes. No, don't. Just then, the chaos outside erupted, piercing through the villa walls. Enemy attack, just one hostile. The walkie-talkie crackled with the ninja's frantic voice. He's slaughtering us! Our squad is down. He's using our own weapons against us. Kamura, roar. It's Lin Xin. Floodlights on. Send the elite squad. Kill him. Outside, hell had broken loose. Footsteps echoed like the drums of war. With a single fluid strike to the neck, Lin Xin reaped the lives of those foolish enough to block his path. Snap! A blinding beam from above cut through the dark, exposing his position to the army of assassins. Target acquired. There is nowhere left to run. Like a pack of wolves, the shadow warriors lunged at the lone prey standing before them. Blades glistened in the moonlight. Killing intent spiked. Without hesitation, a storm of hundreds of shuriken rained down, aiming to turn him into a pinkut. But the protagonist wasn't a novice. His body moved like smoke in the wind, weaving through the steel rain as if taking a leisurely stroll in paradise. He sprinted toward the edge of the cliff. Without a second thought, he launched himself into the abyss, plummeting toward the ocean. Realizing his plan, the ninjas dove in. Pursuit target has entered the water. We are engaging, they reported, plunging into the dark waves. Kamura laughed, a twisted, ugly sound, thinking the sea is a sanctuary. Fools! My 6 elites are sharks in the water. Lin Xin is already dead. Silent as death, they activated their underwater assassination arts, closing in on him like predators sensing blood. They cut through the water, daggers gripped tight. Cold eyes locked on the fading silhouette of their target. But suddenly, he vanished, merging with the ocean's vastness. Before they could react, Lin Xin drifted behind them, a blade against a throat, his expression void of mercy. Slash. No hesitation. He handed the assassin a one-way VIP ticket to the afterlife. No more refunds. A cold smirk played on his lips. The hunter became the hunter. The ninjas panicked. He's too fast. Stay in formation. Don't break rank. They watched in horror. Lin Xin moved through the water with impossible grace, as if the resistance of the deep didn't exist for him. Impossible. No human moves like that. Meanwhile, Lin Xin mused, on land, you have the numbers. But don't here, your hidden weapons are useless. You're in my domain now. But right in the middle of his epic monologue, his germophobia kicked in. Ooh-ha, the Japanese waters are filthy. If I soak too long, will I mutate? Seriously, I need to wrap this up before I catch something. Motivation acquired, he unleashed a flurry of aquatic combos, determined to wipe them out before his hygiene standards were further violated. The ninjas turned purple, lungs burning, oxygen depleted. Panic set in as they clawed toward the surface, desperate for a single breath of air. But Lin Xin wasn't running a charity. He dragged them back down into the abyss. In seconds, the survivors scrambled onto the rocks, terrified. He's a monster, fighting at top speed for 3 minutes without a single breath. That's not human. Inside the villa, Kamura swirled his drink. The gunfire had ceased. Silence at last, he chuckled. Convinced of his victory. Looks like the pest has been exterminated. Ha ha, what a naive fool. Did he really think he could face me alone? The villain sneered, reveling in his cruelty. It's a tragedy he won't get to see your beautiful, despairing face before he dies. Tako felt her world crumble, her heart silently screaming for a miracle. Suddenly, Kamura remembered a crucial detail. He produced a small vial he had prepared earlier. A nasty little solution to all his problems. It was Tako's turn to freeze. She stared up at the looming monster before her, lips trembling as she tried to speak, but fear had stolen her voice completely. No, Kamura forced her jaw open with an iron grip. Despite her desperate struggle, he began to drip the mysterious liquid into her mouth. Drop by agonizing drop. A twisted, predatory grin spread across his face as he licked his lips. Once I've had my fill of fun with you, I'll ship you off to the red light districts of Thailand. As for the Saito clan, I'll simply tell them you failed and were killed by Lin Xin. They won't shed a single tear for a disposable tool like you. Despair washed over Tako as tears traced silent paths down her cheeks. Lin Xin, she thought, her heart breaking. When you spoke of destiny, I actually believed you were the one who could change mine. She wept without a sound, a desperate prayer escaping her soul. Oh gods, if you are listening, please send a miracle. But the beast only licked his lips again, his hands reaching out to claim his prize. There are no gods here. A familiar voice cut through the air, freezing Kamura in place. But I can send you to heaven. Or better yet, drag you down to hell. Ignoring the torrential rain outside, Lin Xin vaulted through the window. His presence was like a mountain unshakable, instantly calming the storm in Tako's heart. Tako's emotions shattered the dam. Lin Xin, her affection score instantly skyrocketed by 50%. He offered a reassuring, confident smile. Sorry, I'm late. Those underwater ninjas were quite the nuisance. Impossible. Kamura panicked, reaching for his radio to call for backup. But faster than a blinking eye, Lin Xin launched a projectile. It pierced the villain's wrist, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Lin Xin wasn't finished. He followed up with a devastating blow to the gut, folding the old man in half with the force of the impact. Sorry to break it to you, but your samurai are still guarding the shore like idiots, completely missing the underwater approach. Lin Xin looked down at the writhing figure with cold eyes. Now, do be quiet. You're disturbing the lady. Kamura's mind reeled with 1,000 questions. How? I saw you die. Ignoring the shock, Lin Xin moved to untie Tako, answering casually, I guess I'm just a really strong swimmer. He turned to her, his voice softening into a gentle caress. Do you want to handle him yourself? Terror seized Kamura. He scrambled to his knees, groveling on the floor. No, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I beg you, please have mercy. Deaf to his pathetic pleas, Tako's eyes hardened. She popped the cap off her own secret weapon, prepared to deliver justice. Without a shred of hesitation, she forced the torture serum down his throat, a liquid nightmare designed to shatter both mind and body. She gave his wretched form one last, cold glare. A quick death is too good for you. This hell is exactly what you deserve. Moments later, the duo vanished into the night, escaping by boat. The boat's engine roared, slicing through the silence. Even miles away, the agonizing screams of Kimura seemed to echo across the water, refusing to fade. Lin Xin gulped, shivering at the thought of that poison. Remind me never to cross you. Suddenly, he noticed Tako trembling, her face flushed a deep crimson. Hey, are you all right? That medicine... ... She gasped. He forced me to drink it too. Before he could react, she threw herself into his arms. I can't control it anymore. I'm sorry. Whew. Lin Xin froze, his brain short-circuiting. Wait, we should get to shore first. Find somewhere safe. But the potion had taken hold. Just keep driving, she whispered, her ninja agility allowing her to maneuver into a very bold position. I'll handle the rest. He found himself slowly taking the lead, guiding the rhythm of the moment. Their coordination was seamless, a dance of souls that pulled them deeper into the abyss of passion. The crashing waves provided the only music for their midnight symphony. But suddenly, Lin Xin panicked, seeing a shift in her expression. Sorry, I'm driving too fast. But Tako had melted completely, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind, words failing her. She looked up, her eyes striking him with the force of lightning. No ... Don't you dare stop. Ding! The system chimed. Affection increased by another 10%. Lin Xin screamed internally with pure joy. Damn. Life is good. As the sun began to rise, painting the horizon in gold. Their lonely boat drifted in the vast ocean, completing the perfect picture. Holding the beauty in his arms, he replayed the wild events of the night. It was an experience unlike anything he had ever known, a hidden blessing in disguise. Tako stirred after the long night. Reality setting in. Kimura is dead. My contract failed. The Saito clan will punish me. Lin Xin frowned, concerned. Why go back to that? Why choose a path of blood and death? You're a young woman, he urged. Don't you want a peaceful life? Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill. But being a weapon is all I know. We were orphans, raised by the clan for one purpose. Harsh training, absolute loyalty. Being a ninja isn't a job. It's our only destiny. Her words were cut short as a sleek black card spun through the air, catching her attention. Lin Xin channeled his inner CEO, exuding a domineering yet gentle energy. If you don't know who you are, use this to find out. There's 1 billion yuan on that card. Take your time, discover your dreams, and the person you want to become. From this moment on, Tako, live only for yourself. Tears spilled over, washing away her past life. Lin Xin, thank you. The system interface flashed. Asterisk target Tako affection. 90%. Reward 150 million yuan. Attributes upgraded to level 4. He was also offered a choice of mastery, piano, fan dancing, or the dancing cube. Back in the city, the internet was blowing up. Every social media platform was broadcasting the shocking breaking news from the previous night. Tycoon Counterattack was found dead in his private villa. The scene was so gruesome, the footage had to be encrypted. His entire security detail wiped out. Authorities suspected a ninja assassination or a rival corporate hit. Meanwhile, the international airport was in chaos, with security tightened on all exports and imports. Shikai greeted them with relief. Thank the heavens Kimura is gone, and you made it back in one piece. Your contribution to the country won't be forgotten. We couldn't have done it without the embassy's cover. Lin Xin replied humbly. As for Kimura, evil eventually consumes itself. He turned, whispering a regret to his companion. It's a shame. Though we came all the way to Japan and didn't even get to enjoy the hot springs. Yushuan smiled, quickly comforting him. Don't worry, we'll come back for a proper cultural exchange next time. Although he still felt a pang of regret about the missed vacation, Lin Xin knew it was time to put it aside and head home. Beneath the vast sky, Taka watched the plane glide away, whispering a gentle promise to the wind. Lin Xin, once I settle my affairs, I will find you in China, for I have finally found my reason to live. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted at the arrival gate, breaking the silence. Please, be careful. These artifacts are priceless treasures. Suddenly, A familiar holographic screen flashed before Lin Shin's eyes. The system was hard at work. A countdown appeared for a reward selection. Option 1, Piano Mastery. Option 2, Fan Dance. Option 3, Dancing Cube Mastery. He nearly forgot this crucial reward while comforting Taco earlier. He pondered the strange choices. What on earth are those last two? Piano is the safest bet. To look cool, the system instantly granted his wish. Skill acquire. Rank up Piano Mastery. Lin Shin stood frozen as musical notes danced in his vision. Incredible! A symphony of knowledge flooded his mind. Suddenly, a sweet voice broke his trance. It was Yaxi, beaming with affection. I came to the airport just to pick you up. Surprised, he blinked. No wonder she asked for his flight details earlier. How thoughtful. She blushed deeply. I just missed you so much. Ignoring the crowd, she boldly planted a kiss on his cheek. Then, she took charge of the schedule. First dinner, then house hunting. I found a 90-square-meter apartment for 1.5 million. Lin Shin's eyes instantly lit up. Buying a house meant spending money. But 1.5 million? Too cheap! A gift must be the most expensive luxury available. She froze completely, stunned by his generosity. He grinned internally. Buying a house burns cash and boosts affection. Yaxi's favorability is already at 95%. What happens at 100%? He was dying to know. Outwardly, he smiled. Let us go then. She nodded softly. My ride is here. Suddenly, Yuan appeared from nowhere. Lin Shin, where are you going? Just with friends. ... But Yaxi was quick, stepping away to hail a taxi. Driver, over here. Lin Shin looked around in confusion. Huh? Where did she go? Yuan asked gently. Is that friend close to you? Must be very special. Without warning, she kissed his cheek. Lin Shin froze. That is not what happened, she whispered shyly. The Japan trip was hard on you. You took such big risks. Overcome with shyness, she ran off to handle the artifacts. Lin Shin stood there, soul still loading. He touched his cheek. Wait, was that an indirect kiss between the girls? Yaxi poked her head out of the car. Lin Shin, get in! He realized he just narrowly avoided a battlefield. Yaxi brought him to a massive estate. This is the Emperor's Melody Villa complex. She looked hesitant. Lin Shin did not let her worry, explaining immediately. A friend recommended this place. He recalled President D's words. Boss, buy the most expensive villa at my complex. Dragon Court number 1 suits your status best. Yet Yaxi felt anxious. But the cheapest villa here is 100 million. A salesman approached with a bright smile. Greetings, Sir Miss. How may I serve you today? Channeling his inner CEO, he demanded, Show me Dragon Court number 1. The salesman scoffed internally. Great. More streamers here to film fake videos. So annoying! Should I dump them on a rookie? But he kept his plastic smile. This lady manages Dragon Court number 1. Please review the blueprints first. Yaxi looked at the price tag and nearly fainted. Lin Shin, Dragon Court number 1 is 300 million. That is insane. She did not know that for Lin Shin, this was pocket change. Yaxi, this is your first home. I never settle for less. Only the most expensive for you. His charm struck critical damage. Favorability increased by 3%. Current favorability, 98%. She hugged him tightly. Lin Shin was ecstatic. Ha! I get the girl. And spend the cash. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Kim Fu walked in with a flashy woman, speaking loudly. Today, I will show you the luxury of Dragon Court number 1. The woman's eyes sparkled. President Kim, you are amazing. Will you buy it? He grinned with dark intent. Maybe. If you satisfy me later, buying it takes but a second. Kim Fu then noticed Lin Shin. Brother, buy a villa too. Lin Shin smiled politely. Yes, honey. Yaxi pulled him away. Look at this balcony and pool. Expensive, but beautiful. Kim Fu overheard her and sneered. What a coincidence. You are eyeing Dragon Court number 1 too? Lin Shin nodded innocently. You are also here for Unit 1. Quite the coincidence. But Yaxi glared. Sorry, we already decided to buy Dragon Court number 1. You two should check Units 2 or 3. Kim Fu raised his chin in challenge. Oh, so young, but already a billionaire. Perhaps we should step aside for such a big shot. Right, dear. The woman giggled. Of course, we wanted it, but let us consider it a gift of friendship. While Yaxi admired the models, nature called for Lin Xin. Excuse me, where is the restroom? Turn. Right, sir. After finishing his business, he washed his hands. Suddenly, Kim Fu entered, wearing a smug grin. Alone at last, Kim Fu started with a riddle. Little brother, it is hard to dismount a tiger once you are riding it, isn't it? He lit a cigarette, savoring the smoke. Then, he insulted Yaxi. That girl of yours is quite feisty. I doubt a kid like you can control her. Lin Xin did not play games. He asked coldly, what is your point? I didn't quite catch that. Kim Fu didn't hesitate to judge, strutting before the real tycoon with unearned confidence. Buddy! Honestly, your rich kid act is painfully fake. I'm genuinely worried about how you'll handle the finale. Look at me, I play the nouveau rich, role to perfection, don't I? Is my dazzling aura or my eloquence shocking you? Kim Fu didn't stop there. He draped his arm around Lam Tan's shoulder like they were old war buddies. Little brother, destiny brought us together. Let me give you some free tips. Feast your eyes on my Porsche and Lamborghini keys. Lam Tan raised a brow, skepticism written all over his face. Whew, are those actually keys for supercars? His innocent honesty just cracked the scammer up. Keys. Yeah, right. Ha! These are just novelty lighters I used to flex. It is all about the presentation. My friend, that girl, outside. She got hooked immediately by the Lamborghini lighter. He scanned Lam Tan critically. But your outfit, it is not fooling a soul. Brother, a true heir needs the right skin. You scream, rookie. Then, Kim Fu launched into a sales pitch long enough to rival a pyramid scheme. See, that performance earlier? That is how you build an image. You have got a long way to go, kid. Luckily, I have a 30-day crash course for just 900. I will even help you dodge buying a villa today. Meanwhile, the ladies were having their own silent standoff. Just like a partner, Shujia attacked first. Her eyes sharp, not bad. That Hermie knockoff is actually high quality. Unfortunately, her arrogance blinded her to the truth, making Nahai frown in annoyance. This is an authentic piece, bought directly from the flagship store. The woman ignored her tone completely, leaning in with a smirk. Sister, relax. We aren't enemies. We have the same target. You are just too young to spot the fakes. Nahai broke into a cold sweat, completely baffled. What target? Shujia whispered like a veteran hunter. I pose as a high society lady to catch wealthy fish. Nahai was speechless, unable to interrupt the woman's rapid-fire speech. See, you can't even tell. Just watch. Shujia began flexing just like her boyfriend. I am top-tier material. My man bought this 120,000 Chanel bag. Nahai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shuja kept rambling on. Too bad your rich heir is a total fraud. She patted Nahai's shoulder with misplaced pity. But don't worry, I will help you expose his true colors later, so you can dump him. It was purely unsolicited advice from a stranger. Thanks for the concern, but I feel Lam Tan is a good man. Shuja ignored this, pushing on enthusiastically. I will add you to the Socialite Sisters group chat. We pool money for designer bags. We have everything. It is your ticket to high society. Nahai tuned her out, turning to her boyfriend as he approached. Lam Tan, the more I look, the more I love the Long Ion number 1 villa. Hearing this, he immediately turned to the sales staff standing nearby. Hello, I will take the Long Ion number 1. The staff member's jaw dropped. Sir, you don't want to view it first? But Lam Tan was firm. Process the paperwork now. The staff member snapped to attention. Yes? Right away, sir. As the conversation ended, Kim Fu smirked, thinking he understood the game. Here it comes. Watch, kid. I will help you wiggle out of this impossible situation. Shujia thought the same. Just wait. Sister, the truth comes out now. Lam Tan swiped his card without a second of hesitation. 300 million. successfully transferred. He lifted his chin toward Nahai. Put the deed in this lady's name. Her eyes sparkled like galaxies, joy overwhelming her. A 300 million villa, ... Araho. Meanwhile, the three observers were petrified, turned to stone by the shock. What just happened? Lamtan and Nahai confidently followed the staff member. Please, right this way. We will drive you to Long Ion number 1. Kimfu and Shujia slumped against each other, practically weeping. We were the clowns all along. Soon, the couple arrived at the majestic estate, boasting million-dollar views. The staff member bowed respectfully, handing over the item. Mr. Lam, here is your key. From this moment on, you are the master of Long Ion number 1. He reached out and took it. All right? Thank you. As the automated gate swung open, they found the guard, Old Huang, sleeping while standing up. Lam Tan's footsteps echoed, startling the guard. Asterisk pop. His snot bubble burst, and he grabbed his baton on pure reflex to block the path. Halt! Unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering Long Ion number 1. He tried to look tough, but a shadow instantly kicked him out of the frame. Wham! Old Huang vanished into the sky. A bodyguard dusted off his hands with a huff. Just in time. I knew these would happen eventually. The path cleared. The bodyguard bowed. I won't disturb the boss and his beauty enjoying their new nest. Proceed. May you have a blissful life. Inside, the villa screamed opulence, with golden decor and a line of servants awaiting orders. A massive wine cellar stretched out before them, stocked with every vintage and brand imaginable. Outside, the infinity pool rivaled 5-star resorts, and the private gym made Nahai gasp. Heavens! It is breathtakingly luxurious. Lamtan toured the master suite, a satisfied smirk on his face. This bathroom is huge. 10 people could fit in here, and a steam room attached. Perfect. Splash. Sudden water noise made him turn. Nahai stood there, soaked to the bone like a drowned rat, looking guilty. I accidentally hit the shower switch. The wet fabric clung to her curves, a sight that turned Lamtan's face crimson. You should take a hot bath immediately before you catch a cold. He turned to leave to buy her clothes, but a hand tugged his shirt. She buried herself in his chest like a frightened bunny. Her voice dropped, sultry and dangerous. Don't go! The villa is so big. I am scared to be alone. Clothes hit the floor as the steam rose. The physical chemistry between them detonated instantly. Their gazes locked, burning with raw desire. Lamtan swept Nahai up in his arms, carrying the battle of passion straight into the oversized bathtub. In the heat of the moment, the world faded away. Nahai, lost in a spell of romance, whispered breathlessly, Lamtan, I love you so much. Ding. The system flashed a notification. Favorability increased by 2%. A cascade of stats followed congratulations. Host, you've unlocked the maximum potency achievement. From this moment on, she's devoted to you, heart and soul. Spending 300 million nets, you 30 million cash back. Plus, all attributes leveled up. You even unlocked the gaze of counterattack skill. Her eyes will literally sparkle with love. Lin Shin grinned like a goblin who just found gold. This meant total freedom. Even if she caught him flirting with another girl, jealousy wouldn't even cross her mind. But checking skills could wait. Right now, his ultimate fantasy was about to become reality. Before he could celebrate, the lovely Yaxi threw herself into his arms. Fast forward to the next morning in a different apartment. Yizheng woke up, stretching sluggishly against the sunlight. Her eyes popped open as a familiar figure drifted in Yaxi. Where were you all night? The girl didn't bother explaining. She just crawled onto her bed, utterly drained. I'm dead on my feet. Just check my feed, she mumbled. Yizheng didn't press further, snatching up her phone to get the juicy gossip. Yaxi's profile was flooded with sugary photos and cryptic captions, words of love on his lips, sunshine on his face. You in my heart and you by my side. Yizheng's brows knitted together in shock. That guy, it was Lin Shin. Meanwhile, Yaxi let out a massive yawn from the bed. Who else would I look at in this world besides Lin Shin? By the way, he bought that villa for me. It's our love nest now. Yizheng didn't buy a word of it. Yaxi. Don't say I didn't warn you. You guys have zero foundation. Lin Xin is probably just playing games. Don't get in too deep. But Yaxi parried the verbal attack with effortless grace. Thanks for the concern, Darlene. But my love for Lin Xin is beyond your understanding. Even if other women threw themselves at him, I wouldn't bat an eye, because I know he belongs to me forever. That blinding confidence nearly made Yizheng cough up blood. Before she could retort, Yaxi rolled over, showing her back and ending the conversation. Lin Xin wore me out last night. ... My limbs are jelly. Go ahead and chase him if you think you can. This only fueled Ye Zheng's determination to steal him away. Keep being arrogant, you little witch. My last plan had flaws. But this time, Lin Xin will sit down nothing like these cheap, flashy girls. Time flew by in a blur. A few days later, a phone alarm screamed loud enough to wake the dead, or someone in Vietnam. Yet Lin Xin slept like a log, completely under... Finally, he gradually grabbed the device. Ooga! What is it? The moment his eyes focused, he saw a wall of birthday texts. Yaxi. Baby, let's go out. Yizheng. Happy birthday. Can we meet? Even the rich kids group chat was buzzing. Jiang Xian and the boys sent wishes. Lin Xin suddenly remembered the date, and tears welled up in his eyes. I totally forgot. No girl has ever wished me a happy birthday. Before, fingers trembling, he typed a reply. Thank you. I'm really touched, but I promised my roommates we'd grab dinner today. Let's do next time. He tossed the phone aside immediately. Are you kidding me? Handling that many girls in one day. I'm not some legendary time management master. He threw off the covers to get up, only to face a jump scare. His brothers and Zhou Dong had been standing there waiting the whole time. Lin Xin. Happy birthday. Man, dinner's on us tonight. He agreed without hesitation. Awesome. I won't be polite then. The boys exchanged cryptic, mischievous grins. Moments later, Lin Xin stood in front of a magnificent building, scratching his head. Wait, those three broke idiots invited me to a 5-star hotel. Still, he marched inside wearing his casual clothes. He'd been here once with Yanbo. Apparently, Zhou Dong and the gang were waiting on the 3rd floor. Reaching the spot, he whipped out his phone for a quick selfie to prove he arrived, sending it to the group chat excitedly. I'm at the 3rd floor entrance. Guys, where are you? Suddenly, a woman named Ning Ha stormed over. Hey, why did you take a picture of me? Delete it now! Excuse me. Lin Xin panicked, trying to explain. I didn't take a photo of you. But Ning Ha crossed her arms, face thick with arrogance. Every perv says that when they get caught. She pointed a manicured finger right in his face. I'm not stupid. I'll count 2, 3. Deleted, or I call the cops. Her shrill voice attracted a crowd, fueling her ego even more. What a nuisance! She huffed. Just because I'm slightly better looking? Perverts like you are everywhere. Furious, Lin Xin held up his screen. Look, I didn't take your picture. The screen clearly showed his text. I'm at the entrance. He shoved the phone closer to her face. Open your eyes and look properly. The onlookers snickered at her mistake. Just then, a sweet voice called out. Lin Xin, you're here. He turned to see his savior. Yaxi, she sauntered over, linking her arm with his possessively and ignoring the drama. Come on, Lin Xin, let's go inside. He happily followed her lead. Ning Ha was left standing there, frozen in embarrassment. To make it worse, the guests started whispering loudly. Wow, his girlfriend is stunning, right? With a goddess like that, why would he photograph a plastic monster like her? Ugly people really love attention. Ning Ha's face went dark, swallowing the bitter pill. Blind idiots! How am I worse than that fake little girl? He has no taste. Meanwhile, Lin Xin finally noticed something was off. Wait, why are you here? Where's Zhou Dong? She didn't hesitate to spill the beans. It's your birthday. I wanted to celebrate with you, so I asked your friends for a favor. He mentally slapped his forehead. No wonder those guys could afford a high-end restaurant. It all made sense now. Yaxi giggled. They agreed pretty fast when I asked. True, best friends. Lin Xin imagined Luo Wuxi's goofy face, saying it. Son, The boys can only help you this far. Don't come home tonight. You know what I mean? Interrupting his thoughts, she pulled out a sleek watch box. Happy birthday, Lin Shin. His mood flipped instantly, grinning ear to ear. Thanks. That attitude change was faster than a drifting race car, but hey, at least there was no harem war. But suddenly, a familiar voice called his name. Liu Yizheng appeared out of nowhere, clutching a luxury gift box of her own. Happy birthday. The atmosphere shattered instantly. Liu Yizheng had arrived, swaying her hips with a predatory glint in her eyes. Why are you here? The duo gasped. She ignored them, purring as she approached Lin Shin. A little gift for you, darling. Genuine, Versace, leather. Only the finest luxury suits a man of your caliber, she declared. But before Lin Shin could breathe, Nahai launched her Is that belt worth only 50,000? How pathetic. You call that a gift? It belongs in the trash. Nahi sneered, tapping her wrist. My watch cost 200,000. Lin Shin showers you with affection, and you insult him with pocket change. It may be cheap, but it contains my heart, Ye Jiang argued. Lin Shin, however, cut through the noise with cold indifference. Take it back. I don't want your charity. But Ye Jiang's skin was thicker than a castle wall. Her delusion stats maxed out instantly. He wants me to return it, she thought, eyes sparkling. He knows I spent my last penny, so he's refusing it to save my money. Oh, Lin Shin, your love is so considerate. At that moment, a blue screen flashed. System alert. Affection increased by 3%. Current affection 94%. Lin Shin stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down his neck. What is wrong with this woman? I rejected her, and she got even more excited. Suddenly, she pounced like a tiger, locking him in a suffocating embrace. Lin Shin, I love you so much. He was hit with the ultimate seduction technique. The beauty's death grip. He gasped for air, unable to speak. Nahai's aura flared red with jealousy. What do you think you're doing? Get your paws off him. Chaos erupted in the middle of the restaurant. The cringe was palpable. Seeing him hesitate, Ye Jiang decided to unleash her ultimate move. Say no more. Lin Shin, I understand everything. She popped the box open reveal. It wasn't just a belt. It was filled with ... unspeakable bedroom toys. It's like we share a brain. That bunny girl suit you eyed? I bought the whole set. Lin Shin almost coughed up blood. Damn it. Nahai turned beet red, her fury exploding. Liu Yizheng, have you no shame, woman? But shame was a concept Ye Jiang had deleted from her dictionary. She smirked confidently. So what? True love requires bold sacrifices. Or are you too scared? The two Sunda queens clashed like fire and ice, while poor Lin Shin was caught in the crossfire. However, to the observer, Lin Ha, he looked like a master manipulator. Unbelievable, she gasped, clutching her chest. Two goddesses fighting over that loser. How does a spineless scumbag like him bag 2 tens? This is injustice. Nahai stood up, eyes flashing cold steel. Ye Jiang, bathroom. Now, Ye Jiang, fearing neither God nor devil, smirked. Lead the way. Sister, perfect, Lin Ha whispered. She saw her chance to expose the truth. Stealth mode activated. The bathroom door clicked shut behind them. Inside, the gloves came off. Let's be real, Nahai hissed. Lin Shin clearly isn't interested. Stop embarrassing yourself and leave. Ye Jiang laughed in her face. Are you blind? He's obsessed with me. I think you're the third wheel here. Honey! Just as the aura intensified, Lin Ha burst from the stalls, screaming, Stop fighting over trash. Sisters! She unleashed her justice lecture, pointing a trembling finger. Wake up! That man is a broke two-timing gigolo. Nahai blinked, confused. ... Who asked you? He isn't worthy of your shoes. Lin Ha continued her rant, fueled by self-righteous fury, completely ignoring their confusion. You are S-tier Wafa. Men would die for a glance. Why are you fighting over a D-tier mob character? Have some self-respect. Dump him and thank me later, she panted, waiting for applause. Instead, the two girls looked at her like she had grown a second head. Then, they completely ignored the NPC and resumed the war. I thought someone said she wouldn't get jealous. Even if he had other women, Yizheng sneered. Why the sudden change of heart? Nahai shot back. That applies to humans, not witches like you. Lin Hasja hit the floor. I'm invisible. Back in the lobby, Lin Shin initiated Plan B, tactical retreat. If I stay, I die, he muttered. Those two will fight until the apocalypse. I need to eat. Time to vanish, but fate had other plans. A gentle voice froze him in his tracks. He turned robotically to see Hayuk Suen, looking like a descending angel. Why are you here? Lin Shin rubbed his neck awkwardly. My roommates ditched me. Classic scumbag move. On their part, my family is here too. It must be destiny. Yu Xuan beamed, grabbing his hand with sparkling eyes. Lin Shin. Guess what? The exhibition is all set. In 2 days, my personal gallery opens. Everything is perfect. Thanks to you. That's amazing. He smiled. Meanwhile, Linha stumbled out of the bathroom and choked. Another one. And she's even prettier. Is this guy using black magic? She tore at her hair in frustration. This is a catastrophe. Why do goddesses flock to this trash? He must be stopped. I will expose his crimes. A moment later, down in the lobby, Lin Shin tilted his head. Wait, if you're with family, why are you down here? Yaxuan giggled nervously. Oh, I just came down to pick up a friend. Seeing her act secretive, Lin Shin's survival instinct kicked in. Male or female? Yaxuan laughed. Relax. Silly. It's a girl I've known for years. Oh, there she is. Jiang Xian entered the lobby. A bombshell in a tight red dress that screamed danger. Haiyan? Haiyan? She called out enthusiastically. Yuxuan bowed politely to the older man beside her. Uncle Zhang, good to see you. Her father chuckled. Such a polite girl, coming all the way down to greet us. Yaxuan turned to introduce her boyfriend, Shan. This is the guy I told you about. ... But where is he? The spot beside her was empty. Lin Shin had vanished like a ninja. Linha, however, had her phone ready. Asterisk, click, click. Gotcha, you slippery eel. She grinned evilly. I have the evidence. You're dead meat. Meanwhile, Lin Shin was sprinting for his life, his brain overheating. Why is the world so small? He panicked. Yaxuan and Jian are best friends. Technically, I haven't done anything wrong, but if they meet like the other two, it'll be World War III. Desperate, his eyes locked onto a target. The piano player on the stage. Perfect cover. Lin Shin grinned like a devil finding a loophole. This isn't just luck. It's divine intervention. He walked up to the pianist with total confidence. Hey buddy, shift change. The manager sent me. The pianist blinked. Ha! Shift change. Before the guy could react, Lin Shin was already stripping him. Forgot my sword. Just borrowing yours for a sec? Thanks, bro. Terrified that his cover would be blown, he unleashed the ultimate technique. The power of money. The manager, completely charmed by the cash, even insisted on paying a full day's wage for mere minutes of work. Lassam flashed a thumbs up of approval. Seriously? You're too generous. Brother, I'll take my leave then. Having secured his safety, our protagonist couldn't help but mentally high-five himself. Perfect, he thought. If I just casually strum the keys, I'll fade into the background. No one pays attention to the background music. I am a genius. The moment his fingers kissed the ivory keys, a melody as sweet as honey flooded the hall. But suddenly, Lin Shin felt a shift in the air, a strange sensation rising from within. It was as if the god of music had possessed him. His fingers danced with increasing mastery, creating a ghostly allure. Diners froze mid-bite, their attention completely captured by the magnetic performance. Lost in the rhythm, a captivating smile graced Lin Shin's handsome features, striking the audience right in the heart. Even Linha, poised to launch an insult, found the venom dying in her throat. Inku Haiyan's ears perked up at the familiar tune, her gaze snapping toward the piano. She recognized it instantly, legendary melody of Golden Hour. His hands drifted like feathers, yet struck with the force of a storm, creating a symphony both tender and intense. In that fleeting second, man and melody fused into a singular existence. The crowd swayed in a trance. "It brings back the sweetest memories of my first love," a guest whispered. "Tyria, what is this masterpiece?" "It's hauntingly beautiful." Even the main heroines were entranced. Nahai's eyes went wide as saucers. It was Lin Xin. The whisper spread like wildfire, causing a chaotic stir among the crowd. "I think I'm actually crying," someone sobbed. Yet, it wasn't a melody of despair. It felt like standing in a sun-drenched garden, radiant, yet tinged with a beautiful aching nostalgia. In seconds, the beauties were utterly spellbound. Na Tran couldn't tear her eyes away. Since when does he play the piano? As the chorus hit its crescendo, the entire room felt transported to a celestial paradise. The notes were no longer just sound. They were a love language, speaking directly to the soul. The lady's cheeks flushed crimson, their eyes overflowing with adoration as they gazed at him. Nat Tran and Nahai were no exception, their lips parting in a silent gasp of reality faded, as each slipped into their own romantic delusion. In Gu Heian imagined being swept off her feet in a bridal carry. In her mind, the restaurant transformed into a grand wedding aisle. "I do," she whispered to Noah. "I absolutely want to marry you." Nahai drifted to a sunset beach with crashing waves. "A life without you is unimaginable," she thought. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Nat Tran, and things got a little steamy. She fantasized about galloping across green fields with Lin Xin. "I can feel your strength right behind me," she murmured. All four beauties were now drowning in his charisma. How did I get so lucky to know him? They wondered. The man was a walking treasure chest. Every time they opened the lid, a new glittering talent was revealed. I want him. I need him. The thirst was real. Wealthy, handsome, humble, and responsible. He was a mythical creature in human form. He's perfection. Do I even deserve him? Just then, the system pinged. Affection levels skyrocketed. 74, 87, and a dangerous 99%. Snap, Lin Xin jolted back to reality, blinking in confusion. What the hell? Did I just accidentally enter the legendary zone of immersion? Silence, then thunderous applause. The crowd swarmed him like zombies in an apocalypse. It instantly turned into an impromptu fan meet. Handsome oppa, you're amazing. I'm weeping buckets here. What's your name? Shouted one. I'm a grade 9 pianist, but I'm trash compared to you. How do you practice? Be my husband. I have never heard anything so divine. Lin Xin forced an awkward smile. Disaster. I wanted to be invisible, not a superstar. How do I clean up this mess? He scanned the room and his blood ran cold. The girls were staring at him with hearts in their eyes. Panic mode engaged. They definitely saw me. And I accidentally farmed a massive amount of affection points. Even Luna Tran is 1% away from total conquest. Is this a victory or a death sentence? Suddenly, Lo Nam burst onto the scene like a bouncer. Make way! Everyone, back off! The crowd parted like the Red Sea for an elderly man. A gasp rippled through the room. Wait, isn't that the legendary piano grandmaster, Li Dich? The maestro lowered his sunglasses, eyes twinkling with greed. The young man who played Golden Hour, he is a rough diamond I must polish. If he joins my elite team, I guarantee stardom within a year. But when Li Dich lunged forward, his eyes nearly popped out. The piano bench was empty. The bird had flown. Where did he go? Meanwhile, outside, Lin Xin wiped sweat from his brow, mentally thanking the distraction. Phew, close call. Thank the heavens for that old guy diverting their attention. Time to vanish. He offered a silent prayer to the nameless piano master, and back inside, Lin Ha had done a complete what she was now sobbing into a napkin. My piano prince, I think I'm in love. When will destiny reunite us? Boo-hoo. Lin Xin sprinted, checking his sixth. Surely they won't chase me this far. Right? Just then, a shout pierced the air, freezing him in his tracks. Watch out! A motorcycle roared out of nowhere, barreling straight toward him like a steel beast. With reflexes honed by danger, he dodged death by an inch. The rider wasn't so lucky. Skidding across the pavement, Lin Xin rushed over. Hey, are you all right? It's Engao Dong. She groaned through the pain. Recognition flashed in both their eyes instantly. You. Seeing her wince, Lin Xin's expression darkened with concern. Can you stand? Engao Dong grit her teeth. My leg, ... It's pinned underneath. It is crushing me. You need to help me lift it, she instructed. But be careful. It is a beast. Turn the handlebars fully, brace against the chassis, and grab the rear. Before she could finish her tutorial, Lin Xin casually hoisted the machine with a single hand, as if it were a toy, and Gao Dong's jaw practically hit the asphalt. How on earth? She stuttered. That bike weighs nearly 400 pounds. He scratched his head with a goofy grin. I guess I've been working out? Ha! His gaze dropped to her. The crimson blood was staining her jeans. Hey, you are bleeding. But to his surprise, she brushed it off like a mosquito bite. It's just a scratch. She scoffed. I've ridden with broken ribs before. Hazards of the trade. Lin Xin's this girl is absolutely unhinged. A delivery girl's life is tough. Ha! She suddenly grabbed his arm. Wait, I've been looking for you. Thank you for the yacht incident. You disappeared off the face of the earth. That yacht you gave me, I can't keep it. Actually, I am. But before she could reveal her